Chapter 1944, The news of Jin Ji's coronation with 4 wills swept through Pure like a storm. Some were still shocked despite it being in everyone's expectation. His talents and power were perfect to become an emperor if it wasn't for the first ambush by Ren Sheng. The more shocking part was the 4 wills. People even guessed that this could have been a 12-will emperor. More importantly, this was the second emperor in this generation already. When will the first be? The first was Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor, not the most brilliant nor the most talented. In fact, he was inferior to Jin Gu and Ren Sheng in many aspects. No, even when compared to Qin Bailey. Nevertheless, he was still the first Grand Emperor that have experienced 2 will-seizing attempts for a total of 6. There was no doubt that the Heaven race was shining in this generation due to the first 2 emperors being Heaveners. Thus, many waited for the 3rd emperor and wondered which race will they be from. The most promising now was Ren Sheng from Arrogance Continent. Alas, his first attempt was the same as Jin Ji's, being ambushed and lost the chance. Though the top emperors agreed to seal the 13 continents and stopping the passageways, shouldering the heavens was still an earth-shattering matter. People could sense the change in the number of the remaining wills. Normal experts couldn't sense anything, but high gods and emperors from the other continents knew that a new emperor has been born. People had different feelings after the coronation. Some young ones beyond excited, thinking that the next emperor could be themselves. Jilin Princess and Wu Fengying had this thought as well. After all, virtually all imperial successors had this ambition. However, they were born a bit late compared to Jin Gu and Qin Bailey. There was still a long way for them to go before catching up to Jin Gu in his pre-ascension state. But at that point, many wills would have been taken. This only added more pressure to them due to the lack of time. Boom! It hasn't been 2 days after his ascension before Jin Gu decided to show up outside of Eternal. His imperial aura alarmed everyone. It's Jin Gu, no, Grand Emperor Jin Gu. Someone shouted after seeing him. Though his attire was still the same on top of converging his own imperial flame, he was still a Grand Emperor. His aura still robbed the breath away from spectators. Your Majesty. Many experts on Eternal dropped to their knees, subservient to the Grand Emperor. Jin Gu wasn't trying to suppress others and only stood there calmly. There was no trace of arrogance nor a need to show off. Nevertheless, emperors with 4 wills and up made weaker cultivators cower instinctively. Brotherly, Jin Gu would like to see you. The emperor requested. The volume wasn't loud, but each word was resounding with a peerless charisma. People felt especially comfortable to hear it. His words were an unquestionable decree in resonation with the Tao. The first thing he did after becoming an emperor was to visit Li Qie. This made people raise their eyes, all attention was on Eternal. Does he want revenge now? A cultivator wondered. Even though the princess had foregone old grievances with Li Qie, it didn't mean Jin Gu would be able to swallow it. He had 4 wills now and was countless times stronger. Will this be Jin Ji's first battle after ascension? Some experts became quite excited. Everyone knew about Fiercest's ferocity after he tore Wildlad Heaven Emperor apart. But now, maybe Jin Gu with 4 wills was a more worthy opponent, resulting in a more colorful battle. Probably not. An older high god carefully dissected Jin Ji's tone. From his attitude, this didn't look like a challenge. Meanwhile, Jilin Princess and the others were surprised too. They didn't know of his intention and they were powerless to stop him in the first place. Sure, Hunlin wasn't a match for Jin Gu either. During their hesitation, the wooden door creaked and opened. Li Qie came out from his isolated cultivation. He glanced outside before answering, "Come in." Jin Gu cupped his fist and said, "Excuse me then." With that, he turned eternal and disappeared from sight. "It's not happening then," the people said. "Fiercest is really too much, he didn't bother with formalities at all, just telling him to come in." An ancestor stated. In fact, many felt this sentiment. An enemy seeing an emperor coming in person would be scared out of their mind, probably even kneeling on the ground and begging for forgiveness already. Even the courageous ones would be preparing for a fierce battle. As for the non-enemy, it was a glorious honor to be visited by an emperor. This latter group would be preparing a grand reception. Not Li Qie, his only response was a nonchalant, "Come in." It was as if Jin Gu was only an ordinary guest. No, not even a guest. After all, the host would at least come and greet a guest. His domineering attitude made everyone think that Fiercest didn't give a damn about emperors. After Jin Gu entered the room, the rest of the group could read the situation and left. After all, this was a meeting far beyond their level. Li Qie was still sitting down while leisurely glancing at Jin Gu. He wasn't surprised at the four wills at all. Jin Gu actually bowed towards Li Qie instead and said, "Today, I wish to correct myself, no longer daring to call you brotherly." "Sit down." Li Qie nodded. Jin Gu didn't waste words and sat down. He finally realized who he was speaking to and how unreachable he was. "I'm sure you're here for more than that today," Li Qie said. "Today, outside of formally visiting you, sacred teacher, I have also thought about our feud." Jin Gu smiled and said. Jin Gu could calmly face Li Qie because there wasn't a great history between the two. For example, his ancestors actually fought on the battlefield to the death against Li Qie. On the other hand, his issue was due to the death of his wife's family. "I'm listening." Li Qie chuckled and had a sip of green tea. "Sacred teacher, my wife and you have let go of your feud, so I don't need to worry about it either. But back at the Imperial City, I was too blind to see Mount Tai and had plans for a future fight with you. That's what I'm here for." Jin Gu was righteous, fitting of his current status. Wild Lad was completely inferior in his regards. Chapter 1945, I see, what is your choice? Li Qie smilingly said. "No, it will be your choice, sacred teacher." Jin Gu shook his head, "I don't have any agency before you. If you want to teach me a lesson, I'll just go for it. But ultimately, a promise is a promise, I'm not cowardly to the point where I won't face it." Jin Gu knew that this was an existence who had slaughtered emperors before, but this wasn't good of a reason for him to renege and run. Thus, he came today to fulfill the agreement. This was a way for him to maintain his Tao heart. If he chose to run, it would leave an indelible mark in his mind. In the future, this shadow would remain even if he were to become an emperor with 8 wills. Li Qie chuckled and took another sip of green tea before speaking. "The myriad laws from the Tao can slowly be formed, the wonders of the world can be understood with time. Only the Tao heart requires a step-by-step process. Many things will change, but the Tao heart is indestructible, capable of lasting through the epochs." Jin Gu listened carefully. An emperor he might be now, he was still a junior before a time-worn overlord. As you stare into the horizon to remember the past and peer into the future, do you ever ask yourself, what is immovable and can grant you an eternity in this world? Li Qie continued. Jin Gu pondered in silence before answering with a question, "Sacred teacher, can someone be truly immovable? No one was born with a will of iron and an immovable Tao heart. It is nonsense to think otherwise. It requires time and tribulations. Everyone had times of questioning and doubts, but during your most desperate trait, ask yourself about your most primal wish. As long as you do not forget this, you will be able to stay firm." Li Qie looked at him and answered. Jin Gu took his time carving the words into his memories. "Your talents are excellent, enough to be a grand emperor. Your Tao heart is quite firm as well, but you're still too young. On the long path in the future, the thing that is worthy of your arduous pursuit is not more heaven's wills and cultivation but an indomitable Tao heart." "Really?" Jin Gu was surprised. "What else can it be? What's the difference with having more or less heaven's wills?" Li Qie smiled and elaborated, the you right now know exactly what you want. But if one day, your world is about to be destroyed and you must make a choice in order to survive and perhaps succumb to the darkness, raising your blade against your race, your family, and even your beloved wife. So now, when you still have your wits, ask yourself, the moment you raise that blade, does it matter how many heaven's wills you have? And the power of your cultivation? Even if you have 12 wills at that point, you would have already ceased being yourself. Is that the path of a grand emperor? Is that your initial goal in becoming one? He gently sighed and went on, at that moment, you would desire an indomitable Tao heart to refuse all temptations and resist the darkness. Tread forward on your own path, it might be ridden with despair and perils but do not give up. Jin Gu had a moment of reflection. Before becoming an emperor, he wanted to see the path of one. Alas, after becoming one, everything before his eyes had changed and became much bigger. Since you have only become an emperor and your mind still lucid, just ask yourself about what you truly want. Keep on repeating it as a cautionary measure. Li Qiye said, is it an unswayable Tao heart or ultimate power? Maybe something else. Li Qiye was opening a new door for Jin Gu. In the past, he only talked about the mysteries of the Grand Tao and the momentum of the world with his elders and peers. But today, Li Qiye simply focused on his Tao heart. Jin Gu carefully absorbed the information and eventually stood up. He bowed respectfully towards Li Qiye and said, Sacred teacher, I could see the sun hiding behind the clouds now after listening to you. I appreciate you putting aside any prejudice and teaching me. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile, they are separate issues. I'm an enemy to your three races because I am a human. It is a simple choice. And as for me helping you, it is because you are worth it as a genius. Also a simple choice. Your vision is beyond us. Jin Gu said with a tinge of emotions. Li Qiye chuckled, you are an emperor now, let the past be gone. This is the only thing I can give you. Jin Gu knew it was time for him to leave. He pondered for a bit before asking, I heard from my ancestors that you wanted to start a big battle. If you don't mind, I would like to offer my meager assistance. I'm not saying that you are weak, but you have only just ascended. Just watch for now. Li Qiye replied, this will be a good experience for you in the future before directly facing the darkness. Your Tao heart still needs further polishing before reaching an immovable state. Jin Gu bowed his head once more, thank you for protecting me, sacred teacher. I'll take my leave now. Li Qiye nodded and didn't bother getting up. Before the bewildered spectators, Jin Gu left eternal with a calm expression. No one was able to read anything from him. Sigh, no fight then. Looks like the feud between Fiercest and the War Monarch clan is over. People who wanted nothing more than to watch the fun were disappointed. They knew that everything was over after this meeting. As for the death of Heavenly Phoenix Prince and the Royal Lord, this was an insignificant matter now, no one would bring it up again. Even if the ministers of Heavenly Phoenix still wanted revenge, they wouldn't dare to bring up because Jin Ji's attitude had dealt with this issue. These court members would never dare to question an emperor's prestige. Jin Gu is indeed extraordinary, much superior to Wildlad Heaven Emperor in this regards. Avoid obstacles when possible, Wildlad didn't understand this, hence his downfall. A high god nodded approvingly. Chapter 1946, Remote Wildland was a leftover epoch, one of the largest in exploration ground. The more unique thing about it was that they still had living overlords. Normally, these remnant epochs were all dead zones, not a single trace of the living could be found there. This wasn't the case for the Wildland. However, these overlords could only slumber in their ruined epochs because they didn't belong to the current one. If they were to leave the Wildland, death was guaranteed. The moment they took a single step out, the years would start to flow on them again. This was something they couldn't withstand regardless of their monstrous power. Ashes would be the result. At a mysterious and deep location in the Wildland were clues about its origin. Even 10 emperors wouldn't want to come here. The place was covered in black mist and engulfed in a strange power. Outsiders couldn't see what was inside due to its concealment. Black seemed to be the primary theme. The mist was thick and unchanging, just like blood sticking on something. There were intact architectures in this place. They weren't beautiful or magnificent, erected from an unknown black metal in a simple manner. Practicality and toughness were the focus. They gave an indestructible and heavy feeling. Even the sky falling down wouldn't be able to crush them. Keep in mind that in these remnant epochs, the majority of buildings would be destroyed. The completeness of the buildings here was indeed a miracle. As one walked through these buildings, they would think that this was a place of sacrifice from the lamenting echoes of anguish in this place. They would shudder uncontrollably while the more cowardly would not go any further. There was an altar made out of black stones in the center of this place. Its fair size was made up by its complex and exquisite nature. There were too many little stones here, yet no gaps could be found, resulting in a perfect appearance. It was completely different from the simplistic buildings in this place. This was a work of art, polished over millions of years. A group of men surrounded this altar, all dressed in black. They were quietly whispering, perhaps a prayer or a chant. A black coffin was laid on top of the altar with the head pointing northward. This was done on purpose in accordance with the momentum of the world. This was naturally the blood forsakens. The coffin they brought here had its lid removed now. Their language was a unique and ancient one, not part of the current system. Remember that this could be considered the origin place of the wildland. Even if one knew of it, they might not be able to get there. Many have died trying to reach this place, but not the blood forsakens. Their race had a deep connection with this place. This was a ferocious land in the eyes of outsiders, but for them, this was going home. Of course, whether this place accepted them or not was a different story. The dozens of members continued chanting and praying for the black coffin. Buzz. An inaudible noise rang as strings of blood stretched out of the coffin. It would be more accurate to call them red tentacles sticking on the sides and slowly coming out of the coffin for the altar. They wiggled and squirmed like blood flowing downward. These tiny things covered the entire coffin in a terrifying spectacle. Some people would feel the urge to vomit after seeing this. As the number of tentacles increased, the chants from the members became louder. Right now, even their body was shaking as if they were suffering chi deviation. Looks like you still haven't lost hope. I must destroy your entire race to make you give up. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their ceremony. The red tentacles seemed to be scared and all rushed back into the coffin. The members instantly turned around and glared angrily at Wuxia, if they had eyes, that is. Nevertheless, their fury was expressive and obvious. Wuxia calmly walked over and stared at the furious crowd before sitting down on the altar to take a look at the thing inside the coffin. Even though the coming of a new life doesn't always represent evil, but given my personality, should I destroy all of you now? The Forsaken Bloods were still fixated on him. They were full of doubts, not understanding his identity and power. However, their unique instinct made them fear the aura emanating from him as if he was their ultimate enemy. Fellow Taoist, we are simply praying without any evil intention. A member came out and spoke with an ancient voice. This was certainly the person in charge of the group. No evil intention. Wuxia smiled and said, in my opinion, the moment your group showed up in this place, there's no question about it. The other side pondered for a moment before answering, fellow Taoist, light blooms from your body, but that doesn't mean we wish for the darkness either. We are a race with life, not evil darkness. Light? Wuxia responded, I don't know if I have light or not, but I do know that I'm a butcher of dark existences. And it's hard whether certain things are born evil or not, so tell me, do you all wish to scream by my butcher's blade? The group was startled. Though they had numerous masters here, they didn't dare to act recklessly due to his unique aura. The light they were referring to was actually his Tao heart. It was created for the opposite of them, the nemesis of their origin. We're not evil beings. The leader of the group said, we don't commit evil deeds either, simply wishing to live, no different from the 3 or the 100 races. Is that so? Li Qie brought up, which race devoured countless existences in the past? Of course, racial conflicts and massacres have been waging on in perpetuity. Killing 1,000 or 1 million. That's not enough to attribute light or darkness to someone. However, after crossing a certain point, it's very obvious to see who will side with the darkness later. The leader debated, we only wish to live on, that's it, not to rule over the world or replace the other races. Chapter 1947, Only Wish to Live On. Li Qie chuckled, I have no intention of verifying your claim. I only want to say that before the darkness is gone completely, I must deliberate whether to massacre all of you first. Why is it that other beings in the world dare to approach me, but not your group? He went on in a relaxed manner, it is all because of your origin. I have an immovable and eternal Tao heart even in the face of total destruction. I come and exist with the world, an everlasting watcher. But you come from the darkness, needless for me to expand on this. These are two opposite paths, which is why my Tao heart is your nemesis. Because of this, I don't mind that you all wish to survive, but a potential alliance with the darkness makes me wish to kill. The reason why I haven't done so is not out of mercy, but that I believe that everything is possible in this world. He stared intensely at them and finished. Everything is possible indeed. The leader said, we're here not to make ourselves more powerful or pray for a new force. We are praying for the true Creator to point us towards the light, to deliver us from being an incomplete creation. We're just like you and the others in the 13 races. We have flesh and blood, life and soul. We desire to live like an ordinary race instead of living in this pitiful manner in the shadows as nauseating abominations. We wish to walk in this world again without facing prejudice. He became more emotional, thus, we pray for a new chance at a normal life, for the Creator to perfect our race. Li Qie flatly answered, I don't care whether you are telling the truth or not, but either way, I can only tell you the bad news. What you wish for is merely daydreaming. If your true Creator could have perfected your race, he wouldn't need to wait till today. The Forsaken Bloods were not part of the 13 continents. They were created instead of being born in a natural manner from the heaven and earth. All along, the Wild Bloods couldn't leave the wildland, but they always had this ambition. In this epoch, an incredible man had a strange idea and planned together with an overlord of the wildland. Their goal was to create a wild blood that could leave. Just like that, a bizarre race was born, the Blood Forsaken. Creating life was not permitted, only the heaven and earth had this privilege. One's power and resources were meaningless. But this overlord and the madman were heaven-defying enough. They actually managed to create a new life. Alas, it was an incomplete one due to the forbidden nature of the act. They had a hard time reproducing, the birth of a new required the death of an old, a devouring type of reproduction. Furthermore, both of these beings paid a heavy price. Even though they hid in the remote region of the wildland, they still suffered the heavenly execution. From then on, they were never seen again. As for the Blood Forsakens, true to their name, they were abandoned as a cheap imitation. Their lack of reproduction was their biggest flaw, one that was impossible to fix. The members shuddered after hearing Li Qie. They had a difficult time accepting this reality. Living normally like the other races has been their goal all along. But the only person that could fix their race was their overlord Creator. As for that ambition madman, they had no idea who he was. Thus, after a long period of preparation, their race came prepared this time around, hoping for their Creator to finish what he had started. The members had nothing to say, such a blow was too much for them to take. No way. One expert blurted out. His voice lacked conviction for he had already known the answer long ago. Now, Li Chia had extinguished their ray of hope as well. Li Chia chuckled and said, if they had this capability, would he be hiding underground for generations in this place? Do you think they don't want to leave? It's just that there's nothing they can do against the villainous heaven. Even if they didn't believe Li Chia, they could still speculate and agree with his logic. Li Chia glanced at them and said, regardless of your intentions, if your race truly wishes to live normally in the 13 continents, I can point you on the right path. The group instantly exchanged glances with each other after hearing this. Li Chia didn't care for their permission and continued on, your race's ultimate problem is because of the lack of permission from the world and the villainous heaven. No one can fix your flaw since it is a punishment. But there is a simple way. Forget your origin, weaken your instinct, be close to the world and its momentum, as long as your heart is bright, you will see light everywhere. Li Chia explained a new profundity to the group. He didn't come up with it just now, but this has been an area of research done by countless people in the past. Li Chia simply analyzed them and came up with a new way. It wasn't out of mercy either. He thought that it was a path worth trying and further researching. The Forsaken blood was an incomplete imitation. If they wished to change for the better, Li Chia's idea was worth trying. He was different from the overlord of the wildland. This overlord wanted the race to be a test, hoping that this race could help him leave the wildland. As for that ambitions man, he had his own motives. As for Li Chia, he simply wished to see the transformation of a race, to see if this path was possible in the first place. If the blood Forsaken could become something similar like the other races, it meant that there was a possible path outside of the worldly restrictions. Li Chia didn't wish to participate himself, only telling them the way. They must be the ones to walk it themselves. The members here were still skeptical and darting their eyes at each other before turning at Li Chia. They weren't sure at all about his idea since it was virtually impossible. Why are you telling us this? The leader spoke with doubts. Li Chia answered with a smile, who else am I going to tell if not your group? Is there a second imitation race in this world? Even if the idea is amazing, it is limited to being a worthless theory without actual testing. The members had nothing to say. He was simply using them as an experiment. Boom! He closed the black coffin and threw it at the group. This scared the soul out of them as they quickly caught it since it was too important to them. Go, regardless of your intentions, I will give you a chance by not slaying everyone here. Leave this place before I change my mind. Li Chia declared. The members finally carried the coffin and left this place. Even though they were absurdly strong, his aura was dreadful to them. They didn't wish to oppose him and rather try his idea instead. After their departure, Li Chia looked at the altar and smiled coldly with a bright flash in his eyes. Enough sleeping, time to get some air. Chapter 1948. This area became quiet after the Blood Forsaken's departure, a scene of deathly stillness. With his eyes on the altar, he revealed a faint smile. If I were to let you survive through the long years, how can the beings lamenting for generations without entering the reincarnation cycle rest? Having said that, Li Chia's eyes flashed with a terrible murderous torrent. He looked around the area and said, it is time for I, the butcher, to deliver your death. Don't blame me for being merciless, blame your own ignorance instead. A grin emerged as he went on, no longer coming out after the heavenly execution even if the world were to split apart. However, I'll make a bet that I'll be able to drag you out from your lair. The fish only refuses to bite because the bait isn't fat enough. Li Chia and Saint will work together to kill a dark overlord, the strongest one sleeping beneath this altar. This lair was fortified, attacking it was simply impossible. It was the key to protecting this overlord so it wouldn't open without his primal laws. Thus, the only way was to bait him out. This being has been slumbering for a long time now, ever since he created the Forsaken Bloods and faced the execution. Even if the outside world were to sunder, he wouldn't leave his lair without something enough to tempt him. Very few things could do so, but Li Qiye had an idea. Li Qiye wasn't careless, for he understood the power of this existence. He was preparing for a great plan with an immense amount of resources, refined jades, chaos stones, immortal and divine metals. This was an exhausting task. His lifelong knowledge and skills were all utilized in this operation. At the same time, in order to avoid any mistake, he used 30 crystals from the foul mine. This was truly going all out. Remember, he only asked for 100 crystal stones back in the 9 worlds, but he didn't mind spending 30 to ambush this dark overlord. Back during the ancient Ming era, he had also laid out a murderous formation that only needed several stones. Now, he was using 30 stones. One could imagine just how monstrous the incoming fight was going to be. Alas, this was worth it if he could kill this overlord, since he would be able to obtain all of the guy's treasures and resources, potentially a paragon artifact as well. Most importantly was the significance in killing a dark overlord. This was a warning to the ones lurking in the dark that there were still people in this world who could slay them. At the same time, it would light a spark of hope in everyone, that the darkness in the future could still be flattened. Third, it would show the wavering and indecisive ones the right side to pick. Li Qiye used many heaven-defying methods to perfect every single detail in the plan. Just one wrong move and they would love everything against a being of this level. Meanwhile, Pure was still lost in the excitement of Jin Ji's ascension. Some were happy, others were sad. Of course, the most jubilated was still the heaven race. After all, they already had 2 grand emperors in this generation. This was an impressive initiative and advantage. Strangely enough, Jin Gu didn't have a formal declaration to the world afterward or did a ceremonial patrol. He chose to keep a low profile. Remember, becoming a grand emperor was a prestigious deed that honored one's ancestors. Furthermore, shouldering 4 wills was an exceptional and memorable act. Even his clan didn't send any message or decree at all. With Jin Gu, the war monarch had a total of 6 emperors. This was quite rare in the 13 continents, enough for them to reign. Their lack of celebration puzzled everyone. People started feeling that something was amiss and started to have discussions and speculations in secret. In the interim, many emperors were quietly gathering in exploration grounds. The most unbelievable thing was the scale of this meeting. More than 10 emperors have come together. Even grand emperors from the heaven race were involved. Who in this world could summon so many emperors from the different races? Outside of the ultimate expeditions, not too many events could create an alliance between the races. The racial tension was still high after Emperor Hunt. Emperors from these races still worked together occasionally on a small scale. But this number was exceedingly high. Emperors and high gods who knew about this meeting but weren't eligible to join became scared. They certainly knew that something big was happening. A change in leadership, maybe. It's not an ultimate expedition. An old high god said nervously. A 12-will emperor is taking charge. Who else can gather so many emperors? A relatively new grand emperor became startled. The world didn't know about the emperors gathering in exploration grounds. Even their peers could only talk about it quietly among themselves. Everyone was distracted by Jin Ji's ascension while this group of emperors was waiting for the right moment. Whoosh! A sound of an arrow flying suddenly appeared in exploration grounds. It was very quiet. In the beginning, not too many people took note of it. Whoosh! The second time didn't attract any attention either. After the 5th time, the noise became more resounding and everyone could hear it echo now. It didn't come from the ears but from their heart. It was as if this sound had shot directly in there. Even if they were to cover their ears, they would still hear it all the same. Not good. An experienced ancestor was alarmed to hear this repeated whistle. We have to leave now. He immediately left with his juniors. Ancestor, what is happening? A junior was confused to see his strongest ancestor leaving in a panic. Don't ask, this person can kill you without any sign. The ancestor immediately hushed the junior and continued to retreat. Whoosh! 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 The same arrow noise rang in everyone's Dao heart. As time went on, the unaware listeners grew exasperated. Who are you, bastard? Hiding in the dark and annoying everyone? Come out and fight me if you dare. A different ancestor who didn't know about the noise was annoyed and shouted at the sky. Chapter 1949, Poof. The expert that yelled at the sky had an arrow shooting out of his forehead, leaving a tiny, bloody hole behind. His eyes were wide open, not understanding his death at all. His body eventually fell to the ground. People gasped after seeing the fall of a Dao Celestial with more than 100 million units of chaos energy. He didn't even have the chance to resist, not knowing his murderer. This was the death of an insect or something even inferior. The unaware spectators were looking around after seeing the fatality. This is the whistle of heaven. Unfortunately, the common men of the world can't understand and appreciate it. A distant voice capable of piercing through all things emerged, flowing softly like water across the entire world. It carried an unquestionable prestige and made the weak drop to their knees. Buzz. At this time, the shadow of an arrow floated in space. It emitted a faint radiance and seemed to be peeling space apart. It was the ruler of space and all the laws. This light pricked the heart of all the experts here as if it was the sharpest thing in the world. Where is Li Qie? Even before the person showed up, his voice was echoing in everyone's mind. There was no way of dodging this noise even if one were to hide and cover up their ears entirely. Finally, a figure appeared next to the arrow. This person had crossed through the myriad realms in order to reach this place. Each step had taken him a distance that couldn't be described with length. Each step was a single world. Only a grand emperor would have such speed. Sentry Arrow Devil Emperor. An aghast ancestor cried out after seeing the figure of the emperor reaching from a distant realm. Someone reacted with a shout, the sentinel is here, Sentry Arrow Devil Emperor 2. An imperial group. How rare. Even a high god became alarmed after seeing the arrow. Sentry Arrow had 5 heaven's wills. His famous weapon was this arrow. Rumor has it that this was the only weapon he used throughout his life. Though he wasn't an assassin and rarely murdered others, he could kill people without leaving a single trace from a great distance away. He would be a great candidate to become a terrifying assassin. Due to his weak background, he started Sentinel to strengthen himself with 4 other low-level emperors. Not counting the dead wild lad, he was the strongest with 5 wills while the other 3 only had 3 wills each. The goal of the group was to unite for strength in number. After all, one hand alone couldn't clap. The weakest among them was Wild Lad, but he also had the best background. Alas, no other groups would want someone like him to join. A big reason why Sentinel accepted him, outside of his talents, was due to his background. They made an oath of solidarity, never abandoning a brother during the perilous moment. Thus, they were here to avenge Wild Lad. Will Fiercest be able to handle this? Someone said with fear, that's 4 emperors, can he take on 4 emperors alone? Even though people knew that he was heaven-defying after killing Wild Lad, the odds were still against him. Opposing 1 emperor was amazing enough, but in order to fight against 4 emperors, one would need to be a top-level emperor at least. Li Qie. Come out and fight. Though Sentry Arrow still hasn't arrived in person, his shadow alone emitted a terrible aura. As his physical being approached closer, the world was flipped upside down. So many experts were forced to the ground. Li Qie, come out and fight now. The emperor stabilized and sealed the area. The moment Li Qie appeared, his arrow would instantly attack. The horrified crowd felt that they were trapped in a cage by this Dao avatar of the emperor after he did his spatial control. There is no place for you to hide. The emperor continued his search for Li Qie while taunting. Boom! A hand reached out from the deepest part of the wildland, crushing everything in its path. The world trembled in fear, the emperors and eternal overlords were full of dread. The myriad laws and Tao screamed and collapsed before this palm. There was no way to withstand it. Break! The arrow in front of the emperor rose to the sky. This tiny arrow presided in the air like an everlasting spear with true dragons flying with it. They raised their claws and tore apart the sky. A terrible hole was left in the sky because of this arrow. Chaos energy oozed like a flood breaking the dam. The power of this arrow horrified the crowd. People far away still felt the same pain in their heart. Some even vomited blood. Bang! But this sharp attack was still not enough. The arrow was instantly bent by the oppressive palm. Activate! The Emperor's Tao avatar used imperial arts. Each one soared to the sky and combined with the arrow. It became resplendent before flying straight for the palm again. Bang! The palm remained invincible, causing the arrow to bend to the limit before collapsing altogether. It maintained its trajectory for the Emperor. Rumble! The Avatar personally attacked with wondrous laws, but in the end, it still got annihilated by the palm. This attack shocked everyone. A Tao avatar of a 5-will emperor was quite powerful even if it could only utilize 20% of power. But this palm from the depth of the wildland still crushed it so easily. Shouting at me with this Tao avatar. Come with your true body. A leisure voice came from the wildland. At the same time, an endless immortal light oozed out in that direction. The entire place seemed to be turning into a paradise. Countless laws emerged and tempted the spectators. This seemed to be the portal to the immortal world, telling everyone to come over. Chapter 1950, Li Qiye stood inside the boundless immortal light while exuding a magnificent flame. The ordinary Li Qiye was transcending at this moment just like an immortal. He himself looked like a flowing Tao. As he stood there immobile, people would think that he was moving through the river of time. Past, present, future, these no longer applied to him. Everything else turned to dust and no longer mattered. 3,000 worlds would be born and destroyed with a single thought of his. If he took one step forward, a new era would be formed. If he halted, it was the destruction of an epoch. He was the master of all, the sand of time was flowing in accordance with his whim. This was an everlasting existence. Emperors would slowly dissipate standing before him. There was an uncrossable gap between them. What is going on? Is this an ascension? Everyone was slack-jawed after seeing Li Qiye in this immortal state. They didn't know whether this was an illusion or not. Everyone knew that immortals didn't exist in this world, but after seeing him right now, they found the opposite more likely. Even high gods couldn't stay calm because just a single palm of Li Qiye was enough to crush the Tao avatar of an emperor with 5 wills. Just how much power was required to do so with such ease? What power is this? The high gods noticed that Li Qiye didn't have the aura of a heaven's will or apex chaos energy on him. Some couldn't help but kneel down before him. It was an instinctive fear. He's rising against all common senses. Can such a being exist in this world? Maybe only 12-will emperors can challenge him. An old god knew more compared to the others here and spoke with apprehension. Boom! While everyone was frightened, space suddenly collapsed. The entire sky and the wildland seemed to have been stomped to smithereens. Someone was coming from a distant realm and the sky here was only a portal as thin as paper to him. Just one stomp was enough to crush it. In the blink of an eye, 4 majestic figures appeared before everyone. They came too quickly so the crowd didn't truly grasp how they got here. Boom! Their auras assaulted the world. Even before the wills themselves have appeared, this power came like a storm. All beings quivered before it. They came with their real body this time around, with engulfing flames and blinding radiance like the rising of 1,000 suns. Even heavenly gazes couldn't stay open. The four of them had armor on just like generals that could take on the high heaven and sweep through all the evils in this world. Nothing could resist their might and will. Your Majesties. Countless prostrated on the ground in reverence. Sentinel, the high god slowly retreated, not daring to mingle around. The remaining four members of Sentinel were here outside of the late wild lad. The world became silent. Everyone watched with bated breath, knowing that Sentinel was here for revenge. As emperors, their oath wasn't mere rhetoric. They must stay true to these decrees and have revenge for their fallen brother. This was one of the reasons for Wildlad's rampant arrogance. After all, killing Wildlad was easy, but provoking Sentinel was very problematic. You are Li Chia. The middle-aged man with the strongest aura of the four stood out. He had a golden pair of eyes, resembling the reincarnation cycle. Just one glance could start the cycle and destroy an era. People were scared out of their mind just by being stared at by him, let alone actual combat. This was Sentry Arrow Devil Emperor, the creator and strongest member of Sentinel. Because he was a devil, his eyes had a strange charisma. Rumor has it that his origin was quite wretched, a flute boy for watching livestock. Later on, he came across an old scripture and began his path of cultivation. It certainly wasn't easy for someone like him to have such great achievements. That's right. Li Chia was now meditating in the light just like an everlasting immortal. Each of his words turned into mantra instantly. With a profound glare, Sentry Arrow asked, "May I ask who you are?" He still couldn't see through Li Chia despite being an emperor. This guy didn't have a heaven's will but was even more frightening than low-level emperors like them. He was an experienced person and not arrogant like Wildlad. Does it matter? If you want to fight, come and fight. Li Chia said flatly. His straightforward response surprised the four emperors. They were here in person yet he still showed such disdain. Fellow Daoist, we, Sentinel, have a blood oath together. You have killed our brother so we can't let this go. Sentry Arrow spoke while slightly raising his brows. Is that so? Li Chia was still as relaxed as ever. What do you want to do about it then? Li Chia had no intention of settling this peacefully to the surprise of the emperors. They glanced at each other and Sentry Arrow was still the one to speak up. Fellow Daoist, our demand is very simple. As long as you bow before our brother's grave and perform a respectful ceremonial, I'm sure we can let go of this feud. Now it was the crowd's turn to be shocked. In the beginning, everyone thought that Sentinel was here to fight but now, the Emperor had changed his mind. This action could be construed as giving up. Of course, this was because Sentry Arrow didn't waste his time living. He couldn't see through Li Chia's background but he was certain that the guy was unfathomably strong. Only Wildlad would do something so unwise. The group was aware of Wildlad's personality so they weren't surprised that he finally got killed by someone. However, due to the oath, they had no choice but to do this. Even if they couldn't pay it with blood, the least they could do was to appease Wildlad's soul. In a short time, all eyes were on Li Chia since this was an easy way out. Any rational person would definitely agree with this request. Li Chia smiled and answered, "There's something you don't know. There are only two paths for those who oppose me. First, tuck your tail between your legs even if I were to slap you. Later on, stay as far as possible away from me and live like a coward, regardless of how powerful and prestigious you might be. Coil if you are a dragon and cower if you are a tiger. Or, if you can't do this much, then come. Use your fist and power to fight me with all your might. However, this is a path towards demise." Chapter 1951, the spectators gasped after hearing this and became stupefied. Even Sentinel was shocked but improperly expressing their emotion wasn't something emperors did. Ultimately, bowing in front of Wildlad's grave wasn't a big deal. This was the simplest and lowest way to let go of this feud, not difficult at all. One could even say that Sentinel basically didn't care about pursuing this matter and only wanted to keep up appearances. Thus, they thought that it was insane for Li Qiye to refuse this easy request. Only a madman would do so. Furthermore, it even exacerbated the issue even more since this was akin to slapping Sentinel in public. Not to mention emperors, even an ordinary expert couldn't swallow this indignation. The four exchanged glances before Sentry Arrow spoke. "Fellow Daoist, we are willing to settle this amicably, but your aggressiveness is not befitting of your status. You should reconsider, it's not easy getting to this level." Sentry Arrow chose his words well, as an emperor should. "I have no status to speak of in the first place." Li Qiye smiled casually in response. "It is not too late for you all to scram, but time is running out. I'm so merciful for telling you all this. Fellow Daoist, you really want to fight?" Sentry Arrow's expression darkened, same as the other three. Li Qiye smiled and said, "Want to hear the truth? If all of you wish to remain ignorant, then I want nothing more than a fight so that I can slaughter a few emperors, enough for a warm-up. Of course, I can be more courteous instead and phrase it differently. Please leave before making a mistake resulting in death without a burial." The crowd smiled wryly after hearing this. How was this more courteous? It was simply annoying and akin to pouring oil into the fire. The four emperors had a cold glint in their eyes. Their auras erupted, causing the world to tremble. Emperors were never ones to be afraid of fighting. However, some were careful and judged themselves and the enemies. But when it came to push or shove, they wouldn't back down. This was the case for Sentinel right now. Though they couldn't compare to monsters like Heaven Authority, they weren't to be bullied either. The style of the emperors was to never panic or cause trouble needlessly. Right now, they couldn't figure out Li Qiye's power, so prudence was necessary. This didn't mean that they were afraid of fighting when reconciliation wasn't possible. Such a big tone. A cold voice interrupted the current conversation. A carriage seemed to be slowly coming from the horizon. Of course, it was moving with unbelievable speed. In 1 second, it was over yonder. In the next, it was already present at the wildland. It was dragged by 9 flood dragons, completely black and large. Their scales had a metallic luster to them. These dragons were different from normal dragons due to their horns resembling antlers. They flew quietly, virtually soundless, but it was still enough to cross through the countless miles in the sky. On the carriage was an old man dressed in embroidered silk. He had no frightening aura, but his features were sharp and emotionless. People would shudder with fear after seeing his visage. When he opened his eyes, he could cause the entire world to explode into ashes. Pa! 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 The ones caught in his gaze exploded into mists of blood without a chance to scream. He didn't try to contain his destructive glare at all, letting it kill the nearby spectators. This was quite domineering and cruel, no regards for lives. Therefore, the other experts didn't dare to stop. Even high gods got the hell out of there. He had 8 companions behind him with varying ages. The old ones were even older than him. The young ones didn't look a year older than 20. They wore black armor with a dark luster while riding stallions. There was no sound in their travel, just like a group of phantoms. The 8 seemed to be a cohesive unit, 8 bodies but 1 mind. They were all penetrating and elusive, like a serpent hiding in the shadows, waiting to deliver the fatal bite. There was no escape after being hounded by this group. They would wait for their prey's weakest moment, then finish it off. Tame Dragon Cavalry. Someone shouted after seeing this group of 9. The crowd was horrified to hear this name. Even those from a strong background got the hell away. For example, people would be in awe after seeing a group of emperors. But fear was the dominant reaction after seeing this cavalry. It was definitely the most terrifying squad of high gods in Pure. It was strong enough, but its conducts were the worst part. To put it frankly, this was a group of bandits with 0 morals. However, even bandits would follow certain creeds of the secular world. These high gods would have none of that. If a clan or an individual were to be targeted by this cavalry because they possessed a certain item, the cavalry would immediately start an ambush. It didn't matter if the target was a junior, these high gods would still rob and kill the target and their family. Some emperors have robbed people before. However, they maintained a certain style. For example, doing it blatantly and openly, not worrying about others seeking revenge in the future. This wasn't the case for the cavalry, for they preferred to hide in the darkness before delivering the fatal blow. They wouldn't spare the old and the young and went as far as destroying all the corpses in order to hide their sinister deeds. Their victims would evaporate out of thin air as if they never existed in the first place. Even imperial lineages have been robbed by this cruel squadron. Many lineages hated and feared them. In Pure, so many hoped that someone would put an end to them. Of course, the cavalry also chose their targets quite well. For example, imperial lineages with only one emperor or no surviving ones. They wouldn't dare to provoke powers like the War Monarch or Dragon Citadel. This was the reason why, despite all the atrocities they have committed, they were still alive and well. Chapter 1952, Tame Dragon High God. Other high gods murmured in fear after seeing the old man on the carriage. Those are nether earth dragons in the legends, with the bloodline of true dragons. Using 9 of them as mounts. That's a bit too much, not inferior to the style of an emperor at all. A low-level high god became envious. Tame Dragon had 11 totems and was considered the strongest god from the last generation. People said that only ancient gods could defeat him. Though Tame Dragon was originally a lowly bandit and had done many heinous things, his power was unquestionable. Having 11 totems definitely allowed him to do whatever he wished. His achievements were certainly impressive, and his wealth might be even more so due to all of his robbing and killing. The cultivation world followed the rules of the jungle, but not many masters were as unbridled as him. Those who could become a high god would normally follow certain guidelines in order to keep a good reputation. For example, a great clan might have fallen but still had a lot of resources. Ordinary high gods wouldn't care enough for these resources and destroy the clan for them. Sect destruction wouldn't happen unless there was an underlying feud. This wasn't the case for Tame Dragon. As long as he wanted something, he would annihilate a clan, even if they were once his friends. This has been his style even when he was weaker. Who knows how many sects and clans have been finished by him. Alas, he was virtually untouchable due to his current power despite so many people hating him. Even ordinary emperors couldn't take him on. Moreover, his cavalry consisted of 9 high gods. This was enough to render many imperial lineages out of breath. Luckily, in recent years, they have faced a lot of opposition since the tallest tree faces the strongest wind. Thus, they rarely mobilized and showed themselves because they were afraid of facing an alliance by the other imperial lineages. If the emperors worked together, then it would only be a matter of time before their demise. Fellow Daoist sentry, long time no see. The carriage stopped and the high god cupped his fist towards the emperor in the distance. The emperor simply glanced at the high god and nodded. He didn't know the high god and didn't need to act overly friendly. Even though everyone was afraid of them, Sentinel was no slouch either. What is wrong with our present time? Even a junior dares to boast and look down on the world. Killing a grand emperor too. Such a heinous act. The high god said, "I can't watch any longer and am willing to help you take down this person for Pure's sake, fellow Daoist sentry." For Pure's sake. Many people looked down on this comment, but they didn't dare to say anything. The Tame Dragon cavalry should be the first one killed for the sake of Pure. But now, the high god spoke as if he had the moral high ground. This was quite a hilarious matter. Still chirping. Li Qia's eyes flashed as he mocked the high god. Ignorant child, Pure is full of hidden masters, not a place for you to do as you please. The high god immediately retorted, "The emperors in Pure have spines that could shoulder the myriad skies and rule the countless realms. Who do you think you are to boast, clown? Today, I shall be the vanguard to take you down and make an example for the rest of the world." A bandit was spewing such righteous rhetorics and astounded everyone. It sounded like Tame Dragon High God has become good again, letting go of his blade to become a Buddha. A foul mouth deserves to be slapped, Li Qiye uttered coldly. A gigantic palm came from the depth of the wildland and headed straight for the high god's face. How impudent! The high god shouted and created a shield refined from the stars to stop the palm. Boom! This celestial shield collapsed instantly and the palm kept on heading for his face. He was aghast and tried to dodge. Alas, the palm had exceeded the temporal limits and there was no escaping regardless of one's location. It could cross through the endless years with an undodgeable speed. Bam! A merciless slap struck the high god. Even if his body was as tough as steel, blood still dripped down the corner of his lips. He was tough indeed. This slap actually didn't break his teeth. If it was any other high god, his head would have exploded like a watermelon. Nevertheless, an 11-totem high god was just slapped publicly. This came as quite a shock. Fiercest did exactly what he said. Some people truly wanted to say that in terms of domineering style, they found Fiercest to be the best and would even kneel in admiration. Many felt quite good about the slap since they hated Tame Dragon. In fact, some of them had their clans destroyed by him but they couldn't do anything since he was too powerful. So now, they felt quite elated that he had met his match. The high god's expression turned unsightly after this public humiliation. He quickly wiped away the blood near his lips and regained a calm demeanor. He spoke, "Fellow Daoist sentry, this villain is quite fierce. If you or I fight alone, I'm afraid we won't be able to capture him. How about we work together with our groups in order to kill him more sure?" The slap alarmed the high god about his opponent's power. That's why he wanted to work together with Sentinel in order to take Li Qiye down. The crowd found this notion dreadful. Just either group alone was quite a headache. The two working together would be very frightening. For emperors and 9 high gods would make quite a squad, one that could sweep through the world. Sentry Arrow Devil Emperor contemplated in silence. They didn't like Tame Dragon and his friends but Li Qiye made it clear just now how powerful he was. Fighting alone was certainly hopeless. However, working together would result in a great alliance. Perhaps they would have a chance at annihilating Li Qiye. Come together then so I won't waste as much time. Li Qiye leisurely said and interrupted the emperor's rumination. Everyone was speechless to hear this. They were aware of the emperor's hesitation. Any rational person wouldn't want to fight both the groups at the same time but Li Qiye was surely provoking the emperor in doing so by making that statement. Alright, we'll capture him together then. In the end, the 4 emperors made up their mind together. Just like that, an impressive alliance was formed in a split second. Chapter 1953, The newly formed alliance horrified the spectators and robbed them of their breath. You want to fight? We'll take you on. Sentry Arrow's entire body became resplendent with his surging Grand Dao. No one could look down on an emperor. Ultimately, most emperors were fearless in face of trouble and would fight to the bitter end. Boom! Li Qiye waved his hand and a large path was erected from the wildland all the way to the current battlefield. I'm ready to fight whenever. Li Qiye said, however, I'll be merciful and remind everyone again that it is not too late to run if you want to stay alive. Be a good boy from now on or become my sacrifice. Li Qiye's comment was annoying regardless of whether it was out of kindness or deliberately provocative. No one would be able to swallow this anger, especially people with high status like emperors. Nevertheless, the path leading to the wildland still made the emperors hesitate. After all, this wasn't their home ground. Maybe Li Qiye had prepared a trap there for them already. Ha, it's too late for you to change your mind now. Tame Dragon High God snorted, looking down on the emperors and even killing one. All of your crimes are unforgivable. Today, our Tame Dragon cavalry and sentinel will not leave until we decapitate you. There are no cowards among emperors, and we high gods do not falter either. We shall fight together until the end. He wished to tie sentinel together with their cavalry. In his eyes, Li Qiye had killed too many of their descendants and disciples. Given their fierce nature, there was no letting this go without killing Li Qiye. So now, they needed to tie sentinel to their war chariot. This was the best chance to form this alliance. No need to be hypocrites, bandits. It doesn't matter what happens, don't think about leaving the wildland alive since I happen to need sacrifices. Li Qiye waved his sleeve and declared. At this point in time, the crowd would be more astonished if Li Qiye wasn't acting so domineeringly. The high god's expression darkened, extinguishing the stars and dimming the Tao. His aura became oppressive and ominous to the dismay of the crowd. Junior, keep on acting arrogant. I'll be there to kill you. The fierce high god cupped his fist at Sentry Arrow and said, Brother Sentry, we high gods will be going ahead. None of us are cowards that would let a junior walk all over us like this. Even if our head were to fall to the ground, it will be after a bloody battle. With that, he and the other 8 high gods walked on Li Qiye's pathway to reach the depth of the wildland. His comment was meant to egg the emperors on. He was intelligent enough to prevent his allies from backing off without losing all face. Now, all eyes were on the 4 emperors. It was up to them now whether to fight or not. Sentry Arrow Devil Emperor stared at the 3 emperors to see their opinion. One of them replied, the Grand Tao is full of trouble and misfortune. No need to be afraid, it's only death. The other 2 emperors nodded in agreement. All right, fellow Taoist Li, to the death it is then. Sentry Arrow finally shouted with his eyes flashing as if he was deriving an entire world. He stepped on the path with his surging imperial aura. The other 3 emperors followed right behind him. It's happening. Someone murmured after seeing Sentinel joining the fray. Ultimately, the crowd wasn't surprised to see the emperor's choice. Li Qiye's humiliating words were too much to take. If Sentinel were to acquiesce, then they would have to tuck their tail between their legs forever, as Li Qiye had said previously. They would lose all of their prestige as a result. Thus, it was no longer about avenging Wildlad Heaven Emperor. Sentinel had no choice but to fight to the end against Li Qiye. In a certain sense, their fate was sealed the moment they chose to come to the Wildland for revenge. In the depth of the Wildland, Li Qiye was still shining with an immortal radiance. It had dispelled the fogs and mists of this world, allowing everyone to clearly see the battlefield. The 4 emperors and 9 high gods surrounded Li Qiye in order to gain the most advantageous position for the fatal blow. All of them were experienced and powerful enough so they were able to find the right spots right away. There was no need for communication among them since it was all implicitly understood. Ordinary experts couldn't compare to them in this regard. Everyone watched with bated breath. This battle was going to be the most memorable fight in this generation. It has been a long time since the last one of this scale in Pure. The 4 emperors carefully perused the area. They could feel that a grand momentum has been created here, but they couldn't analyze it right away. Nevertheless, they were certain that it wasn't meant to stop them from escaping or to kill them. In short, whatever thing here wasn't meant for them. This perplexed the entire group. Tame Dragon High God's eyes flashed as well. He could also see the momentum here, but he came to the same conclusion as the emperors. Li Qiye gave them time to look around. He sat there calmly without any rush. Don't worry, all of you aren't at the level that necessitates preparation from me. No need to use a butcher's blade to kill a chicken. Li Qiye leisurely smiled. Anyone would be vomiting blood after hearing this taunt. Calling high gods and emperors chickens. No one else would be able to utter such an outrageous comment. Sentry Arrow and Temedrigon's eyes darted at each other. Clearly, they both wanted the other side to attack first. Your Majesties, your laws are peerless on top of possessing the invincible heaven's wills. This little brother will watch your back. We're on the same boat now and need both offense and defense. Tame Dragon said. He wanted Sentinel to go first while his group waits for a better opportunity. The emperors nodded at each other. They were already on the battlefield, there was no retreating. It was only a matter of time before they needed to fight. They weren't afraid of the high gods taking advantage of the situation either. No one was going to leave this battlefield that easily. Only blood shall remain. Fellow Taoist Li, we four brothers would like to see your supreme grand Tao. Sentry Arrow stepped forward and spoke in a dignified manner. His temperament was still righteous, unlike Wildlad Heaven Emperor. What a shame, I'm sure it wasn't that easy becoming an emperor. But now, you all are walking towards the gates of hell. Li Qiye shook his head and said. Fellow Taoist Li, get ready. A different immortal monarch uttered coldly. Boom! The heavens' wills and their weapons emerged. The invincible auras of the four emperors swept through the world. Other beings were mere specks of dust before them. 3 emperors revealed their 3 wills each while Sentry Arrow had 5. 14 wills were present at the same time, causing others to tremble before their might. In fact, the high gods here held their breath as well. Even though the 14 wills weren't aimed at them, they still exercised caution. Totems weren't comparable to heaven's wills. This was the biggest gap between a high god and an emperor. It wasn't something that can be made up by merit laws or treasures either. It flew outside and engulfed the entire wildland. Next, it imprinted its mark on the ground and death energy filled the place. Now, Li Qiye was still covered by an immortal radiance. However, due to the presence of this deathly energy, he seemed like a reaper from the crevice of hell, ready to harvest the lives of his foes. Chapter 1954, Buzz. Seals of death appeared everywhere in the form of intersecting lines. This profound death energy permeated the entire place. At this moment, the wildland became a death zone. The amount of death energy under Li Qiye's possession was unreal and could reach all the corners of the world, allowing him to support the reanimation of any creature, regardless of their power. Rumble. The entire area quaked once with sands flying everywhere. The ground would suddenly rise as if countless dead creatures wanted to crawl out from being affected by his death energy. Zzz. In this split second, things got out of the ground in all 4 directions. To the south was a tiny pig the size of a face-washing basin. It was pink with runes around its body. Its ears were huge, nearly covering half of its body. There was also a horn growing on its forehead with a holy glow. This pig was extremely cute, not ferocious at all. From the west side, a creature resembling a praying mantis came out. Its entire body was separated and floating in the air, yet still connected as one. This was similar to how a puppet connected by invisible strings would look. On the north side came a sturdy bull, a specimen of physical prowess. Alas, when it was coming out, one could hear sands rustle because its body was actually made from sands. Some specks would occasionally fall down. Finally, the last creature was to the east, a tiny insect only the size of a palm with a green hue. It was quite fat with many fleshy pockets like an overweight caterpillar. Li Qiye's energy was strong to the point where these creatures came out in their living state instead of being skeletons. They instantly rushed to Li Qiye's front and faced the 4 emperors. Let them be your warm-up. If you can't even take them on, then you're not worth my time. Li Qiye sat there and declared. Everyone was stunned to hear this. 2 insects, 1 pig, and 1 bull to face 4 emperors. That's too illogical. Outside of the bull, none of these other things seemed strong at all. The emperors could probably crush them with one stomp. However, the 4 emperors didn't share this belief. Despite a lack of frightening presence, intuition told the emperors that these dead creatures were quite frightening. Furthermore, even people with their vast knowledge have never seen these dead creatures before and had no clue of their origin. Fellow Taoist, what are they? Sentry Arrow stared prudently at the 4 monsters and still spoke in an elegant manner. They are known as the 4 beasts and have once ravaged an era. Li Qiye smiled and said, they controlled 4 different powers. Li Qiye usually responded in the same manner as his enemies. If they were polite, so was he. If they were rude, he would be ruder. Arrogant? He'll defeat them in that department. That little horned pig is in charge of strength. The mantis is in charge of space. That bull is in charge of belief. Li Qiye introduced them with a cool demeanor. As for that caterpillar, it is the master of time and the leader of this group, far stronger than the other 3. They won't be weaker than emperors. It sounded like Li Qiye was talking to an old friend, not a mortal enemy. Of course, emperors had their style and he had his own unique style. The former faced hardship before reaching their level, so someone as shallow as Wildlad was basically 1 in a million. After hearing the introduction, the crowd still didn't see how they were powerful. The bull was impressive looking, but it was still made out of sands. Just one touch would make it crumble. 4 beasts? More like 4 pets. However, the emperors remained cautious. Tame Dragon High God felt the same way. Experts at their level could detect a general level of power. I'll start. Sentry Arrow instantly picked his opponent, the caterpillar, strongest of the 4. The other 3 gauged their own strength versus the remaining beasts and picked their foe. Like Li Qiye had said, if they couldn't defeat these 4 creatures, they wouldn't be able to get to him. Thump. One emperor took a step forward and an armor automatically wrapped around him. He became quite majestic and muscular, just like a jade pillar or a golden mountain. He chose to fight the mantis, so his first step was done to seal the spatial area around him. Buzz. Next, this spatial area turned into a terrible dimensional storm with multiple layers collapsing on each other. In this split second, the emperor and the mantis disappeared. They took their fight to a different spatial sphere. Let's go. The Grand Emperor who chose the pig roared. He took out a celestial shield and slammed forward with an unbelievable amount of power straight at the pig. This was enough to break through all things. Even a divine wall would collapse to pieces. However, the pig simply knocked against it with its horn. Rumble. Both the shield and the emperor went flying into the peaks nearby. Everyone was caught off guard. A 3-wheel emperor was blown away by a little pig? Boom! The emperor rushed out from the pile of rubbles. He was completely fine since he had a body as tough as metal. Slamming through those peaks didn't affect him much. In a split second, the little pig has already appeared in front of him. It didn't have any wasteful moment, only using its horn against him. Its power was strength, so just the little touch of its horn could pierce through the earth. This was a physical force of indescribable magnitude. Activate. This emperor turned his 3 wills into a divine wall, capable of expelling everything. The majestic power of the will seemed so endless for all emperors. This was the source empowering them. Bang! The horn slammed into the wall. The emperor still staggered several steps backward despite having the protection of the wills. This showed both the pig's power and the might of the heavens' wills. Earlier, the celestial shield instantly shattered, but his wills were just fine. Nothing was more precious and powerful than these wills for an emperor. Die! The emperor retaliated with another attack fueled by an imperial art. His hand turned into a mighty axe and cut down vertically at the pig. The pig squeaked and rushed straight at the axe. In just a short time, the two were evenly matched. Chapter 1955, the third emperor had his sight set on the sand bull while the beast stood there motionlessly just like a statue. Go! The emperor roared and tested the water with a finger strike. In the beginning, he thought that it would try to dodge. To his surprise, the strike easily landed on the beast. Crash! It was indeed made out of countless specks of sand. After getting hit by the strike, it instantly collapsed. Alas, the emperor's expression changed right away. These specks exuded countless bright runes containing a Tao each. Everyone saw different things inside these runes. For example, if someone had Buddhism in their heart, they would see a sacred Buddha meditating and hear their chants leading others towards salvation. If one was greedy, then these runes would look like the treasures in their dream, coveted manuals, artifacts, and immortal metals. The shocked emperor instantly sat cross-legged on the ground while spewing out mantras. These mantras turned into supreme grand Tao while the three wills descended to protect him. He was clearing his mind in order to protect his Tao heart. The bull had the power of belief. It had no offensive potential since it only needed to convert someone. It could grant wishes with its runes affecting one's Tao heart. Under this influence, if one were to fail to resist, then they would be converted into a worshipper of the bull. Of course, not all spectators got this. They wondered why the emperor was taking this so seriously. The masters understood the delicate situation. If the emperor were to use force, it would only exacerbate the chance of his Tao heart failing. This would end up quite badly, the result could be an indelible shadow in their mind. That's why he was using his wills for protection to stop himself from becoming a worshipper. It looked like the most peaceful contest, but it was actually the most dangerous one. If the other emperors were to lose, they could still survive with minimal losses. However, him losing would mean losing everything. The last to fight was the strongest member of Sentinel, Sentry Arrow Devil Emperor. His eyes were focused on this fat caterpillar monster. It lied there lazily, seemingly dispirited. One would wonder whether one stomp was enough to flatten it entirely. Nevertheless, Sentry Arrow waited with a serious expression. He took out his weapon, a tiny arrow with a red string tied to the end. The crowd shuddered because this was his strongest weapon. Rumor has it that it was also his only one, he had no need for another. In short, this arrow was quite terrifying and could kill people undetected with a massive range. A high god was once killed by him without seeing a glimpse of him. He finally took action. Whoosh! The arrow left his hand with impeccable speed. Everyone felt they have aged 10 years due to the time-surpassing speed of this arrow. This could be 10 years in the future now. But during this illusion, the scene ahead was still the same. They didn't actually become older and saw the emperor standing there with the arrow still in his hand. What's going on? People thought they were seeing things. With a serious expression, the emperor used his 5 wills for self-protection. Whoosh! The arrow shot out again with a speed beyond visual discernibility. Even a high god with 6 totems couldn't see how he shot it or a trace of the arrow. Nevertheless, they clearly felt time passing by quicker. It was 100 years this time. Buzz. When people regained their wits, the same thing still happened. The arrow was still in his hand while the caterpillar was laying there, bored. What the hell? Am I just seeing things? The first was 10 years while the second 100, but nothing had actually happened. Some ancestors were driven mad. No, you're not seeing things. One high god spoke with an austere expression, this is a temporal fight, they're not within our domain right now but rather, a unique temporal sphere. The emperor wants to break through the insect's temporal domain in order to kill it, but he hasn't been able to after 2 attempts. He gently sighed after stating this. Though he had 6 totems, he could only touch the surface of the power of time. He would have lost long ago while fighting this caterpillar. On the contrary, the emperor was able to stabilize his temporal sphere during the last 2 exchanges. This was already amazing enough. A weaker emperor would lose control of his own time while trying to attack the caterpillar's temporal domain. Boom! In the interim, the immortal monarch fighting against the mantis made it out of the special dimension. The beast was right behind him. The two were back in this main space and created a massive spatial storm. Numerous stars disappeared instantly since they were sucked into this storm. They lost control as well and got banished into the depth of a different dimension once more. Everyone was scared out of their mind. If this spatial storm were to happen at their own sect or kingdom, all the living beings and territories would instantly be banished, regardless of how large they might be. The destination was a deep dimension. Even a low-level high god would have trouble making it back. Only an emperor with 3 wills and up could make his way back in such a short time like earlier. Anyone else would have probably become a dried corpse in that dimension. Rumble. In another location far away, the Grand Emperor and the pig were ravaging the earth. Both sides used their immense physical strength to fight each other. The Emperor was using a galaxy river as a whip while the pig continued using its horn. Each thrust could penetrate everything. It was actually pushing the Emperor flying. There was no doubt that the Emperor was at a disadvantage. He would be grievously wounded right now if it wasn't for the Heaven's wills protecting him. Chapter 1956, Buzz. The Emperor fighting against the Sand Bull became dimmed. On the other hand, the runes became increasingly resplendent. It was obvious that the Emperor's Tao heart has been directly affected by the beast. This was even more serious than having his body destroyed. Fortunately enough, the 3 wills protecting him turned brighter. With a single buzz, his aura once again lit up. These wills had an immeasurable effect during the most perilous moment, granting him enough power to protect his Tao heart. So terrifying, even an emperor is affected. A high god who understood the situation became startled. An emperor's Tao heart was unparalleled and firm, but this emperor was still moved by the Sand Bull's power of belief. At the same time, he became envious due to the helpful role of the Heavens will at this moment, even going as far as saving the emperor's life. The totems couldn't do so. Even though they carry the grand Tao and shoulder the fate palaces of the high gods, the totems were innately inferior to the Heavens' wills. Just having 1 or 2 more totems wasn't enough to make up for this deficiency. The 4 emperors didn't have an upper hand fighting against the 4 beasts. In fact, some emperors were even at a disadvantage. This wasn't a good situation for them since they haven't even touched Wuxia just yet before being suppressed. The crowd was astonished to see the emperors losing at the start. Plus, Wuxia hasn't actually done anything himself from the start. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold and sharp ray aimed straight for Wuxia's throat. It was puny with extreme speed, capable of piercing the star to deliver a fatal blow. It was akin to a poisonous needle shot out from the shadows against an unaware opponent. Even high gods with 8 or 10 totems became serious after seeing this ambush. It was definitely a sure kill move. Pop! 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 The ray shot through multiple dimensions, leaving behind tiny holes. It became much weaker once it truly made it to his throat, so he easily gripped it with 2 fingers. Those who were strong enough could tell that this ambush needed to go through many dimensions before reaching Wuxia's space. Space displacement, even though he seemed to be so close, he had moved many dimensions away in the blink of an eye. The ray needed to pierce through all of these dimensions before reaching him. A dog won't change its way even after becoming divine. A bandit will remain a bandit even after becoming an 11-will high god. These phrases are apt to describe you. Wuxia calmly stopped the ray and coldly uttered. The ambusher was naturally Tame Dragon High God. He wasn't happy with Wuxia drawing parallel with him and a dog. He only wanted to try for an ambush while Wuxia was distracted. In fact, he didn't think it would be successful at all. It makes sense that some people will never become an emperor. An emperor can be cruel, emotionless, but never despicable. Li Qiye threw down the ray and his eyes flashed with another intent. Buzz. Strands of holy light emerged all around the wildland and started gathering in the sky. More and more came out like streams floating into an ocean in a majestic process. Keep in mind that death and darkness were the main affinities at the wildland. This place has been reaped for many generations, so blood permeated into the ground. Even the sky was filled with mists of blood. Alas, this radiant spectacle seemed to be granting hope to the place. It seemed to have been buried in the deepest location of this epoch. It contained the struggle and hope of countless existences. Their strands, the embodiment of hope, would bring light to all. The wildland became quiet, the wailing souls and specters stuck on the river of time became calm. The light was washing away their torment and placating an entire epoch. Underground, certain dark overlords were robbed of their slumber by the holy light in the sky. Their eyes became serious as a response because they knew who this light belonged to. It nearly ended their dark epoch by illuminating the entire world. Alas, this person still failed. His light was buried deep underground, but today, these strands were coming out once more. These overlords felt an instinctive fear. Buzz. In the next second, all the light gathered on Li Qiye's body. 2 wings appeared behind him. They were as white as snow without a single blemish, as if they were the purest thing in this world. Bah! The pair of wings flapped and easily crushed the dimensions nearby. Li Qiye took one step to return to the main space. His whole being was peerlessly holy. Nothing dirty could touch him, all evils would instantly run at his sight. He was the Holy Lord representing the light and hope. Numerous spectators kneeled on the ground out of respect coming from the heart. This was a supreme saint removing all the darkness. Start the formation. Tame Dragon was aghast and shuddered after seeing this holy power. It was truly the nemesis of people like them. Rumble. All 9 high gods released their totems. Chaos energy poured down like an ocean. This was truly a magnificent scene. Many spectators have never seen 9 high gods working together like this in their lifetime. Boom! The formation was formed with haste. These gods have known each other for a long time and have fought together enough. Their teamwork was simply impeccable. The totems hovered on top of this grand formation in a dazzling manner. In the next second, all 9 disappeared and replaced by a gigantic monster. It looked a bit like a scarab or a beetle with a thick carapace on top, seemingly capable of shouldering the entire firmament. Rumble. This creature easily trampled over the peaks after waking up. It could even blow the stars out of the sky with a slight touch. Everyone felt their hair standing on end after seeing this creature. Tame Dragon Cavalry's skyplowing insect. They used this formation to flip over a Grand Emperor's lineage back then. This was one of the cavalry's ace cards, relying on their totems to create this formation. It had immense defensive potential. One would need to break through their totems before taking down this insect. This was easier said than done, since breaking through a god's totems was essentially the same as needing to kill one. Chapter 1957. This insect formation had quite a battle record too, after taking down many ancestral grounds from great powers. Generational resources and blessings of the sages were all trampled, leaving many without homes. As mentioned previously, it even took down an imperial foundation left behind by a grand emperor and flipped it to the sky. One could easily imagine how fierce it was from this tale alone. Thus, the experts nearby quivered. Some felt a deep hatred while grinding their teeth, since they were victims of this formation in the past. Let the wretched be judged by the holy light. Li Qiye glanced at this gigantic insect and said. Rumble. The world quaked as the insect ran for Li Qiye. Despite its massive size, its agility was still incredible, just like a falling star with a mountain-crushing momentum. It raised its sharp fangs straight at Li Qiye. The main space instantly collapsed from this particular move. However, He nonchalantly flapped his wings forward and blew the insect flying out of the wildland, creating a huge crater. Boom! The insect crawled up again for a second assault. With the same disdain, Li Qiye used his holy wings again. They pushed down and made it sink deeper into the ground, creating thick cracks from the impact point. The insect's 4 legs struggled crazily in order to escape. Alas, it was of no avail. How could the high god's power be enough to resist this holy power? It had swept through multiple generations and opposed the darkness of an epoch. The crowd's lower jaw was hitting the ground after seeing the easy submission. This was one of the cavalry's ultimate moves. Some emperors didn't wish to mess with this formation either, but Li Qiye was having such an easy time. "We'll see how long you can last," Li Qiye declared before his wings became more resplendent. Rumble. The earth sank down even more with the insect. Now, cracks were appearing on its thick carapace. If this went on, this creature would be done for, smashed by the holy wings. Will combination. Suddenly, Sentry Arrow Devil Emperor shouted. Bang! The 4 emperors seemingly became nothingness as if their body was melting. Their wills soared to the sky and with a deafening blast, 14 wills fused together in an amazing spectacle. Everything became insignificant before this single will, it seemed to be able to crush everything with ease. Buzz. Though the emperors have disappeared, the arrow was still there. The single will was controlling the tiny arrow. It started spinning like crazy, but it wasn't the only thing. The world, sun, moon, laws, and Tao were all rotating with it. Whoosh! No one could see the shooting arrow since it was empowered by 14 wills, not even ordinary high gods. After some poofing noises, the 4 beasts fell to the ground and turned back into death energy scattering to the wind. With another wind-breaking trajectory, the arrow went straight for Li Qiye with a murderous momentum. Not to mention low-level high gods, even Tame Dragon would shudder before this attack since he wouldn't be able to block it. It was indeed a technique capable of slaying gods and emperors. Though the spectators couldn't see the attack at all, they could definitely sense that death was the most likely outcome. Boom! Sparks went flying. The attack was ineffective, stopped by one of Li Qiye's holy wings. Everyone lost their mind after seeing this, including Sentry Arrow's group. This was their most powerful attack, yet it didn't leave a single mark on Li Qiye. Not bad. Since you all were capable of killing the 4 beasts, you are qualified to witness my abilities. Li Qiye nodded approvingly. With that, he dispersed his wings in holy light, reverting back to his original appearance. Boom! The sky-plowing insect was freed and immediately crawled back up. At this time, the 4 emperors and 9 high gods returned to the scene. Let's go! Before the emperors did anything, Tame Dragon shouted and began to flee with his brothers. They were truly scared. In the beginning, they thought that there was a chance of victory when working together with Sentinel. Now, it was clear that they have underestimated Li Qiye. This group wasn't heroic at all. At the first sight of trouble, these bandits would immediately run. Honor, fame, and prestige weren't worth a single coin in their eyes. Boom! But they slammed into an invisible wall and were pushed backward. Activate! The group roared, wanting to break through the barrier. They used all types of laws and their strongest weapons to make it out. Alas, the result was still the same. The invisible wall had cut off their retreat path. People could enter but no one could leave. The aghast group finally realized that they had entered a trap set by Li Qiye. The spectators looked down on this contemptible action by the high gods. In the beginning, there was a grand and righteous rhetoric of killing evil for pure sake. But now, they ran faster than anyone after seeing the enemy's strength. Even the 4 emperors were coldly looking at them. No wonder why they couldn't become emperors. Don't think about escaping now. Li Qiye nonchalantly added. The gods were pale. They glanced at each other and Tame Dragon stepped out with his fist cupped at Wuxia. Senior, your Tao is invincible in this world. We juniors have broadened our horizon and are completely overwhelmed with respect and awe. Is that so? Wuxia couldn't help but smirk after seeing the shift in attitude. We juniors are frogs under the well, not knowing that you are an unbeatable immortal in the contemporary. The high god smiled. Our ignorance had offended you, sir, who comes from above. Please forgive our insolence and punish us. The high god put on a subservient act in order to beg for mercy, a distinct contrast from his aggressive act prior. Chapter 1958, Wuxia responded to Tame Dragon with a smile. Don't you think it's too late to be begging for mercy now? Not at all. With a friendly expression, the high god bowed and said, Senior, you are an immortal, surely benevolent and magnanimous unlike common folks like us. We are insects in your mind, can't reach the apex or get into your sight. You won't waste time bothering with us. His subservient attitude was quite nauseating. The crowd found this act to be despicable. This was still a high god with 11 totems, representing a great power. But now, he was begging for his life. It was truly shameless. Certain high gods didn't like this either since someone like him was besmirching their kind. Emperors like Sentry Arrow wouldn't look down on people so easily, but they found nothing but contempt for Tame Dragon. In fact, the majority didn't understand how he became an 11-totem high god in the first place. Most people of his level had an arrogance to them, but it was nowhere to be found here. Wuxia smirked and said, If I think you are an insect, then why should I care at all? After all, one would just trample over an ant without a second thought. Tame Dragon didn't become angry or embarrassed. He was still showing the same sycophantic act. Senior, you are so honest, I'm learning so much from listening to you. If you don't mind my insignificant strength, I am more than willing to work for you. Alright, put away your disgusting expression. Wuxia waved his sleeve dismissively. Even if I want a little brother, I wouldn't want a shameless one like you. You can beg or struggle, but your death is assured today. It is up to you if you want to die standing or kneeling. Tame Dragon could no longer smile after hearing the absolute refusal. There was no point in begging any further. Wuxia then glanced at the emperors and back to the high gods. Come one at a time or together. This will be the last choice of your life. It was a leisure remark, but it carried an emotionless bloodthirst. He was raising his blade while his opponents were fish on the chopping board. The emperors and high gods glanced at each other and couldn't come up with a better plan. It was due to their lack of knowledge regarding his killer moves since he didn't participate from start to finish. It was frustrating not knowing anything about the enemy's techniques and merit laws. Brother Sentry Arrow, death is before us, it is time for us to work together. Tame Dragon represented the cavalry with this request. In the beginning, they talked about working together but were the first to run with wanton disregards for their allies. Nevertheless, the emperors had no other choice. It was either fighting alone or with the cavalry against Wuxia. There was no doubt that victory was impossible fighting alone. Perhaps there was a sliver of hope by teaming up with the cavalry. Something is better than nothing. Sentry Arrow glanced over at Wuxia and saw that the guy was nonchalantly standing there without giving a damn about their discussion. You have any good idea? In the end, they had no choice but to team up with the cavalry again despite their personal disdain. Brother Sentry Arrow, your arrow attack is indeed invincible and unblockable. However, it is not enough with your 14 wills alone. We must go all out and improve it in order to kill him. Tame Dragon said. Then what is your group going to do? Despite the looming disaster, Sentry Arrow didn't trust Tame Dragon at all. Certain people simply couldn't be trusted. I know that you do not trust me, but this will be our final move. Our lives depend on it, so even if I am untrustworthy, I won't toy with my brother's lives and my own. You don't need to worry, we'll stop him for a bit, but you must be successful in ambushing him or we won't be leaving this place alive. Very well. Sentry Arrow pondered and accepted. There was no other choice outside of this final gamble. Buzz. While the two were talking it out, Li Qie opened his palace to release his world seal. A person identical to him stepped out from the seal. The difference was in their aura. This person had a suppressive and unparalleled imperial aura. Next, the two of them fused together with an eruption of power. After loud explosions, a boundless imperial flame soared to the sky. In this form, he was deriving the myriad laws and controlling the cosmic Tao. What is that? People were shocked since it looked like an emperor has taken over his body. Was he an emperor in the first place and had separated his imperial self? Many wondered if he was an emperor but couldn't come up with a suitable one. They found the notion ridiculous as well. Who could separate their imperial self and the heaven's wills? This was a type of decapitating the Tao, one would have nothing left afterward. Of course, no one knew that once Li Qie made it to the 10th world, he immediately copied his peak state as an immortal emperor. More importantly, since this was a copy of himself, it didn't matter how weak his current body was. There was no side effect to this particular fusion since his body could withstand it. While his imperial aura was ravaging the world, 12 gigantic figures rushed out of his palaces. They were also identical to him, 6 gods and 6 devils. The gods were full of divinity while the devils were engulfed in flames. These were the 12 gods and devils, one of his strongest weapons. Buzz. They immediately fused with him as well. Boom. This peak state was already terrifying enough, but now, the fusion with these beings allowed him to have 12 grand completion immortal physiques. Even though these versions were a bit weaker than the real things, there was no point in considering this minor detail after the fusion since no one has ever been able to cultivate all 12 to completion in the past. Thus, no one knew what a person with 12 immortal physiques would look like, so Li Qie's version was the best in practicality. He was unbelievably monstrous at this moment. Just a single wave could destroy an era, a single finger could pierce through the earth. Pure wouldn't be able to withstand one palm strike from him. He was simply untouchable. The experts here all prostrated before him. Is he a 12-will emperor? Temedragon's legs were trembling at this sight. Everyone's intuition was telling them that a 12-will emperor has arrived. Certain emperors were watching from the shadows. They took a deep breath and said, 12 grand completion immortal physiques. Being an emperor alone is not enough. It needs to be another emperor with an immortal bloodline to take him on. Chapter 1959, Finish your talk yet? Li Qie chuckled and asked his opponents. Tame Dragon stepped up and shouted, Junior, cease your haughtiness, we'll fight to the death today. His attitude and choice of words surprised everyone. Earlier, he was subservient in calling Li Qie, Senior. But now, begging was useless and it was time for a fight. This prompted another attitude change and he called Li Qie a Junior instead without giving a damn. This made the crowd speechless. How did this guy even become a high god without any personal principles? Go, let's see how long you can struggle for. Li Qie chuckled and didn't care at all. This group was no different from the dead already. Form the formation. The 9 gods came together, the sky-plowing insect appeared once more. Rumble. It was much bigger this time around. After each shake, it grew bigger and bigger. At this moment, these gods no longer held back and poured all of their vitality into the formation. It was either success or death, so they didn't mind wasting everything away. This gigantic creature looked like the king of insects, no, of all beasts. Everyone felt suffocated before its might as if it could open its mouth and swallow a true dragon. In the end, it didn't matter how shameless and despicable Tame Dragon was. The guy was indeed a powerful high god with 11 totems. Boom! The insect rushed for Li Qie with its sharp fangs, wishing to flip him into the sky. Just like that, even the sky vault was penetrated. Numerous cracks appeared before a total collapse. Come. Li Qiye laughed and casually plucked stars and galaxies from above. The moment he touched them, they were instantly turned into the biggest bricks in the world. There were simply too many to count and could crush the entire world. They had a silver glow to them hovering up above. Boom! The first one was thrown down on the beast's fangs, causing it to take dozens of steps backward and saw stars from being dizzy. Boom! Before it could stabilize, another brick came down and made it fall on the ground. Everyone was horrified by this scene. It was the fusion of 9 high gods, yet Li Qiye was beating it without using any external power. He was able to refine these celestial bodies so easily. Boom! More and more bricks started flying down. The pair of sharp fangs on the insect was broken. Just the sound of it breaking made people shudder. Die! Tame Dragon was furious and cried out. The insect released a divine flame, incinerating everything with explosions within. Next, a horn grew from its head and crazily spun like a drill. It became red and continued to spew out more fire, just like the fury of a true god. Boom! Li Qiye didn't hesitate and threw another brick down. However, this horn was able to stop it this time. Rumble! The drill penetrated the brick while refining them with its wondrous fire. Cracks began to appear on the celestial brick. The horn was much stronger than the pair of fangs. It was the embodiment of the totems being offered right now. For high gods, totems were their everything. They shouldered these high gods' strength, similar to the heaven's wills for emperors. When they were burning their totems, it was the same as burning their Tao and chaos energy. This was going all out. Even if they were to slay their enemy, they would virtually be on their last breath afterward. Alas, there was no other choice for them at this particular juncture. The brick finally broke and the furious horn continued to rush for him. Now! Tame Dragon cried out. Bang! The 4 emperors from Sentinel were prepared. In the blink of an eye, their 14 wills fused together to create the murderous arrow again. It was unleashed in an undetectable manner. No one knew from which direction it was going to strike Li Qiye. Buzz! Li Qiye pointed forward. 2 domains instantly appeared, stagnation and demise. The insect became extremely slow like a snail while inside the 2 domains. Moreover, it was withstanding immense suppression, so its body started to issue crackles. Whoosh! The arrow appeared again, but it couldn't kill him. In front of him was a resplendent imperial wall. It was made out of his imperial runes, so it was much faster than the arrow. Break! The emperors roared and poured all of their vitality into the arrow, including their imperial blood. Boom! The arrow became bloody, empowered with enough force to slay anyone. 14 wills combined with imperial blood. This was enough to instantly kill an emperor with 6 wills. Ploof! The powerful arrow penetrated Li Qiye's wall and struck his forehead. The world became quiet, only gasps and breathing could be heard. Everyone was completely fixated on this scene. The arrow had struck Li Qiye's forehead and blood began to slowly pour down. Is it fatal? An emperor at the same level would surely be dead from an attack of this magnitude hitting a weak spot. Young noble. Jilin Princess turned pale in the distant. We did it. Tame Dragon was ecstatic and cheered. His plan was a success. The emperors from Sentinel felt the same way. Too early for celebration. A leisure voice interrupted their moment of jubilation. Pop! The arrow was pushed out of the wound. There was indeed a frightening hole on Li Qiye's forehead with blood spurting out. However, it slowly closed before disappearing altogether. His forehead was perfect once more, as if nothing had happened. His opponents were dumbstruck after seeing this. Chapter 1960. He was still perfectly fine after being penetrated in the forehead by the arrow of 4 emperors. The spectators had nothing else to say. How could anyone kill him when his body was so tough? Of course, the emperors were paler than anyone else. Even the 4 Grand Emperors from the War Monarch clan were astonished as well. The force of 14 wills and imperial blood still couldn't take down Wuxia. This character was simply terrifying with an astounding amount of strength. They were aware of his real identity, someone that had swept through the 13 continents and massacred emperors in the past. However, his real body was out this time around. His plans would certainly exceed their expectation and his own achievements in the past. Wuxia looked over and spoke, "There's no doubt that your murderous move is extraordinary, capable of breaking through my defense. Unfortunately, your group simply can't kill me. The battlefield is too lonely and boring without a 12-will emperor." This no longer sounded arrogant coming from him but more of a matter of fact. Indeed, everyone else was ordinary outside of the top emperors when compared to Wuxia. Run! Tame Dragon and his peers were scared out of their mind. The sky-plowing insect cowered into a circle before jumping like a ball to get out of this place. Too late. Wuxia chuckled and widened his 2 domains. At the same time, his physiques became resplendent and his supreme imperial grand Tao appeared, 7 knights. Boom! The 2 domains came crashing down on the gigantic insect. With cracking noises, the entire monster crumbled, revealing the 9 high gods. Alas, they started crumbling as well. Ah! Their miserable screams echoed across the world. Kill! The 4 emperors were aghast to see this, but they didn't run since they have promised to fight to the death. Boom! The 14 wills came together with the greatest of momentum, destroying all the stars in the sky. Heaven Suppression Fist. At the highest state of empowerment with his Tao and physiques, Wuxia's bright eyes could be seen across the 13 continents. Boom! A fist from the 9 heavens came down and annihilated everything. All powers were instantly destroyed and forced back to their origin. Everything became ashes before this overwhelming attack. Regardless of how powerful one was, they were instantly forced on their knees. Even an intent of resistance was not allowed. The emperors watching in the shadow felt a chill. This might be the most domineering fist they've ever seen. Boom! The 4 emperors were sealed by this fist before being rendered into mists of blood, a truly horrifying spectacle. The crowd would never forget this scene. Later in the future, they would wake up randomly and tremble in the middle of the night, awakened by this replaying nightmare. Emperors being taken down with a single attack. Seeing this once was a life worth living, ah! Meanwhile, the crumbling high gods were still screaming. Eventually, poofing noises occurred. They couldn't withstand the 2 domains any longer and were also crushed into bloody mists. Buzz! The remaining 14 wills lit up among the mists. Before one knows it, one could see the shape of the 4 emperors again. Rebirth. Everyone held their breath before this scene of revival. As long as the wills were still around, the emperors would remain invincible. This was the biggest advantage of an emperor versus a high god. Tame Dragon and his peers were crushed without a chance of reversing the tide. However, the emperors could still come back. 14. Others might have trouble tearing them apart, but unfortunately, you're facing me. Wuxia chuckled. Clank. 3 laws came down from his 12. Pluff. They pierced through the 14 wills and began an absorbing process. No, the reviving emperors in their recovery form were stunned and cried. Alas, it was too late. They instantly shattered back into the mists of blood. It's over. All spectators shuddered, including emperors. Remember, these beings have lived for generations but they met their demise just like that. Buzz. The 3 laws absorbed the 14 wills entirely and 2 of them lit up. Sentinel had a total of 5 emperors. Wild Lad had 1 while Sentry Arrow had 5, the other 3 had 3 wills each, for a total of 15 wills. Meanwhile, 6 wills were required in the 10th world in order to light up one law. In addition to the previously lit laws, he had a total of 4 finished. The 5th still required another 3 wills. Numerous spectators saw the bright laws and shuddered, especially the emperors. They were aware of the heavens' wills more than others. It was difficult to destroy them unless one were to use the same type of force. However, Li Qia's laws weren't destroying but rather absorbing. This was much more terrifying. What if one day Li Qia were to become an enemy, their wills could become his nourishment too? At this moment, everyone understood that tame dragon cavalry and sentinel have become history. One was an imperial group while the other consisted of high gods, but they were destroyed so quickly. No one would believe this unless they saw it in person. The 2 groups of bloody mist still reminded them of the slaughtering just now. For many people, killing these beings was virtually impossible. But today, Li Qia had no problem doing so. The battlefield is too lonely and boring without a 12-will emperor, a high god repeated Li Qia's comment earlier. It looked like only top emperors could take on Li Qia now. Only world emperor will be able to stop him. A grand emperor from the heaven race murmured with a dejected expression. Those who knew about his identity was also aware of world emperor's abilities to stop him. In the past, World Emperor was the one who led the emperors of the 3 races to stop the ambushes during the hunt. If it wasn't for this, the consequences would have been unimaginable. So many of their grand emperors would have fallen as a result. Furthermore, their contest waged on for many generations. This was indicative of World Emperor's power and intelligence. Chapter 1961, Buzz. While everyone was still astonished, an immortal light suddenly came out and sucked in the blood of the 4 emperors and 9 high gods. The light separated into strands before weaving together to form a lotus. The lotus petals spread open and spewed out a faint fire. It was ethereal in nature, making the spectators feel as if they were inside a world of immortals. Being bathed in this light was akin to shedding one's mortal body and exchanging one's old bones. Pluff, pluff, pluff. The fire spewed out began to enter the blood and began a refinement process. What is it doing? Someone didn't understand what was going on. The divine and imperial blood over there are priceless. If one could refine it down to the essences, what else in this world can be as valuable? A high god slowly explained. The majority shuddered after hearing this truth. Before them was a pond of blood from 9 gods and 4 emperors. Refining them down to their fundamental essences could result in a liquid that could allow instant ascension. Buzz. The fire from the lotus became stronger and used the most profound power to refine the remaining blood. After multiple tempering processes, the pond of blood started to have an amber glow. Poof! Finally, the lotus and the fire disappeared. This pond of blood has been thoroughly refined. At this time, that pond of blood was full of grand Tao aura, one that was eternal and primal. Such a Tao has never been used before, so it was brimming with power. Buzz. Strings of light came from the pond. They were resplendent and tempting while containing the purest Tao essences. Inside them were countless Tao affinities. Furthermore, chaos energy filled the pond before spreading out to the rest of the area. It emitted a sweet fragrance that made everyone comfortable. After the first sniff, the person's body would light up completely with flowers blooming around them. Even their grand Tao would resonate and become stronger. That's good stuff. Drinking this blood could grant wondrous benefits, if not more longevity. A high god swallowed his saliva and said, "Will I become a grand emperor after tasting this?" An expert in the distant wanted nothing more than to have a drink right now. Amazing. Even the spectating emperors sentimentally agreed. Even the foolest of all would understand that this pond of blood was priceless beyond description. Nevertheless, they simply watched, no one dared to try and seize it. Sentinel and tame dragon cavalry were the best examples. No one wanted to make the same mistake or their blood will become part of that pond too. Suddenly, evil flames rose to the sky in many places at the wildland. After loud explosions, an evil presence engulfed the region. In the darkness, one could hear a faint sound of eyes opening, the dark overlords. Majestic figures appeared among the dark auras. Though they were still hiding just like before, they were indeed awakening. What is going on? A few cultivators were completely lost. Not good. A shocked high god immediately ran away with his disciples. Alas, it was too late. Ah! A bloody jaw suddenly came from the sky and devoured many experts in the wildland. Rough chewing noises on bones could be heard and nothing was left of these victims. Run! Another high god was farther away in the sky. He crossed through the world with incredible speed. It wasn't fast enough to escape from a palm stretching from the darkness. It destroyed all of his defenses. Ah! This high god was torn into 2 pieces and thrown into the jaw as well. Crunches were heard as if it was chewing on a turnip. Ugh, some spectators outside of the wildland vomited. Eating high gods. This was quite a chilling spectacle. Rumble. The appearance of these majestic figures made darkness loom over the wildland again. The world trembled before their coming, all existences prostrated with fear. They felt that the end of the world was approaching. It made them quiver uncontrollably. Are the devils coming out? This was the chilling consensus in the mind of everyone here. Eyes flashing with blood also opened underground, fixated on Wuxia's pond of blood. They were gazes of blatant greed. These dark overlords wanted nothing more than to seize this pond for their own. Few things could wake up these slumbering monsters. However, this precious blood refined by Wuxia's amazing method could do so. It was extremely nutritious and desirable for these beings, hence their awakening. Alas, they were still apprehensive about something and didn't dare to come forward. They lingered in their own territory without taking the first step. Wuxia simply chuckled in response. He stood there without a care, waiting. The ones outside of the wildland felt their heart about to jump out of their chest. These figures in the darkness were naturally monstrous, but Wuxia was still so calm while being surrounded. Just this attitude and mind of his were worthy of complete admiration. Boom! After a deafening blast, a path meant for emperors extended all the way to the wildland. Among the path were 4 immortal monarchs walking hand in hand as their cloaks fluttered among the darkness. This passage illuminated the dark realm. Heaven Searching is here with 3 juniors to lend you a hand, sacred teacher. An impressive and ancient-looking man threatened the world with this declaration. For monarchs from Heaven Searching. Someone shouted. The first monarch of the 100 races, Heaven Searching immortal monarch. A high god blurted out. All 4 monarchs from that sect are here. Everyone was shocked to witness this. Heaven Searching could be considered the most powerful sect from the 100 races in Pure. Their progenitor, Heaven Searching immortal monarch, has not come out in a long time, but now, he was here with his 3 juniors. The dark overlords didn't try to stop the monarchs. They realized that something else was going on. Boom! Another imperial path split the darkness open. A massive chariot rode over with fluttering banners. On top of this carriage was a world-dominating man with 3 other grand emperors keeping him company. The War Monarch clan is here. The man proudly declared as he steered the vessel. War Monarch Heaven Emperor. And 3 more grand emperors from the clan. A Heavener god cried out after seeing the man. Chapter 1962, Grand Emperors from the War Monarch clan. What is happening? Confusion stirred the spectators. First was Heaven Searching, now the Monarch clan was here too. 8 emperors appearing in the blink of an eye stunned the crowd. Rumble. The chariot continued deeper into the wildland. The clan was only a bit later than the monarchs of Heaven's searching sect. Meanwhile, the dark figures only glared at this development without taking action. Ji is here with my descendant to help you, sacred teacher. Another clear declaration came about. Two people were opening the spatial fabrics. Two portals opened, and after crossing through many dimensions, the auras of two monarchs threatened the world. They poured down boundless chaos energies and gave the sense that they have traveled through time to get here. Ancestors. Jilin Princess was astonished to see the two new arrivals. Jilin Immortal Monarch and another one from his clan. A high god recognized the two of them. 10 emperors now. What do they want to do? Destroy the world. Existences cowered in fear because of the rampaging imperial auras. These 10 emperors were far more powerful compared to the low-level ones from Sentinel. Ra! The roar of a dragon suddenly emanated across the plain. A dragon claw capable of grasping the celestials suddenly shattered another part of the sky. A green dragon spanned across the world and let it heard its roar. It jumped into the wildland and tore apart the darkness. Qigong heeds your order, sacred teacher. Two men stood on this dragon's back, full of torrential imperial energy pouring down. The skinny monarch had a pair of eyes like the sun and moon on top of a draconic aura. Soaring Dragon Immortal Monarch. The two monarchs from the divine Dragon Mountain are here. A high god stated after recognizing these two. An ancestor from this sect was shocked and immediately performed 3 bows and 9 kowtows, forefathers. The crowd kept on being surprised today with the rapid arrivals of these emperors. Excuse my lateness. The Dragon Citadel answers your summon with our full effort, sacred teacher. A clear and righteous voice echoed across the world. At this moment, auspicious energy swept through the darkness. 3 emperors walked out from this energy as masters of all. Oh God, aren't those our imperial ancestors? Wu Qi was scared out of his mind. Wu Fengying's mouth was agape as well. These were indeed the 3 emperors from their dragon citadel. Even their ancestors couldn't meet the emperors, but all 3 were here in person now. Outside of their progenitor, Immortal Emperor Qianlong, the citadel is here in full force. Someone murmured. This is insane. In the blink of an eye, all the top emperors in Pure were coming. This has never happened before, and of course, the spectators had never experienced something like this either. This young one also wished to lend you a hand, sacred teacher. An immensely elegant voice sounded and brought about a sunset glow. When this evening light arrived, 2 grand emperors emerged and walked towards the depth of the wildland, 1 male and 1 female. The man was majestic and powerful. His posture straight like an impassable mountain. The woman was beautiful, a single smile or frown from her was simply unforgettable. Sunset Glow Fairy. An old high god recognized her and became drowned in memories. After so many years, her looks and voice are still the same, just as peerless as before. Matriarch. Yin Huali from that sect prostrated on the ground in astonishment after seeing these 2 grand emperors. The woman was Sunset Glow Devil Emperor, the progenitor of the valley. Of course, she was called a fairy when she was younger. It didn't take long before everyone was on their knees, not daring to stand upright. The imperial auras robbed them of their breath. Even high gods succumbed to the pressure. 4 monarchs from heaven searching, 4 grand emperors from War Monarch, 3 from Dragon Citadel, 2 from Jilin, 2 from Divine Dragon Mountain and 2 devil emperors from Sunset Glow, a total of 17 emperors has arrived. For many, seeing an emperor once was an honor, a great stroke of fortune. A magnificent scene of 17 emperors together was practically unheard of. Outside of the ultimate expeditions, only Emperor Hunt had so many emperors appearing. Today will be another wondrous date in the annals of history. Someone murmured at this awe-inspiring sight. Is it an attack on the wildland? A speculator thought due to the rare scale of the gathering today. Who in this world can summon so many emperors? A high god with 10 totems was puzzled. He then remembered a legend that very few people knew about and became shocked. Could it be, the legend is true? It has to be him. The high god's eyes widened with astonishment as he gazed at Wuxia. Ancestor, who are you talking about? His disciple asked after seeing his state of panic. Don't ask, just kneel. The high god kept his head low on the ground, still stealing glances at Wuxia. At this moment, he understood why Wuxia made the comment about only top emperors would be able to contend against him. He, indeed, was qualified to say so. This was an emperor-slaying existence, the starter of Emperor Hunt. This war established the current political climate in the 13 continents. He didn't expect to be able to meet this legendary character in his lifetime. Though he had heard emperors talk about it before, they were very prudent to the point of hesitation about the details. But now, the myth was right in front of him, so he didn't know whether to be shocked or excited. In the past, he assumed that the 100 races were merely exaggerating or mystifying the character. This didn't seem to be the case any longer. If there were people who could summon so many emperors in one place, this existence would be one of them. World Emperor would be another. However, World Emperor might not even be able to convince emperors from the 100 races to fight together with the 3 races, unlike this existence. So the emperors want to open the treasures here in the wildland? Others who didn't know about Wuxia had the assumption. Keep in mind that there had been rumors about the amazing treasuries underground in this place. No one would be able to spend it all even after many generations. Thus, people coveted it but no one dared to attack this region. Looks like that's the case right now. A high god agreed with this notion while salivating from thinking about the treasures. Everyone certainly wanted a piece, but who was going to compete with 17 emperors right now? Chapter 1963, Wuxia smiled and nodded at the 17 emperors. Get ready, we'll begin shortly. The 17 emperors didn't waste words. They divided themselves to the left and right of Wuxia in order to form a mystical momentum with him at the center. The Dark Overlords were still hesitating underground with none actually coming out. This temptation was truly immense but the risk was certainly there. Buzz. Wuxia activated the Pond of Blood. Under the great momentum, the blood absorbed the essences of the heaven and earth, seemingly giving birth to 3,000 new worlds. Inside this pond was the most beautiful and primal source of life. Clank. Imperial laws appeared as the emperors raised their hands. They used the power of their heaven's wills in order to empower Wuxia. He was controlling the most resplendent law that covered the entire pond with strings of light like a cocoon for another refinement process. Buzz. The already amazing blood matured like a ripe grape, ready to be picked at any moment. Under multiple refinements, the pond was changed completely, no longer in the form of blood. Nothing in this world could hide this never-dissipating life force. As long as it was present, it would be in full sight at any location. This majestic force was like the revitalizing return of spring and chased away the darkness. In the past, the wildland was a place of solitude, plagued with the scent of death. But now, this life force brought hope to the wildland. For some reasons, everyone felt quite comfortable basking in this essence and could see the sun behind the receding clouds. This wasn't just a feeling, their body was actually experiencing this. Pop. An unbelievable matter happened. A seed suddenly germinated from the dried earth. Only one young leaf came out, but this was more than enough. Such a leaf would be quite ordinary in the outside world, but something like this was breaking death and darkness with its green hue. The overlords were moved in the darkness. Their eyes reddened while staring at the pond. It had become the most primordial and profound life force. Whether it be the temptation or the hope it entailed, they certainly became unrest because of this pond. That thing is too heaven-defying. The emperors not qualified to participate in this incoming battle were frightened as well. Well, the materials consist of imperial blood and the power of the heavens' wills. Only this amount of resource could create such a pure life force. When ingesting this thing, not to mention a mortal, even an emperor would experience a monumental change. It's only natural that the hiding overlords would crave it. An immortal monarch felt his heart beating faster. Nevertheless, none had taken action just yet. Virtually all the top emperors in Pure were here. Doing something now was simply suicidal. Ra. One dark overlord couldn't resist any longer and wanted to jump out for the pond. However, a great power prevented him from competing. Not bad at all. I haven't tasted something this delicious for a long time now, probably forgot its taste by now. A deep voice resounded. Before everyone knows it, there was an old man sitting on the altar presided deeper in the wildland. It was an old man wearing a grey robe. There was no frightening aura nor divinity. His appearance was ordinary as well. However, the spectators felt as if a blade has been unsheathed when staring at him. The entire wildland became calm once more with his appearance, including the rowdy overlords. The darkness of this place slowly receded with figures entering the ground again in fear. Buzz. A curtain of light also blotted out this deeper region of the wildland. The spectators outside could no longer see what was going on since they could only make out the faint figures. Only the true masters could see clearly, such as the emperors who weren't involved in the battle. Only beings of their level could see through the curtain of light. Such a great momentum here, huh? I wonder who in this world can make it out of this besides me, but frankly, if I want to, nothing can trap me. The old man looked at the curtain of light and laughed. Everything is possible. Li Qiye smiled and said, "You don't believe in failure and neither do I, so, let us get started." The old man turned his attention towards Li Qiye with a profound flash. He then smiled in response, "I know of you, and your legends. Just like the young me, having an indomitable Tao heart. No, you think too highly of yourself." Li Qiye retorted, "You no longer possess one the moment you crossed the line. You have fallen, no longer worthy of it." Even emperors were frightened facing this old man, but Li Qiye could still carry a normal conversation. No need to speak in such absolutes, crouching down doesn't mean kneeling down, it could be gathering strength to jump again. The old man smiled without becoming angry. "There are many ways to crouch." Li Qiye chuckled, "But your way will never jump again because you have become a dog under the high heaven, a shadow in the darkness." Li Qiye shook his head in disagreement. "Perhaps you are right, but no need to debate this. You don't care for my viewpoint and neither do I about yours or the rest of the world." The old man in grey smiled. "True." Li Qiye nodded, "Ultimately, one of us will be going down." With that, Li Qiye called out the old man's title, Samsara Wild Ancestor. "I, Li Qiye, will slay you today." Samsara. Some emperors felt their scalp tingling after hearing this title. Though they had a pretty good guess about the old man, the confirmation still scared them all the same. In the distant epoch of the wildland, Samsara had reaped trillions of existences for many eras. In his eyes, the living beings were simply his food and nutrition to grow his own power. Not too many back in his epoch knew of his title. But once they did, it meant that the end of the era was coming. Countless wise sages sang their righteous songs and raised their banners against Samsara. Alas, they were either killed or forced into submission and became his henchmen in the form of other dark overlords preying the epoch. It could be said that all the pain and suffering of an entire epoch originated from him. He reaped countless lives for his own sake. I know. Samsara didn't find this development surprising. Those who oppose me will either turn into dried bones beneath my feet or plead their allegiance to me. Tell me, what will become of you? Chapter 1964, Li Qiye chuckled and told the ancestor, "Neither, I'll be the one to cut you down." Samsara Wild Ancestor looked at him with a profound glare, in my youthful temperament, I would have tortured and killed you for saying this. Unfortunately, I'm old now, no longer as fiery as before. You are indeed old. But the one to kill me won't be you. I can't think of anyone who can outside of the villainous heaven. Li Qie smiled. A ray of light rushed out of the ancestor's eyes, capable of annihilating everything. Though he had no aura, this flashing glare of his could frighten the emperors. He certainly could kill them with just his eyes alone. After staring at Li Qie for a long time, he solemnly nodded, "Indeed, I in my current state won't be able to kill you since I lack the same strength as before. However, not being able to kill you isn't a bad thing since an eternity of torture is much more painful." This didn't have the aggressive and ominous tone of a threat, as if he was simply stating a matter of fact. This leisure alone was even scarier than normal. No one could imagine the terrible fate of falling in this dark overlord's hand. Li Qie chuckled and said, "Too many pains in this world, and I have experienced them all. There was someone certainly stronger than you who had imprisoned me. I'm sure, he had already tried whatever you could come up with. Unfortunately for him, the outcome was me tricking him and taking all he had. I can also do the same to you, but no need to scheme so hard like in the past. Just suppressing you today will allow me to take them all." He revealed quite a gentle smirk at this point. The emperors were truly frightened, not because of Samsara, but because of Li Qie's smile. Some of them have seen this smile before. Nothing good will come out of it. Interesting, I actually want you to try and suppress me. The long years have been monotonous, so being suppressed by someone will give me something to do. Alas, no one has been able to do so. The ancestor shook his head and smiled. It's because you have been lucky. Li Qie chuckled, "Along the river of time, you are not the strongest or the most brilliant, since if you were truly mighty, you wouldn't have hid in the darkness from start to finish, not daring to fight against the heaven. Why try despite knowing it's impossible?" Samsara smiled, "I'm simply starting in an intelligent manner. There has not been any exception, only death or turned into abominations. Why not save strength and wait for the right opportunity to rise?" Li Qie disagreed, "This is an issue of Tao heart. Fear even before fighting. The outcome will be darkness. So many wise men before us have come up with incredible plans, but ultimately, they at least tried. If you think you're intelligent by doing this, you're sorely mistaken, since you won't even fight in the future. You have reaped and devoured beings in your epoch for no reason. This is only living a borrowed life as a blood-sucking fiend in the darkness. Who can predict the future?" Samsara didn't become angry. The Tao is endless, to act without planning is foolish. You can keep thinking that you're being wise, but ultimately, it is an issue of not being able to defend your Tao heart. Li Qie shook his head. "How do you define it?" "Just upholding justice and maintaining the light." Samsara smiled. "It requires self-reflection. What do you truly want? Never forgetting your true desire, that's an indomitable Tao heart. It has nothing to do with light and justice. Surely, your initial wish isn't to devour the world and massacre all living beings. Outside of certain races, no one is born with a heart of darkness." Samsara pondered for a moment before chuckling, "It's too early to talk about this. The victor has yet to be decided." Li Qie went on, "In my opinion, it is already settled. It is time for the wildland to change its master. Those who should disappear shall stop lingering in the river of time. Then show me what you got." Samsara responded while glancing at Li Qie and the emperors to his left and right, "But in my eyes, not just the bait, all of you are just food for me." The spectating emperors shuddered. Only someone of his level could make this statement. Plus, they were aware that there were other existences like him still around. Reality was quite grim. "Then come have your fill," Li Qie calmly said. Boom! With a loud blast, Samsara actually swallowed the pond of blood. His teeth grinded down on the shiny laws and took everything down his stomach. His body then lit up and quaked for a bit, able to sever all karmic ties. He was quite pleased with himself. It would be a waste of your effort if I didn't eat this delicious bait. Unfortunately, the hook is too weak, it won't be able to sneak into my body to trap me. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Li Qiye had done something to the blood, akin to adding a hook inside. As long as the fish bit the bait, he would be able to capture it. Alas, samsara was too strong and instantly severed all karmic ties. The power of the hook inside shattered with haste, unable to hold on to this big fish. Li Qiye wasn't surprised at this result, evident by the grin on his face. Not surprising, still within my expectation. Looks like you're completely confident. Samsara naturally became intrigued. You really think you have what it takes to defeat me? Honestly, I also don't see what you have that will allow you to think about the final battle. Yes. Li Qiye chuckled. Of course you can't see it because you never had any determination to take on the final battle. If you haven't done so, how do you know who is capable or not? That's a war that can change in the blink of an eye. Planning and strategy will all be thrown out of the window. Samsara smiled. How interesting. Whether it be a bluff or if you are really confident, I want to see it either way. Very well, I won't make it hard for you today. What do you want in my treasury? A supreme weapon or an immortal scroll? As long as I have it, I will lend it to you. The emperors in the battle were startled. An existence of his level had no fear of emperors, so why was he being so generous? Does the Wildland really have a paragon artifact? A heaven emperor from the monarch clan couldn't help but ask. This question has been looming on their mind. A paragon artifact, huh? Samsara smiled and shook his head. I'm afraid not. The paragon artifact in my possession has been destroyed during the destruction back then. But I can lend something not inferior to it, if you wish. He glanced at Li Qiye after stating this. Clearly, he enjoyed and thought highly of Li Qiye. Li Qiye smiled and said, I won't deny that we are here to kill you for the treasury. However, it is supplementary for me, personally. My goal is to slay you, in order to show the world that there is nothing I, Li Qiye, can't do. Dark overlords and watchers, be smart before me. This is my world, my era, and my epoch. Those who wish to become the reapers and herald the darkness. I won't mind hanging their head up in the sky of the 13 continents. The emperors were astonished. This aggressive declaration was threatening an entire epoch. No, it was threatening ancient beings living on the river of time. Its impact stirred the crowd for quite a while. Chapter 1965, Samsara wasn't frightened and said, That's why you came to find me. It's not really a bad choice. At the very least, I won't be able to run out of the Wildland. Make an example out of me to deter an entire epoch. I would also do the same thing. Samsara, you were the origin of the darkness for an entire epoch. Killing other overlords won't have the same significance as killing you. The ones left might not be as powerful as you, but the ones that are might not be as famous as you. Li Qiye chuckled. I should be honored for such high praise. Samsara was very friendly and said, Flattening the darkness with me? That's a very decisive and intelligent start. After seeing Samsara's gentlemanly demeanor, one would have a hard time connecting him to being a dark overlord that had devoured countless beings for generations. His hands were stained with blood. He was definitely among those who had the highest death count in history. There are too many evils in this world, but some are really good at hiding. There are no more records of them, so they're impossible to find. If I kill you, I'm sure it'll make some reconsider. Li Qiye chuckled. He wouldn't be here later on, and who knows what the future holds. Thus, killing Samsara would be the start to suppress this era. I've seen more darkness than you. Samsara smiled and shook his head. You can't fathom how darkness can bring joy. The world has light so naturally, darkness is on the other side. How can there be light without darkness? How can there be good people without the bad? Even if you kill me, it won't do anything to the darkness. It has always been around, whether you want to admit it or not. I'm aware. Li Qie nodded. No one can get rid of the darkness completely. I am simply lighting up a spark of hope, to show that the darkness is not that scary. Not everyone needs to falter since there will be defenders of light. Your darkness shall be the torch that lights up this epoch. The emperors were also affected by this statement. He might be speaking directly to Samsara, but the content was certainly for the rest of them. At this moment, War Monarch and his peers understood that Li Qie came here not for the treasure or his personal gains. He wanted to warn the rest of the emperors in the 13 continents. Just imagine, when full-scale darkness descended, would the emperors choose to fight against the overlords or join them? The high-level emperors were naturally intelligent and could read between the lines. Now, Samsara spoke with a dignified expression. I respect the light since it plants the seeds in this world, allowing for life to grow prosperously for the great harvests. I respect the light, despite flickering in the darkness, it is still everlasting. His words carried a thick stench of blood, but it was definitely logical. The light allowed for the world to flourish. I respect the darkness. We need to linger around in the dark to fortify our Tao heart, so that we can fight to the end. Only by not forgetting who we are and what our original goals are would they be able to not let down those we love and those who love us. Li Qie also replied with a serious demeanor. This made the emperors think, would they be able to protect their Tao heart when the darkness comes? Will they let down those close to them and ultimately, themselves? These two were enemies, but they sounded like soul mates upon their first meeting. Those at the apex like them indeed enjoyed these conversations. Well, time for me to send you off. Samsara smiled and said. No, you are misunderstanding something. I might be the one presiding over this plan, but I'm not the main force to kill you. Li Qie gently shook his head. Fine, I'll kill you first and see if anyone can stop me. Samsara reached out with his gigantic palm. It didn't have an overwhelming aura, but the emperors were startled. There was nothing below this palm. It meant that once struck, nothing could exist. Time, space, heaven and earth, even emperors, all would turn to nothingness. This was a grand momentum attack, capable of destroying everything in this world. Someone with mastery over this type of force had no need for techniques and merit laws. This was a being certainly capable of killing emperors with one move. Pop! Suddenly, a holy light exuded beneath this momentum of the void. The emptiness was suddenly filled, ending with the palm strike being blocked. Samsara pulled back and looked over, should have realized this. Who else can stop me in this world but you, old friend? We meet again as the epochs flew by. How are you? An old man stood at the front. He was the one who stopped the first attack. He had a grey robe, adorned with a pair of tattered and broken wings. He was still without imperfections and flaws. Despite the lack of visual radiance, others would still think that he was a holy being. After taking a careful look at the old man then Samsara, one would find striking similarities between them, not in appearance, but rather temperament and aura. They were both great men, intelligent and decisive. The difference between them would be that one represented light while the other darkness. This was an intrinsic difference. The newcomer was naturally Saint. Alas, not too many could recognize him nowadays. Long time no see. Saint responded, my body is still quite tough, can't die just yet to your disappointment. No, old friend, you're mistaken. Samsara shook his head, no one else but you can oppose me for eras and eras. Life would be too boring without you. Is that so? Saint calmly said, you won't be bored anymore after I send you to the Western Paradise. It's been so long, no need to be so angry, old friend. Samsara smiled, if you are still angry at me over being betrayed, I don't think I should be blamed since it was her choice. Dark or light, two possible options. When one can't see hope in the light, they'll have to head for the darkness. I don't blame her. Saint said, "You're right, everyone has their own choice to make." After making her choice, I could still purify her and light a spark in her heart of darkness. Back in those bloody and young years, we swore to erase the source of darkness. She couldn't persevere, but I've never forgotten my initial pursuit. Yes. Samsara nodded with a tinge of emotion. Earlier, fellow Taoist Li also said something similar, that nothing is more precious than protecting one's heart. Friend, you have also managed to persevere during those cycles, one step away from success. You are the one I respect the most in life. Samsara was much older than Saint. The latter was born in an era of blood, the years of the harvest. Countless friends and families of his died, but this gave birth to his ambition of quelling the darkness. After wasting endless times and experiencing arduous difficulties, Saint remained firm, never forgetting his initial intent. He once walked on this path with the person he loved and trusted the most. Regrettably, she couldn't hold on to the very end. During the dark period with no hope in sight, she turned to the darkness by betraying and delivering the fatal blow to Saint. Otherwise, there was a chance for him to end the lasting darkness in his epoch. Even after this, he still persevered on and didn't falter like her. It is time for the long epoch to end, the wailing souls and fallen sages deserve an answer. Today, it is over for the wildland and our epoch of darkness. Saint remained indomitable like the water in a well with his supreme holiness. Old friend, it's not that I'm looking down on you. Even though I suffered the heavenly execution back then, after the long years, I'm back to 80 or 90% power now. On the contrary, you are like a drying river. Even if I wasn't back to my apex state, you're still not my opponent as you are now. Samsara shook his head and said. 1. Euphemism for death. Heaven works here too. Chapter 1966. Saint was unaffected after hearing Samsara and responded, "Life and death is decided within the blink of an eye, only an actual battle will decide the victor." Old friend, when do I ever fight an uncertain battle? You are far weaker now, but even in your prime, you still might not be able to beat me. Plus, do you think you can kill me even after defeating me? Beating me alone won't do anything, and given your current state, you won't last for much longer. As for me, I'll remain eternal while you return to the ashes. That's not something I want, losing a rival like you, old friend. Samsara earnestly persuaded. This showed his utmost confidence that no one in the world right now could kill him, not even Saint. If my death can end the darkness, it will be worth it. There was a trace of coldness in Saint's calm response. The darkness will never cease. Samsara said, even if I, Samsara, were to fall, a second Samsara will appear. Flattening the wildland won't end the darkness in this world. Saint nodded in agreement. Indeed, I can't clear them all, but I shall do so for the wildland. I was born in this epoch, so did my resolve. Let me end this darkness temporarily. Very well. Samsara said, old friend, if you want to fight, I'll entertain you then. Few battles will be as amazing as this one. I'm truly excited now. I hope you and your allies won't disappoint me. He turned over at Wuxia. Surely, this guy wasn't only going to watch today. Let us begin then. Saint answered with a stately voice. Boom! The two broken wings behind him slowly spread. They looked ordinary when closed, but at this moment, they were capable of blotting out the sky. A holy light erupted from Saint's body. Each strand of light looked so real and resplendent as if they contained the hope of all living beings in many generations. A sacred flame rose from behind him, exceeding all temporal and spatial limits. His wings changed completely. They were holy with incomparably sharp feathers resembling divine blades crafted by the heaven. Cutting through darkness and evil was no problem. Its power made evil instinctively tremble. Even if the world was larger, it was still under the cover of his wings and flame. Saint was mighty now. Each of his gesture could master the universe and rule over the momentum of the epochs. Under his holy power, the gods and emperors were singing along, all creatures were giving him their blessing and support. Buzz. These holy rays permeated across the entire wildland. The darkness was swept away completely. The overlords slumbering deep below were quaking, afraid that this light would reach them and change their heart of darkness. For these overlords, they weren't afraid of being defeated by Saint, but his purification affinity was much worse. This was an invincible existence of light staring in the darkness. When their heart of darkness was touched, they would be like moths flying to the flame. Turning to ashes would be the outcome. Meanwhile, everyone else felt heated up with hope. They felt that the light was so warm and close. Hearts that have turned cold suddenly jumped again with emotions. Everyone felt that there was meaning in living. Emperors themselves were touched by this light as well. If they were born in Saint's era, they might have joined his banners or become his followers. Initially, people in the outside world had no clue what was going on due to the curtain of light blocking everything in this deep region. However, with the appearance of his sacred light, the holy affinity powerfully touched everyone. Even the stubbornly evil felt the urge to drop their blade. This was an intrinsic wish to change because they suddenly found a new appreciation and love for lives. In just a jiffy, countless cultivators were kneeling on the ground. The wave spread all the way to Pure and even many locations in the 13 continents. Despite the current barricades, his power still traveled to the distant continents. This feeling was not fleeting. Many would come to change completely and no longer walk on the evil path in the future. Meanwhile, Samsara Wild Ancestor was also bathing in this holy light. He didn't try to resist at all but chose to accept it while closing his eyes in enjoyment. He emotionally said, "This feeling is truly magical and unforgettable." Wishing for the light as a dark being, this is the limit of that feeling. No wonder why beings that have been walking in the darkness for millions of years still fly to their doom, not minding their heart of darkness being burnt by the light. If it wasn't for my untouchable Tao heart, I would also crave for the light and fly towards it, knowing full well that it would be my demise without any regrets. That's why, I do not hate the believers who switched side. Just like how people find solace in the darkness, others also escape to the light. Having said that, Samsara opened his eyes wide and sincerely spoke, "Old friend, I thank you. Whenever I bath in your holy light, it reminds me that I'm still alive. You have lived for too long, let us end that in our epoch." Saint said insipidly. "As you wish, I hope you will be capable of doing so." Samsara smiled before glaring forward. In a split second, a world of complete darkness appeared in his eyes. No existence would be able to escape once fallen inside. Emperors were shaken to see the eyes of darkness. This was the purest and most terrifying darkness they have ever seen. Rumble. 10 monsters jumped out of the glare. Each one could devour the world. However, they weren't living creatures but rather embodiments of darkness. As long as the darkness was around, so will they. Boom. They rushed into the battlefield. One was a 9-tailed devil fox ravaging the sky with its tails, another was an ancient night serpent, nightmare fiend. Each of these creatures was not inferior to an emperor and could even commit regicide. Kill. Saint coldly uttered and took the first step into the battlefield. Each of his steps was 10,000 years as he traced back the time. Rumble. The 10 monsters attacked at the same time. The fox's monstrous tails slammed down. Each tail could destroy a world with their unparalleled power. The serpent opened its mouth and started devouring the holy light. Anything being sucked inside would cease to exist. The nightmare fiend went crazy and unleashed a tide of darkness. It drowned out all rationality in this world. Even the gods would go crazy and fall into the darkness. These 10 monsters were too much to take. Even 10 emperors going all out might not be victorious. However, Saint went back in time in order to reach the origin and suppress these monsters. This sky of darkness was not enough to halt his pace. Chapter 1967, Kill. After crossing through time to understand the true forms, Saint slashed downward with his wings without showing any mercy. He didn't give the 10 monsters any opportunity to fight back. This slash was capable of severing all powers from the source. A saint has no emotions, these weren't empty words. A saint was supreme and truly loved all living beings. However, he wouldn't show mercy when it was time for action. He needed to control the era and uphold the light. The mercy of the fairer sex was unnecessary. Ah! The 10 monsters were instantly decapitated since even their source was killed. Despite coming from the darkness and that darkness was still around, they were forever killed without being able to enter the reincarnation cycle. Saint, just like old times. Samsara smiled and recalled the darkness. In the blink of an eye, he and Saint met on the river of time. My Tao is eternal. Samsara chanted as he raised his hand and chopped downward as if his hand was a sword. There was no beautiful technique or majestic power. Surprisingly enough, no expected dark affinity either. Nevertheless, this chop was still eternal. It wasn't aiming for the flesh but rather destroying the enemy directly from time itself. For example, if one had 100 years of life, with just one slash, this period would instantly shatter as if the enemy didn't exist in the first place, not even a chance to be born. Boom! The attack struck Saint's resplendent wings. The light immediately extinguished along with the flame behind him. Saint was wounded and fell down from the river of time. His power weakened by a fair amount along with his holy light as his complexion turned pale. The emperors shuddered. This wasn't a physical contest but rather, a battle on the river of time. Under this type of battle, one's time was being directly erased if struck by samsara. If an emperor wasn't strong enough to withstand this eternal power, they would directly be buried and killed from the source. It was much worse than a physical attack. If the flesh was destroyed, there was still a chance to retaliate. Alas, not being able to withstand this strike meant true death. Like I said, old friend, you right now are not my match. Samsara also returned to the battlefield and shook his head. I can easily destroy you despite only being at 80% strength. This is only the beginning. Saint wasn't caught off guard from losing the first exchange and calmly replied, warm-up time is over, let's go for real now. Having said that, he took out the elusive heavenly vase and drank all of the liquid in one gulp. Boom! His flame surged to the limit and alarmed the entire world, not just Pure, with his insane rise of power. The weak didn't know what was going on but they were prostrating on the ground with sincere reverence. Meanwhile, the emperors on the other continents were startled. All eyes were on Pure, everyone wanted to know what was going on. The top emperors were able to see through the spatial blockades between the continents. The average ones could only sense the ripples of power since they failed to peer through the barriers. Saint was no different from the Lord of an epoch. His holy light was not just illuminating the region but also the river of time of an entire epoch. He stepped into the river of time again with his holy light. All of his power were carved into this era. So many children being born were blessed with his holy power and protection. Their heart became filled with the light. Clank! Clank! Clear metallic ringing resounded. One could see plates of armor covering Saint's body. It didn't take long before he was fully adorned with a set of sacred armor. It shouldered the faith of many eras from those craving the light. They were praying for him in order to give him endless power, to cure his wounds, and to chase the darkness away. A hymn resounded with the emergence of a sword spewing holy light and cold shimmers of steel. These rays were emotionless and murderous. If the armor shouldered hope, then this sword shouldered destruction with its ultimate edge, capable of cutting the source of darkness. Eternality. Nothing before this sword. Indestructibility. All were ashes before its judgment. More metallic ringing occurred. Saint's wings became metallized. They were still full of light and flame, but now, there was a cold and emotionless touch to them. The pair of wings has become a tool of war not weaker than his sword. Saint looked quite young and gallant now. His temperament was devilishly charismatic. He had restored his power back to the peak state. Not to mention others, the dark overlords in the wildland were trembling uncontrollably. Why? It was because they were no match for Saint at his strongest state. Only Samsara was a match for him. Looks like you have found an amazing medicine. Samsara wasn't afraid to see this. He nodded his head, still a way off from your true peak, but this is enough. No wonder why you're confident in slaying me. It is time for us to end this painful epic. Saint pointed his sword at Samsara. Try if you can. I'm afraid it won't go as you wish, old friend. Samsara replied and took a step forward. He entered the river of time with a careful pace. It didn't take long before he returned to their epic. Though this wasn't their real epic, the river of time has been flowing the entire time, so there was still an image left of their period. Boom! After reaching his epic, darkness crazily rushed out of the ancestor and engulfed the area. He stood there in the shadows, capable of shoulder the heaven itself while looking down on an epic. The Lord of all, no crown but a king he was, for he had returned to his early and fiercer days. Who could actually match this ruler of darkness? Prodigies and other overlords would need to bend down before him. In this dark epic, all were ants before him. Even a 10-will emperor wouldn't be able to take one blow. Only someone like World Emperor could take him on. Just imagine, being born in an epoch like this was full of despair. So many emperors would choose the darkness during that era. Nevertheless, Saint managed to hang on the whole time against Samsara. Though he failed to save the epic in the end, he was still a pillar that didn't falter. His light illuminated the darkness like a lamp, showing the path to future generations so that they wouldn't be lost. Many finally realized how wondrous and amazing Saint was after seeing the monster that is Samsara. The emperors felt a deep sense of respect for him. Old friend, our epic is no more but going back to the past, this is our real battlefield. Samsara told Saint while standing on the spot in the river of time proportional to their epic. Let's do this. Saint roared as the two entered their old period. The river was still quietly flowing for an eternity. No one could ever go back to the past, but if one was strong enough, they could return to their old position in the timeline. Though they wouldn't be able to return and see their loved ones and friends again, they could still sense the years back then and return to their old form. Chapter 1968, Though time forever flowed, a few things and certain people would remain the same. Though time was a merciless destroyer, it couldn't erase them all. While inside their own epoch on the river of time, Samsara and Saint kept quiet in this eternal scene. There were too many familiar feelings, the things here were everything to them. The ones they loved and those who loved them were here. However, it was no longer the same, all have turned to smoke and ashes. Both have experienced too many things. Others would spend a lifetime and wouldn't gain a sliver of experience like them. A saint was emotionless, but so was a dark overlord. Time had corroded their heart, leaving only a single intent. After so many years, light and darkness continued to exist, so did their battle. Perhaps today would be the long-awaited resolution. How can the light exist without the darkness? Samsara made his move by taking everlasting steps forward. One step was the grand Tao of an epoch. There was no need for techniques and variations. His darkness engulfed where he stood on the river of time. The darkness was everywhere. It didn't need to kill with the blades, just its omnipresence. It didn't matter who one might be, even the emperors would be swallowed by this darkness and erased into nothingness. The myriad ages will shine, as long as my heart has the light. Despite the overwhelming darkness, Saint was still radiating with holy light. Boom! With his chant, his wings and radiance soared to the sky and began to wash the darkness away from the entire epoch. His light was also omnipresent, reaching every nook and corner with its majestic grandeur. The noise of cleansing could be heard everywhere. The darkness was receding like the tides. Those who were strong enough to watch this scene were amazed. The guy was capable of ruling an entire epoch, a power beyond most emperors. Clank. As the light was combating the darkness, Saint slashed straight at Samsara. This slash crossed through the entire epoch. Time and space no longer mattered. Even defensive measures were useless because this sword cut through one's origin. If successful, it would be as if Samsara has never existed in the first place. How strong he was actually didn't matter. Buzz. The light illuminating the epoch became even more dazzling. Saint has made his holy mark in every inch of the land. It was as if he wanted to refine everything in order to completely eliminate any trace of Samsara. If an emperor was a victim of this strike, then there wouldn't be anything left of him. No one would know of his tales, such a person would cease to exist. How can there be light without the darkness? Samsara smiled and stood his ground while chanting. Suddenly, his body became ethereal as if he was melting into the epoch. Buzz. After a series of tiny noises, the holy marks in the entire epoch had strings of darkness coming from it, no weaker than the holy light. The light has become a host for the darkness. It wanted to use the holy light as nourishment. The light lives through the destruction of all. Saint's attack continued forward through time. Poof! All the holy light ignited as if wanting to illuminate the epoch. The parasitical darkness was burned and turned into smokes. Boom! Now, even Saint himself was lit ablaze in a crazy manner. The slash finally struck Samsara's origin. This would be a true death, even the most heaven-defying power wouldn't amount to anything. I am the light is me. Samsara roared. After a loud explosion, the darkness disappeared, but the unbelievable part was that Samsara was exuding a majestic light and halos. He seemed to be the center of the world, allowing his brilliance to shine everything. Keep in mind that he was a dark overlord, the source of darkness for this epoch. There was no doubt about this, so when he turned himself into the light, even emperors were frightened. Bang! The snow-white slash from Saint made contact with Samsara, but it couldn't cut his origin due to the holy light emanating from him. To be more exact, it was still resisting the slash, holy versus holy. The light didn't extinguish one another since they were both from the same affinity. This seemed to be an established rule. The emperors were quite stirred. Samsara possessing this holy power was completely outside of their expectation. Old friend, don't forget, I once also had a glorious period. Fellow Taoist Li is right, no one is truly born evil. Those in the darkness once had light in them, and my light, it used to illuminate it and saved countless beings. Cold chill emanated through the nearby members because this was a warning to everyone. If it was true that he used to be a bastion of light, then emperors needed to think about themselves. So many of them were protecting their race and descendants while upholding justice. Even if their light didn't shine on the entire world, it definitely reached those close to them. However, even Samsara eventually became a dark overlord and ruined an entire epoch. Who knows what made him change, but the change itself is a clear warning to all. The knowledgeable and top emperors were affected the most. No one was born evil, then what was the story of the other still hiding dark overlords? Ultimately, the conclusion that anyone could eventually turn to the darkness, even your loved ones and those you respect. Chapter 1969, The Holy Light was resisting the sacred sword, so the slash couldn't reach Samsara's origin. The eternal light will never falter. Saint let out a battle cry. His boundless holy light continued to fill the sky. However, the strings of light were peeling and undergoing a fundamental change, revealing their original nature. They seemed to be liquefying and started to flow while gaining life, no longer being a concept of power or affinity. These strands now shouldered the faith and hope of countless beings in an epoch. Boom! The strands gathered together in the sky and the true form of the light emerged behind Saint, granting him endless holy power. The light from Samsara no longer resisted the sword since it was melted away due to the more primal nature of the opposing force. All holy powers were for Saint to use at this moment. He has truly become the Lord of Light. Bang! The sword cut down on Samsara. Nothing could stop this supreme judgment, death was guaranteed. Samsara fell backward instantly and all the spectators held their breath. Success. They gazed intensely at the river of time in order to see any unexpected development. Buzz. Samsara's fallen body turned into strands of light and joined into the original source. His death suddenly changed the epoch flowing in the river of time. Darkness as black as squid ink filled everything. One wouldn't be able to see their hand placed in front of them. All existences were mere food for this darkness. What should die will? Samsara appeared in the darkness as its companion with an entirely new temperament. In the past, he had a very simple and unadorned aura. When standing in front of him, one wouldn't think that he was a dark overlord but more of a friendly old man. But this was no longer the case. He was now born in the darkness. Each of his actions and words carried an aggressive and tyrannical feel to them. He was now an awakened primordial beast with no false trace of amiability like before. Saint was not surprised and continued staring at Samsara. He remained fearless and unstoppable with the sacred sword in his grasp. Old friend, you have done it. At the very least, you were able to kill my light self. No one knows if an event is a disaster or blessing. The light will never return now and I am born in the darkness. This is my true self. Samsara stated. The emperors held their breath and agreed with this notion. Who knows if the death of his light self was good or bad? During his youth, Samsara, like many other top masters, tried hard with youthful vigor and fought for his loved ones and friends. Once he achieved invincibility, he illuminated the era with his light. Unknown events led him to the dark to become the most terrible lord of an epoch. Nevertheless, he still had light in him until today when Saint had killed his light. The light never falters and it didn't abandon you either. You chose to forsake it. Saint coldly uttered. Right. Samsara calmly responded, I'm inferior to you on this path, unable to persevere for as long. The heart towards the grand Tao is not always a fearless one. A supreme genius with a wavering Tao heart will only cause trouble for the rest of the world. Saint commented with authority. Today, I won't be discussing morality or rights and wrongs with you, old friend. No need for that at our level, since we can define and change it ourselves. Samsara gently shook his head. Then let the light judge your darkness. Saint raised his sword forward with his eyes lighting up. They exuded boundless holiness just like two holy suns. Old friend, though you are still a bit off from your prime, you're definitely stronger than me right now. It is truly difficult to take you on as I am, but you're underestimating me. Though our epoch is destroyed, I still have more resources than you. Samsara smiled. Boom. With that, the purest of darkness spewed from his body. Explosions resounded in different regions in the wildland. More dark affinity oozed out from the ground as if the wildland itself was the source of darkness. It was an endless amount from all over the land. One could grab a random pile of mud and darkness would be there. The endless darkness gathered and was absorbed by Samsara. Though the current wildland was only a tiny spot compared to its real epoch, it was certainly tough enough. This was a place that had survived the destruction and contained the fruits of Samsara's effort. He arduously worked on each inch of the land here in order to keep certain things after the disaster. The river of time quaked after a loud blast. The endless darkness instantly empowered Samsara. Loud metallic ringing continuously resounded as if they were coming from an older period. Samsara changed again. In his apex state, he could look down on the world and the emperors. All were mere ants in his eyes. A crown of darkness and a black robe appeared on him. Even time itself slowed down before might. His eyes were cold and emotionless now. This was someone who wouldn't hesitate to devour trillions of existences. There was no breath of life on him any longer, for he was the embodiment of darkness, no longer a living being. Surprisingly enough, one would find that Saint and Samsara's eyes were extremely similar, emotionless and cold. However, their coldness was different. Samsara had no respect for life and things he considered inferior. As for Saint, it was part of his doctrine, how he thought the world should be. Old friend, to the death. Samsara's voice became tyrannical. A clear aura of invincibility emerged on him. Chapter 1970, Old friend, try this samsaric gaze, it should be familiar to you. Samsara wild ancestor roared with both of his eyes open. A third one emerged between them. Boom! Everything disappeared afterward, only darkness remained in this epoch. One wouldn't be able to see their hands in front of them in this place void of the light. This was an endless samsaric cycle of darkness. Challenging this power was a futile exercise. Rumble. Even the river of time in this region was affected under the rule of darkness, with its flow lingering in this area. The emperors became alarmed after seeing this because they wouldn't be able to jump out of this particular cycle of perpetual darkness. Just imagine, how many people could withstand and persevere in this darkness? One would turn crazy and become devoured by it. Emperors tried to imagine themselves in this situation and weren't certain whether they could defend their Tao heart or not. Clank. Saint raised his sword against the dark cycle. He changed to a defensive stance while the light on the river of time gathered around him and turned into a fiery state. The sword became a torch with resplendent holy light. It was countless times stronger because all of the light in an epoch had condensed in this place in order to illuminate the world. The tides of darkness began their assault, but peace could be found near this torch. The darkness might be terrorizing, but the torch could reach the heart of all. It pointed the direction in the darkness, so that the wavering could have a clear goal and head for the light without becoming lost. In this perpetual cycle of darkness, the torch was the symbol of hope. The emperors felt warm while looking at this holy torch. As long as it was around, the light was still present. Saint became eternal while standing beneath this torch, unmoved by the waves of darkness. He kept on raising it to illuminate the heart of people. Despite being in the dark, he had jumped out of its shackles. Old friend, even if you can shine the world, you can't reach everyone's soul. Samsara said while looking at the holy torch, if everyone in the world had a will of light like you, our epoch wouldn't have been destroyed. I am not the culprit, it is the darkness in everyone's heart, and I simply added oil to the fire. There are no devils, only people turning into devils. As long as I'm around, so will the light. Saint was still calm while treading through the darkness. Even if they have darkness in them, the holy light will still light up their heart to stop their weak souls from wallowing in despair. Even if they were to falter, the light will still be there in their lives. This is my meaning for existence. Even if I can't end the darkness, I'll continue to bring light and hope to others. I will never stop. Saint spoke quietly, but it struck a resounding chord in the listening emperors. When the darkness comes, what would they pick against overwhelming power? If resistance was futile, why bother to do so? There was no doubt that Saint had found his answer. Just bringing some color to the lost souls in the darkness was enough to not have any regrets. This is your most amazing trait, knowing that it is impossible yet still doing it. I can't beat you in this regard. Samsara nodded before becoming serious. Alas, all will end today. You might be able to illuminate others, but not yourself. Boom! The darkness receded with an unbelievable speed. All was swallowed by Samsara's third eye, turning it into translucent darkness, quite an unbelievable spectacle. This samsaric eye had returned to its origin, no longer distinguishing between light and dark. Buzz! The eye shot out a ray that was neither light or dark. It seemed to be a type of ray from the very beginning of the world, primal and pure without any affinity in changes. This tiny ray could cross through time itself and kill someone. The top emperors slightly batted their eyes because the most frightening thing about the ray wasn't its offensive potential but rather its primal origin. This was something that could shoot through someone's Tao heart and remove their perseverance. Saint's expression sank after seeing the ray and gripped his sword tighter in front of his chest. His wings moved forward in order to form a massive barrier. The ray instantly made contact with the wings and loud shaking noises ensued. Their epic spot on the river of time was trembling as if a monumental change was occurring. Buzz! The ray pierced the wings and soared to reach Saint's Tao heart. The holy light suddenly flickered like a candle trapped in a storm, on the verge of going out. With tiny noises, the strands of holy light began to extinguish, replaced by strands of darkness. However, it wasn't that easy for the darkness either. These dark strands were also flickering. Some died and were replaced by light strands. This contest between the dark and light continued as a cycle. This was the power of the samsaric gaze, changing one's Tao heart back to the initial state. In this situation, whether it gave birth to light or dark would depend on the person's perseverance. There was no doubt that Saint's Tao heart was of the light affinity. Thus, the gaze wanted to destroy this light and reverted the heart back to the origin. In the very beginning, of course, either light or darkness could be born. This was the fundamental essence behind the current contest between Samsara and Saint. Despite the lack of violence, it was much worse than a battle with swords and blades. If Saint were to lose, the darkness would take over his Tao heart. If he were lucky enough to not falter, the consequence would still be quite harmful. After numerous cycles, Saint began to lose. More dark strands came out and the light couldn't extinguish them. The remaining light strands turned dimmed and could go out at any moment. Chapter 1971, Old friend, if you were at your peak state, then you could persevere and I won't be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, that's not the case right now. Samsara said as the darkness was gaining grounds. As long as one light strand is left, the darkness will never take over the epoch completely. Saint remained calm despite losing and continued to protect his Tao heart. He needed the light to stimulate the origin of this heart and bring it back to the light. That's the only way for him to oppose the seed of darkness planted by Samsara. At this moment, amazing techniques, Tao comprehension, and further fighting were useless. This was a cycle between light and dark, victory relied solely on protecting one's Tao heart and true nature. Losing would turn one into a dark overlord, all would be too late then. So what? Samsara shook his head, maybe I can't destroy you completely and all the light strands completely, but don't forget, I've sealed all the lights in this epoch underground already. Alas, this is all meaningless. Our epoch is no longer around. After this defeat, you won't be able to ever turn the tide. This might be our final meeting, old friend. The terrifying embodiment of darkness, Samsara, was actually cordial right now to his mortal enemy. Buzz. Though Saint continued to protect the light, the situation was quite grim. His demise was certainly inevitable if this continued. The emperors were shaking as well. Even someone like Saint couldn't handle this, what about them? Under this reversal to the origin caused by the samsaric gaze, how many of them could remain strong? The only end for them was either suicide or succumbing to the darkness. Saint had fought against samsara for an epoch. If he couldn't win, no one else could. Gentlemen, lend me your power so I can understand time enough to get there. Li Qiye told the 17 emperors. Very well. The emperors roared as their wills became resplendent and full of power. Rumble. The world was torn asunder, all 13 continents were trembling. This power from their wills was enough to turn all of Pure into ashes in a split second. With loud explosions, Li Qiye's position in time and space became unstable via melting. He was in the past, the present, and in the future at the same time. Boom! Finally, another Li Qiye came out, but the same one was still standing there with the 17 emperors behind him. However, this second Li Qiye was not an illusion or an avatar. It was his real body. This second Li Qiye was different. How? That's too difficult to describe, but he seemed to be even more powerful and monstrous despite lacking a boost in aura and divinity. Nevertheless, intuition told the watching emperors that this monstrous being didn't belong to the present. Buzz. He stepped into the river of time and immediately headed for the ancient epoch. This was a very difficult matter. Even the 12 will emperors might not be able to do so. Li Qiye, with the help of the 17 emperors and his grand formation prepared earlier, allowed him to travel far to the past. He finally reached the position of Saint and Samsara's epoch on the river of time. On one side was Saint and the other Samsara. The gap between them was a temporal one, not spatial. Li Qiye didn't belong to this place, seemingly peeled out of the spatial fabric like a guest, not part of the epoch. Fellow Taoist, you should know that divining into the future is not a good thing. Samsara wasn't surprised to see this and flatly stated. That's true. Li Qiye nodded. To come before time, this is not you and also, not necessarily your future. Samsara said, just one mistake, it will bring out an unimaginable disaster, far worse than turning to ashes. The person ahead was naturally Li Qiye from the future. Of course, this was only done through a heaven-defying calculation of a potential him in the future. It was indeed an incredible method, calculating one's future then bringing it back through the river of time. That's why I'm here on the river of time. Nothing is more separated from everything else than it. Li Qiye chuckled. Right. Samsara agreed, don't forget, this is my epoch. Having said that, Samsara raised his finger and unleashed a time-piercing ray of darkness. This ray was exceedingly fast, but it gradually became slower as it traveled through time. In the end, it couldn't touch Li Qiye as if he was too far away from them. The powerful ancestor still couldn't attack through this temporal gap. You are truly mighty. Li Qiye shook his head, but you can only stop at our era, or rather, our epoch, unable to reach a further timeline. You don't know which epoch I came from, or in other words, this is a new epoch that you will never reach. You're saying you someone who can start a new epoch. Samsara looked at Li Qiye and said. He actually couldn't calculate where this Li Qiye came from. His future was a muddled mess, so there were a few possibilities. 1. This Li Qiye was simply too powerful, or that the present Li Qiye didn't actually have a future. It could also be that his future was in an entirely new epoch, one started by him. The future was full of the unknowns, impossible to divine with dead-on accuracy. Thus, if Li Qiye were to open a new epoch, this was a new beginning. No one could read this epoch outside of him. Thus, this was why someone as powerful as Samsara failed to see the future Li Qiye's origin. Why can't I? Li Qiye chuckled and activated his immortal physiques and his indomitable Tao heart. At this time, he exuded boundless holy light from the void imperfection physique. Under the control of his Tao heart, this physique finally broke through its own limit to reach the next level. Lights freed from imperfection poured down like the morning dew over this epoch, especially around Saint. They were the sacred lights from void imperfection, capable of removing all darkness and impurities. The growing strands of darkness were purified and slowly turned to smoke. Li Qiye wasn't directly fighting Samsara. He only wanted to lend Saint a hand. The light started returning and stabilizing, allowing Saint's Tao heart to shine once more. Samsara became serious after seeing this, with his eyes narrowing. The emperors heaved a sigh of relief. The consequences would be unimaginable if Samsara were to win today. With Saint and Li Qiye working together, victory was certain if it kept on developing like this unless Samsara still had other moves up his sleeve. Chapter 1972, Buzz. With the help of the sacred light from the void imperfection physique, Saint's holy light became increasingly stronger, no longer flickering, due to the addition of firewood. If this kept on going, the holy light from Saint would be able to reach Samsara's origin. The Tao is endless. Samsara stared at Wuxia and said, "Fellow Taoist, we aren't enemies. Let me give you a piece of advice. The three of us have a perilous path ahead. If you wish to break the shackles of the world, you should look forward instead of seeing things in black and white. This is the same for me, an old friend." Unfortunately, he cared too much about other beings. Otherwise, the two of us could have worked together and possibly start an unprecedented situation and prolong our epoch. Samsara said. His tone wasn't rushed at all despite his current disadvantage in the battle. We had different aspirations and paths. The prosperity of all being is not something to be traded. I will never cease before ending the darkness. Saint coldly added. Old friend, I have always admired your magnanimity. Samsara chuckled, I'm no match for you when it comes to saving others. The truth is that outside of wanting to break out of the shackles with my harvests, it is for me to survive. I won't deny that I'm afraid of dying before success. There's no shame in that. But old friend, have you ever thought about it? If the two of us had worked together, light and darkness, we could have swept through everything until the final battle. Perhaps we could have broken through the shackles and prolonged our epoch. Now, it doesn't even exist. Light, darkness. All a waste of time. Samsara calmly said. If cycles of darkness and bloody harvests are necessary, I very much prefer for our epoch to end. Saint was unyielding in his response. You didn't have the courage and determination to fight to the end and rather live a borrowed life through the harvests. Even if you were to win, so what? You would have still lacked the mind to change yourself and our epoch. Your Tao heart had fallen, and will forever be so. I guess there's nothing else I can say and can only fight to the death. Samsara was not afraid. He turned towards Wuxia and said, You and my old friend have the same beliefs, I can understand that. An era resplendent with the light, it is indeed worth longing for. But have you thought about how you can defeat the high heaven by yourself? Can you make it in the final battle and win? If not, why not change your perspective? I'm not trying to divide you two. It's just that at our level, I also hope that you could make it to the final battle. Samsara was straightforward and sincere, causing many emperors to stare at Wuxia in anticipation. Working together with a dark overlord? It could indeed open a new door. You are mistaken. Wuxia smiled, light and darkness aside, if I want to participate in the final battle, it shows that I am confident in beating the old heaven, it's that simple. My helping saint today has nothing to do with light and dark. It is only to set an example for everyone to know that this is my era. Dark overlords and supreme progenitors. They better be smart as long as I am still alive and stop scheming in the darkness. Otherwise, kill without mercy. This leisure comment was a declaration of war towards those not on his side. The spectating emperors shuddered. The guy clearly wanted to go all out in this generation without showing any mercy. Back to the nature of our battle. Wuxia chuckled, I agree with Saint's perspective. So what if you are invincible if your Tao heart has already fallen? Even if you were to win, it wouldn't be a good thing for this world. Thus, our path is different, no need to plan together. There will only be one result today, your death. One would be hard-pressed to find someone else in this world who would dare to announce the death of a supreme overlord like Samsara. Fellow Taoist, since you are so confident, it would be rude of me if I don't go all out. We'll see who will fall today. Samsara smiled in response. Boom! Endless darkness oozed from the altar deep in the wildland. A figure came out from the darkness, One step of his was enough to make the myriad ages tremble. There's no going back to the past, but it can be stored. This person spoke with grace. Samsara. Many emperors palpitated. This was another samsara, exactly identical to the one before. It wasn't an illusion either. Fellow Taoist, you are capable of copying yourself. I do not have such a treasure, but I have cut down my past self and left it here. This nonchalant revelation made the emperors shudder. It was prohibitively difficult to cut down one's past self. It entailed cutting time and space, karma, and themselves in order to strip out the past completely. In the end, this allowed the user to store this past self without any damages. The high-level emperors thought that they couldn't replicate this task. I'm inferior to you in this regard. My copy is indeed more of a quick fix, but you only have a past self, no future. Li Qie chuckled. Right, and that's where I fall short compared to you. Samsara nodded, indeed, I do not have a future. However, your future self might not be able to win this battle for you. My past self will slay your present self today. Both of the ancestors smiled at the same time. The one on the altar began, quite a heaven-defying setup, perfect even, but there is still one flaw in my eyes, more than enough to destroy it. Boom! This past samsara raised his hand without using any technique or Tao. Beneath his palm was nothing but emptiness. All were instantly crushed into powders, then disappeared completely. Rumble. This was indeed the case. Space, time, Tao, and the myriad laws all crumbled. It then headed for Li Qie, the one from the present. He wished to kill this Li Qie because then, there would be no future Li Qie. This was the opposite of samsara. If the present samsara was killed, his past self would still exist. Boom! There was nothing that could block samsara's palm. Even some emperors would instantly be crushed into mists of blood. However, it couldn't reach Li Qie. The grand momentum exploded again with shiny lights. They came together to form the most powerful barrier and stopped his palm. It wasn't only a physical barrier. This was also repelling space and all powers. The momentum created earlier had separated Li Qie and the 17 emperors from all else. If samsara wished to kill Li Qie, he must destroy this separation first. This particular formation wasn't only created by profound Tao but also an unbelievable amount of chaos stones, refined jades, and precious metals. Most importantly, 30 foul crystals were the leading materials and continued to give energy to the emperors and Li Qie. Under this formation in their own power, it was as tough as an impregnable fortress. Not many people in the world could actually take it down. However, samsara was certainly in this group. Chapter 1973, This peerless momentum and formation contained Li Qie's countless effort and virtually all of his knowledge. He wouldn't dare to say it was the best in history, but few could replicate a similar one. A bit interesting now, very well made. Seeing the failed attack, the past samsara pulled back his palm and said, Indeed, I've been waiting for you for a long time now. The present Li Qie chuckled. Samsara smiled, You think you can trap me? All of the fanfare earlier wasn't only to lead me out but also my past self. So confident in taking me down. So it turned out that Li Qie had already planned for each step of the way. First, he wanted to bait out samsara's real body, then his past self. It was going quite smoothly. As long as these two samsara appeared, he would seal the world and not allow them to escape. He wished to destroy samsara completely, not leaving any chance for the guy to rise again. Try and see. Li Qie smiled back. Indeed, have to fight to actually know the outcome. Samsara said. When his present self came out, he already learned how peerless this formation was, yet he still let his past self comes along without any fear. This showed that he was confident in taking it down. Boom! Boundless darkness engulfed Li Qie's entire formation. Samsara then disappeared under cries of torment. Suddenly, the strangest thing happened, astonishing all spectators. Another grand momentum and formation appeared, the same as Li Qi's. There were another him and 17 emperors within. Samsara was creating everything. When the two formations got close enough, they started to shake violently. This only increased as the distance narrowed. During this process, the imbalance in the formations was immediately revealed. This imbalance was due to the 17th emperor. This grand emperor, in the beginning, didn't have any problem because Li Qie had one end and he had the other in harmonization. The grand emperor ahead of him was a good fit as well with great balance. However, because of the imitation formation, he had an exact replica in front of him. Under this impeccable fit, the grand emperor on Li Qie's side and the identical one on the formation started attracting each other in a profound manner. When this happened, it broke the overall balance of Li Qie's momentum and formation. One could hear a cracking sound as a result. A very tiny crack had appeared on the perfect barrier. It was virtually undetectable with the naked eye and its size was negligible against any other foes. Alas, they were facing Samsara. In just a short time, a thick miasma of darkness engulfed the entire formation. Next was a series of deafening explosions. This darkness acted like a heavenly tribulation and attacked the tiny crack with all of its power. The moment the crack became a hole, all the darkness would come inside to devour Li Qie and the emperors. Boom! 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 The formation was shaking before this insane assault. It became unstable and the barrier started to flicker. Go! All 18 combatants inside shouted. They used the power of the Tao to exude an endless in order to take root in and empower the momentum once more. They relied on the power of the Tao and the wills in order to stabilize the momentum once more. Alas, it was an impossible endeavor due to the replica formation pushing inside. Just a sliver of imbalance would distort the power of this momentum. The power of the momentum is simply too much, capable of destroying everything. So when it has an imbalance, there's no way of fixing it unless a high-level emperor joins in, one who is capable of fixing this flaw. Otherwise, the 18 inside won't be able to do anything. Yes, it needs to be an emperor with 10 wills and up. An emperor outside gave his analysis. In fact, this imbalance was unbelievably tiny, relative to the overall force of the momentum. This was because this momentum was so grand due to the resources and wills of all the emperors. It was strong enough to destroy all of Pure in the blink of an eye. Even the tiniest imbalance would be obvious and exacerbate the flaw of the formation. Li Qie's group tried their hardest to balance it, but at this level of formation, there was no fixing it after it was gone. The observing emperor was right. This imbalance required 10 wills to correct. Rumble. The darkness continued its relentless assault while the replica formation of Samsara wanted to make the imbalance even greater. This was his way of creating a gap in Li Qie's defense. Meanwhile, the 18 inside used the most terrifying force in this world to push the formation back to perfection. This was difficult enough alone, so the external interference by Samsara only made it worse. Bang! 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 With each wave of impact, the 18 inside felt as if they were slammed by a gigantic hammer. Their body was as tough as divine metals. Though these heavy blows couldn't break them, they were still immensely affected, panting for breath with a pale complexion. If this continued, their momentum and formation would definitely crumble. Fellow Taoist, how much longer do you think you can hold on? Samsara smiled and asked. Who knows? Li Qie retorted, but your present self won't last much longer either. When the darkness is gone, you won't be able to take Saint on. His holy sword will annihilate you. The past Samsara glanced at the river of time after hearing this. Back in his epoch, Saint and Li Qie clearly had the upper hand while working together. Saint's holy light was crazily refining the ancestors' darkness. When all of the darkness was gone, he would be able to kill the ancestor's origin. This would be a true death regardless of whatever hidden moves he still had left. Break. The past Samsara saw this and instantly channeled his energy. Darkness oozed out with a force shaking 3,000 worlds. Crack. With this, the tiny crack was finally broken through into a fair-sized gap. Poof. The 18 inside were grievously injured by a massive amount of power, causing them to vomit blood. Chapter 1974, Time to End This. The past Samsara shouted. The darkness, like a flood, began to eat the grand formation of Wuxia. With corroding noises, the thick darkness was imprinting its marks on the momentum. These marks began to tear apart the momentum. Plus, Samsara was still attacking at the same time with a tsunami of darkness. When this rising tsunami smashed downward, it could shatter all of Pure. Even a top-level emperor might be a victim of its force. Nothing would be spared in its onslaught. Rumble. All experts strong enough to watch were naturally astounded at this spectacle. The past Samsara wanted to end this battle as soon as possible so that he could go help his present self on the river of time. Meanwhile, the darkness was being extinguished on the other battlefield while the light had the absolute advantage. If this went on, Samsara's origin was finished. Crack. 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 Though the gap wasn't big enough just yet around the imbalance, Samsara was making progress. Eventually, the momentum had tiny cracking lines. A complete infiltration was impossible, but it was only a matter of time. The ones inside were trembling with heavy injuries, evident by blood dripping down the corner of their lips. Not good. One emperor shuddered and said worriedly, "There's no coming back after the momentum breaks." The spectating emperors glanced at each other, but they were powerless. In order to regain the balance, one would need the power of 10 or more wills. Only a few of these beings were available in Pure. Time was of the essence because a victory for Samsara was definitely a negative development. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a majestic and ancient imperial path traced from the horizon all the way to the depth of the wildland. Sacred teacher, Qianlong is late. A true dragon-like roar came about. A man walked on the imperial path and immediately made it to the wildland. "Allow me to lend you a hand." This newcomer was very young, seemingly only around 20 of age. However, he carried an ancient aura as if he had come out of an old painting, a big crest and traditional robe. He embraced a long sword with a heroic aura. Immortal Emperor Qianlong. Another emperor recognized the man, an emperor from the 9 worlds with 8 wills. Even those who couldn't actually watch the battlefield outside could sense his coming. Immortal Emperor Qianlong is there. The progenitor of Dragon Citadel. Wu Fengying and Wu Qi were extremely shocked and wouldn't stop bowing their head on the ground. This was the second emperor of Soaring Immortal from the 9 worlds, one at the upper echelon of this power level. Ever since Immortal Emperor Wan Gu created a method to shoulder the heaven's wills from the 10th world, Immortal Emperor Qianlong was the second person to shoulder heaven's wills from the 10th world. Moreover, he got 8 wills just like Immortal Emperor Wan Gu. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a top emperor since he had wills from both worlds. Clank! He instantly slashed open the myriad ages and cut out a path in the engulfing darkness. Not to mention the weaker cultivators, even his peers were amazed at the tremendous power of his slash. This allowed him to reach his destination, the depth of the wildland. Buzz. In one area of Wuxia's momentum were whirling imperial laws. They melted together with the formation. Pop. After gaining Wuxia's permission, Immortal Emperor Qianlong stepped inside and stood among the 17 emperors. His appearance at the horizon and him joining the battlefield happened smoothly in the blink of an eye. "Let's go!" The group roared again and their power erupted. The Immortal Emperor released his 9 wills, their power also fused with the formation. Rumble. The unbalanced momentum was slowly being shifted from the power of the nine wills. Boom! The barrier became resplendent again with a light shining the entire region. It even made it to the river of time. All of the darkness turned to ashes because this was an unprecedented state of balance for the momentum. Bang! The replica formation created by the past samsara was annihilated as well. He himself was shaken and staggered several paces backward. "You're right, time to end this." Wuxia inside the formation chuckled and declared. In the interim, the battle waging on the river of time was reaching a decisive moment as well. Not much darkness was left in the epoch, only Saint's overwhelming light. Though the present samsara still had thick miasma around him, there was no reversing the tide against his two foes. Zzz. Saint's sword sang its hymn and became as white as snow while issuing murderous bloodthirst. It could sever all karmic ties and reincarnation cycles in the world. He could deliver the final blow at samsara's origin whenever now, erasing the ancestor's existence. My turn. Samsara didn't panic after losing the stalemate. He laughed and chanted a mantra in the form of an unquestionable decree: those who walk with the darkness, return to the origin. Boom! The entire wildland quaked with his decree. More darkness emerged with loud explosions. The Dark Overlords underground were emerging, not out of their own volition. Pop! 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 One by one, these Dark Overlords exploded and turned into the most primal and pure dark energy. No! Some didn't even get the chance to scream. Progenitor, we offer our service to you, please. The stronger ones struggled in order to protect themselves. As long as the darkness is around, all of you shall be eternal. I'm only borrowing your power for now. I'll recreate you all after my victory. Samsara calmly said. He was the progenitor of darkness in his epoch, so all of these other overlords were under his banner. The reasons why they could harvest the beings were due to the methods he gave them. Because of this, samsara could also harvest their power of darkness. It didn't matter how strong they were, there was no way to resist. No one could oppose their own origin and source. The stronger ones still failed to resist and eventually crumbled. I have protected all of you during the destruction, allowing you to live after the end of the epoch. It is time for you all to be useful. Samsara devoured the power of these shattering overlords. Rumble. An endless power of darkness all flowed into his mouth. Chapter 1975, just imagine the wondrous powers of these fallen dark overlords. As samsara harvested their power, his own darkness filled the world once more with an eruption of might. The group couldn't stop his harvest since samsara was the source of darkness. He was simply recalling what belongs to him. It was truly too easy, the powers were made from his own laws. The only way to stop him was to kill him. Not good, the crowd became unrest again. Wuxia's group worked hard to regain the initiative, but now, samsara has seized it back with a chance to retaliate. Sacred teacher, your student is late. In the blink of an eye, a boat came over on the river of time and instantly steered into the wildland. On this wooden boat was a person with humbled clothing. His eyes were extremely profound, a pair of yin-yang eyes. They could deliver people to the other side or grant salvation to the dead. His aura was the opposite of his simple clothing, extremely impressive. Not only did he have the presence of an invincible immortal emperor, more importantly, it also looked as if he came from another world. He could walk among the mortals and travel through the nether realm. Another emperor from the 9 worlds, immortal Emperor Ming Du this time. The masters were startled to see him. Boom! He didn't enter the area of the altar but rather, he stopped in the vicinity and shouted, "Open." His hand pushed down on the world while deriving the myriad laws. Another imperial path was created, forcefully dragging a world into existence and pressed it down on the wildland. This was an empty expanse of a world, not belonging to light or darkness. Figures wandered in this world contained in a grand momentum. A stench of death permeated this gloomy and cold world. There was no trace of life. The emergence of this world instantly isolated the wildland and Samsara's connection with the power of darkness. He couldn't harvest this affinity any longer. The abrupt pause in the harvest allowed the surviving overlords, scared out of their mind, to drill into the deepest part of the earth, not daring to show their face any longer. Not only did Samsara grievously wound them, he also nearly drained them of all power. The masters were creeped out by this world. It wasn't one of darkness, but it looked like the realm of the dead, as if everyone would come here after death and there was no returning. Is that the underworld? An ancestor murmured. In fact, no one could give a definite answer outside of immortal Emperor Ming-Du. He was a very special immortal emperor. Though he was indeed from the 9 worlds, he didn't belong to any race from there. An emissary of death he was, a traveler between the mortal and nether world. Of course, who knows if this was the truth? Samsara wasn't alarmed after being separated from his power source and didn't try to absorb anything again. He chuckled and looked at the emperor. How interesting, not belonging to this epoch yet could still reach the Tao. A path worth replicating and researching, indeed. He turned towards Saint and said, "Old friend, today has been too much fun. Our epoch has been quiet for so long, I guess it is due. This excitement is to send you and me away." Saint coldly said. "That doesn't sound bad at all." Samsara smiled. "It will be a magnificent and lively death. It's better to be sent away by the enemies than to die a lonely death. Then hand over your life." Saint didn't waste words and stared at Samsara in an emotionless manner. Though the two were familiar in a sense, their personalities were strikingly different. If Samsara was a living person, Saint was a strand of law. Samsara was a heartless murderer and subjected all the beings in his epoch to eternal damnation. A devil he was, the start of darkness. However, strangely enough, he gave off a friendly aura. If one were to stay with him without knowing the circumstances, they would find him to be a nice companion. This wasn't the case for Saint. He upheld his principles more than anything. When he was in action, he was as sharp as a sword. This made people fear him, not daring to get closer. It wasn't to say that he was overly harsh. Alas, he had buried his heart in order to fortify it, so he looked quite cold as a result. The ultimate power is emotionless, and so was Saint. Of course, this didn't mean Samsara was a merciful person. He was naturally cruel and emotionless when devouring the eras without any hesitation. "Old friend, I have returned to my peak right now, I don't think you can kill me anymore." Samsara chuckled. "Try this then." Saint's sword aimed straight for Samsara's origin with a blinding light. "I'm aware that you want to sever my origin," Samsara said, "but it's not like I don't have a plan for it. You're not my match when it is just us two, but since you have helped today, I have no choice but to let you see my method. It's a shame that life led us down to this. Goodbye, old friend, having an opponent like you made my life colorful, you are worthy of my respect." Samsara sincerely stared at Saint and said. Boom! Suddenly, he exploded completely, even his origin. This was completely out of the blue for Saint. His cold eyes slightly batted. The rest of the spectators was astounded as well. Detonating his own origin. This was simply suicidal. However, this detonation didn't result in a massive explosion. On the other hand, the ancestor turned into exquisite streams of darkness, quietly flowing into time back to the start of the wildland. Though it seemed slow, the flowing speed was actually crossing through many eras in this epoch. Finally, this darkness had incorporated itself into the epoch. The time flow was actually full of light earlier, but after the fusion, it turned dark like squid ink. "Old friend, I'm no longer around, but I'll be one with our epoch." Samsara's voice echoed from the epoch, seemingly coming from a distant age. He destroyed his own origin but had also managed to fuse with the wildland epoch. It made it impossible for Saint to truly destroy him. Time for you to leave. Saint turned towards Li Qie from the future and said. This future being nodded at him, goodbye, my friend. It's time to end this. He let out a sigh afterward. With that, he turned and left on the river of time since he wasn't actually back in the Wildland epoch. In the end, he disappeared on the other end, back to the future. Let's end this. Saint's gaze became sharp with his radiating holy light. Poof! His body and all of the light ignited, resulting in a brighter and more powerful blaze. Rumble! The entire river of time quaked. Endless holy flames were illuminating the past, present, and future. It was pushing away the darkness in every corner of time. Though darkness still existed, so did the light, even in the darkest of hours. This flame continued to flow along time itself, affecting the beings from each era. Chapter 1976, The Holy Light continued to flow on the river of time. It has yet to fuse with it entirely, but it was definitely all-penetrating, seeping through the nooks and corners. Saint was lighting a spark of light in the heart of all existences. Even a fierce beast would change its way and crouch with reverence. The light still burned the brightest at the Wildland epoch. It was burning away the darkness in order to refine the entire epoch. Alas, it was also burning itself. In order to destroy the darkness, the light has to turn to ashes as well. The reason why this epoch was the focal point of the flame was due to Saint's roots at the place. He was lighting up himself. In this place was a pure and resplendent Tao with a drumming noise. It was as if there was a large heart beating there. This jumping heart exuded this holy power to the world, allowing to illuminate the myriad ages. Indeed, this was Saint's immovable Tao heart. It had turned into the source of light and fuel for holy power. Only this heart could make the light eternal. This time period was also changing. The darkness had melted into the epoch itself so one could hear the splashing waves. A dark ocean began to rise with tsunamis. Under it was the source of darkness, filling the ocean with endless water. SCZ, though the holy light was crazily burning the darkness, the dark and towering tsunamis began to retaliate by completely surrounding Saint's Tao heart. This epoch was an ocean of darkness. Any source of light, no matter how powerful it may be, would be in quite a predicament. Saint's Tao heart was certainly incredible, but Samsara's root was much deeper in this epoch than him. His darkness was included in every second in the history of the epoch. Because of this, though Samsara had self-destructed his origin, but as long as a sliver of the temporal period of the epoch remained, so would he and the darkness. Thus, after the fusion between Samsara and the epoch, Saint couldn't destroy Samsara despite having a method to boost his power beyond Samsara. SCZ, waves of burning noises resounded. Though the light was doing its work, there was no way of getting rid of the darkness. Those able to watch the river of time would see the light losing its brilliance. The sacred light flowing through time could go out at any moment. Meanwhile, the Wildland epoch was now a black hole. Even the greatest creature of light would forever fall into the darkness in that place, never to see the day again. Thus, the emperors became pessimistic. There was a reason why Samsara was the origin of darkness. He was indeed an incredible being. This was akin to looking up and seeing the sun being devoured. The little existences would never see the sunlight again. Just imagine the despair and screams afterward in a world devoid of light. As for the Wildland, there would be nothing but darkness without Saint's guiding light. The lost souls without a chance to reincarnate wouldn't even have the chance to scream in the dark abyss, forever chained and tormented. Open! Li Qie shouted at this grim moment. His Tao heart became the next thing to illuminate the epoch. The power of this Tao heart was unsurpassable and eternal. It had been accumulated for the ages and sharpened by the experiences in life, becoming the toughest and strongest heart in the world. Boom! His will traveled through a path across the river of time in order to reach the wildland epoch. If one were able to see this, they would see a determined ray going backward on the river just like a meteor. This Tao heart attacked the depth of the Black Ocean. Its tyrannical attack made the waves rage even more. The emperors held their breath after seeing this domineering entry by Li Qiye's Tao heart because this abyss was the origin of the darkness. No emperor would dare to think that they could handle being there and maintaining their Tao heart. Rumble. Li Qiye's and Saint's Tao heart resonated, causing a massive quake. An explosion shook the entire river. The resonation was akin to an erupting volcano. The holy light exploded and instantly destroyed the surrounding darkness, turning them to ashes. With another blast, the river became unstable. This will was too powerful since it had half the power of an epoch. In the depth, Li Qiye's Tao heart shot to the sky and created a torrential tsunami of darkness. It was tearing the ocean apart, leaving a permanent scar. At the same time, Saint's holy Tao heart was heading for the source of the darkness like a boulder falling to the mouth of a spring. SCZ. More burning occurred at the depth with Saint's Tao heart. Meanwhile, Li Qiye's own above the ocean was pouring out an endless strength. His Tao heart wasn't exuding boundless holy light like Saint's. This one had a light of eternity as if it had stored so much brilliant time. Countless eras couldn't erase it. Li Qiye's supreme will acted like a gigantic fan above and started flapping. Not only did it push the waves away but also made the holy light stronger. If the darkness was firewood, Saint's light was a spark, then Li Qiye's Tao heart was a fan fueling the fire. Saint's Tao heart accepted this boost of power and became even stronger down below. The burning process continued. In the beginning, the wildland epoch was an ocean of darkness, but now, one could see a bright brilliance burning away the darkness from the depth. It started from the center and began to spread, wishing to eliminate the darkness entirely. The emperors were shaken because this had nothing to do with merit laws and Tao. These were the powers from their Tao heart alone. Samsara had a heart of darkness, Saint had a heart of light, and Li Qiye had an indomitable Tao heart. Chapter 1977, The Three Tao Hearts were the top in the world. One would find it exceedingly difficult to find another like them in the entire river of time. Darkness, light, or accumulation of time, these were the power of Tao hearts, not within the boundary of the Tao or anything else. Most didn't understand that the most important thing for cultivation was not merit law or talents but rather the Tao heart. It was because the majority couldn't reach this level. Only emperors at the top would be able to understand. For example, the ocean of darkness from samsara. Merit laws and Tao couldn't do anything against the absolute darkness. Only Saint's purest Tao heart could refine and burn it away. As for Li Qiye, with his current cultivation, there was no way for him to travel back in time back to the wildland. However, his firm Tao heart was able to do so, regardless of the distance. Moreover, it wasn't afraid of being devoured in the depth of the ocean because the darkness couldn't touch his will. Furthermore, the indomitable affinity of his Tao heart could resonate with Saint's own. This allowed Saint's holy light to become mightier. Many emperors were questioning themselves whether they would last against the darkness of samsara. But if the top masters of the epoch could have such a firm Tao heart, there wouldn't have been so many dark overlords in the wildland. So rare. The past samsara saw this scene and said with a tinge of emotion, one everlasting Tao heart is already rare enough, let alone three. Why must we kill each other? Why not work together to flip the heaven over? There might be a chance at the final battle. Despite saying so, he didn't halt his offense. His darkness continued to crush down on the grand momentum. Alas, there was no progress. The momentum of Li Qiye and 18 emperors and more than 100 wills were simply unbreakable. Samsara was indeed mighty, but he wouldn't be able to break it down in a short time unless he had other methods that were even more heaven-defying. What a shame, the Paragon artifact was destroyed back then, or I would be able to break this down. He remained calm due to his age and having experienced countless dangers before. He took out an item with a solemn expression and said, "Very well, since it has reached this point, might as well let go of all caution." This particular weapon looked like a circular disc with the same color as the moon. Its light was quite dimmed as if hasn't been taken out in a long time. This was a very simple weapon, not much different from an ornament and seemingly lacked power. However, his expression spoke otherwise. "Fellow Taoist, victory or defeat will be determined with this." Samsara remained cool and friendly even in the face of battle. "My weapon is named Chrono Disc. Will I be the one to not withstand the test of time or you too? Only through actual practice would we be able to tell." Li Qiye's true body back inside the momentum chuckled in response. "Indeed. You are here for the Paragon artifact, so if you win, everything will belong to you. A few of my treasures are only slightly inferior to the old artifact that was destroyed. I thank you then, I will at least get something from this battle." Li Qiye smiled. Though they were quite courteous and friendly with each other, they certainly didn't hold anything back while fighting. Boom! The chrono disc descended without any oppressive pressure. It was only hovering above the barrier like a seal printing down. Buzz! It left behind an indelible mark. His body was flowing with a temporal light that hastily gathers on the weapon. This supreme overlord immediately turned into an old man on the verge of death. The guy grew old. His hair turned white with many wrinkles appearing on his face. He started hunching over in a feeble manner. Samsara was channeling his lifespan into the disc. He had harvested countless generations and existences in order to strengthen his power and increase his lifespan. Each little existence gave him a little bit of life. Though he couldn't reach the immortality level, he could live for a very long time, virtually endless if he didn't leave the wildland. Thus, he was using the power of longevity through the disc in order to break the momentum. He had no other choice because he couldn't do it without resorting to this monstrous treasure. If their Paragon artifact was still around, he could use it to destroy the momentum. Alas, he needed the chrono disc right now. Buzz! The barrier was turning course as if it was being heated, something similar to the process of porcelainization. Not good. The emperors inside the barrier felt the power of their heaven's wills being separated. The momentum required massive resource and their wills to function. However, they found the channeling process to be much slower. It was as if they had been separated from the momentum by an endless period so they couldn't add their will's power to the barrier. Without this empowerment, the barrier became weaker and withered before the power of the disc. Its glow became white instead of resplendent and colorful like before, unable to withstand the withering property of time. Rumble! Li Qiye and the others increased their output but the temporal gap made the process difficult. Buzz! If this continued, the barrier would be destroyed. That would be a terrible development for the group. Fellow Taoist, this won't do since time isn't that easy to withstand. You need to recall your firm Tao heart or defeat is assured. Samsara said flatly. I know. Li Qiye chuckled, you want to save your present self, but don't be so certain of the outcome just yet. Let's finish this then. Samsara smiled. Buzz! The withering process intensified. Destruction was imminent for the barrier. Even immortal Emperor Ming Du a bit farther away in the wildland became anxious. Alas, he couldn't do anything right now because the momentum has reached a state of balance. His careless involvement could break the momentum. That would only make it break down even faster. The spectating emperors felt the same way. There was no way for them to defeat this temporal attack either. The only way right now was for Li Qiye to recall his Tao heart. Chapter 1978, Li Qiye had two choices before him. First, either gamble and see if they would be the first to fall or Samsara's past self. The second was to recall his Tao heart back in order to stop this chrono disc. Buzz. The momentum wasn't the only victim to the disk. Even Samsara was aging at a rapid rate. In just a short time, Samsara had lost all of his vigor and life. He became only skin and bone with fingers like chicken feet. The trade-off in using the chrono disc was immense, and to make it even worse, the past self was using it. If it was his present self was doing so, there was still a chance to recover. This wasn't the case for the past self. This physical expenditure was permanently lost. This was the reason why he was so hesitant on using the disc despite his immense power. Buzz. The two sides were suffering the withering property of the disc. Who knows who will make it to the end? Fellow Taoist, I don't think I'll be the first to fall. Samsara was decrepit with 1 foot in the grave, but his temperament remained the same, cool and collected. I feel the same way about myself. Li Chia chuckled. Though he and the emperors were mustering all the power in their wills, it was still a desperate struggle due to the power of time. Just being 1 step late was more than enough for Samsara to take advantage of the situation and for the disc to corrode the grand momentum. Li Chia's group couldn't stop this from going worse, let alone reversing the tide. Samsara had a way with words. I used to have such confidence, but as I lived long and longer, a few things changed. Live long enough and watch yourself become a saint, or a devil, or going insane altogether. Which one are you, fellow Taoist? In this juncture between life and death, he still spoke so profoundly. He and saint were time-worn existences, one became a saint while the other a devil. The insane crowd remained a mystery. None of the three, I am me. Li Chia was nonchalant despite being at a significant disadvantage. If there is no path in front of me, I'll make my own way. I do hope for your success, but first, you need to get through this today before talking. I doubt your grand momentum will last much longer. Samsara's gray hair was fluttering in the wind. Some were even falling off, but this didn't bother him in the slightest. Crack. Crack. Finally, the heavily withered barrier had multiple cracks. It has yet to completely collapse, but weakening was inevitable. It was as if just the touch of a finger would topple it entirely. This doesn't look good. The emperors were startled and crazily channeled the power of their wills into the momentum. Alas, this last-ditch effort was still useless. Just these cracks alone were fatal. He needs to recall his Tao heart now. The spectating emperors felt their heart hanging on a thread. Alas, Li Chia had no intention of doing so. His Tao heart was still in the river of time, resonating with Saint in order to destroy the darkness of the wildland. Rumble. More cracks appeared everywhere on the barrier, too many to count. It wouldn't be long before the barrier goes down. Rumble. More detonations resounded, but it wasn't from the grand momentum but rather, the horizon of the wildland. The spectators outside turned their gaze. At the broken firmament was a person walking over. Each of his steps crushed the sky and left behind nearly permanent footprints. It was an armored man with a fierce gaze. He had a spear, each step was oppressive as if he was already wrestling on the battlefield. A frightening battle intent emanated from him, rising above the 9 skies. This was a man ready to fight to the bitter end. Any ancestor would shudder after feeling his aura and lose the courage to take him on. Immortal Emperor Bujan. Another one from the 9 worlds. An ancestor outside recognized him and shouted. Bujan is there now. The spectating emperors in the shadows were instantly attracted. They still felt respect though he was a peer. This was an emperor famous from his numerous battle exploits, capable of sweeping through all the mighty enemies. Thus, few in the world wanted to stand in his way. His eyes exuded a terrible light as he focused on the grand momentum. A process of Tao derivation began. Sacred teacher, no need to worry, Bujan is here to help you. He shouted and his will appeared above him after a loud detonation. He only had one will from the 9 worlds. It was unreasonably thick, spanning across the sky like a mountain range. He chose the path of evolving his heaven's will so he didn't shoulder more from the 10th world. Fellow Taoist, lend me a hand now, let me borrow your yin-yang path for a bit. Immortal Emperor Bujan, eager to fight, shouted at Immortal Emperor Mingdu, brother, go, I shall pave the way for you. Mingdu chanted an ancient mantra as if he was calling for lost souls. More detonations ensued. In front of the emperor was a dark road coming together. It looked like the path to hell opening up, filled with nether winds. Everyone felt a chill because they felt as if they could see hell at the end of the road. This was the emperor's yin-yang path, utilizing a bizarre law to cross over an area. Buzz. Bujan immediately started walking on it. In the next second, his figure flashed back and forth multiple times on the path just like a ghost. It was as if he was going through the 18 steps of hell. Finally, he appeared inside the momentum, but this wasn't actually the case upon closer inspection. He was standing inches next to Wuxia, but his spatial coordinates were ominous, just like a part of hell. Nevertheless, this place was still connected to the grand momentum. Thus, he was allowed to join and even go all out without breaking the balance of the momentum. Boom! He raised his spear and instantly became one with his heaven's will. Next, both the will and the spear disappeared. In the next second, a spear appeared above each of the 18 emperors and Wuxia. With a metallic ringing, the spears imprinted themselves onto the members. With this new empowerment, the group felt their heaven's wills become a sharp spear, allowing them to break through the temporal separation. Just like that, they were able to pour energy into the barrier once more, allowing it to exude a brilliant light. The grand momentum was able to stop the corrosive power of time and turned it to ashes. Chapter 1979, Boom. The grand momentum finally became brilliant and illuminated the world. It erupted in an extraordinary manner and blew away the marks from the chrono disc. Even samsara went flying from the impact. Thump. Thump. After landing on the ground, he was still forced several paces back from the aftershock before finally vomiting a mouthful of blood. An everlasting overlord like him was grievously wounded today. After the disc was repelled, the spear appeared back in Bujan's hand. Alas, he was pale and also staggered backward with blood dripping down the corner of his lips. People finally heaved a sigh of relief after seeing that the momentum was still fine and well. The assistance of Bujan had turned the tide by saving the formation. Boom! Meanwhile, the same scene of dazzling explosions was still occurring back on the river of time. The holy light swept through the entire epoch like a storm with its strands destroying the darkness. Saint had taken control over the wildland. Majestic and boundless holy light left nowhere for the darkness to hide. Buzz. There was still one final sliver of darkness in the deepest location of the epoch. It had escaped into the river of time and ran out of the epoch. It was outside the boundary of the holy light, so it didn't give chase. Poof! The sliver of darkness made it back to the present and samsara instantly opened his mouth to swallow it. This past version began to tremble multiple times. The barebones ancestor actually recovered his vitality, his white hair turned black once more as he straightened his posture. A black miasma shrouded him again. Though he wasn't back to his peak state, he had recovered quite a bit. It's good to be alive. In history, so many beings yearned for life. He became spirited and stretched. Boom! Wuxia's Tao heart also flew out from the old epoch across the river of time. It moved through several epochs before returning to Wuxia's body. Being alive is nice indeed, but you shouldn't have swallowed that darkness just now. Wuxia looked at the ancestor and said insipidly. I know, you have already done something to the pond of blood in the beginning. Samsara wasn't afraid at all, but I still want to taste the sensation of being alive. I am simply a past self, so I haven't felt this in a long time. Being alive is quite nice, so your scheme doesn't stop me. Who doesn't want to stay alive? Wuxia agreed. Yes. Samsara was enjoying this sensation and said, as long as I can stay alive, so what if I destroy the rest of the world? Such a trivial matter. The emperors ruminated after hearing this comment. They were all top existences in this world. In the future, would they act like Samsara just to stay alive? All possible means just to escape death. Fellow Taoist, have you never struggled before? Samsara looked at Li Qie and said. Life isn't that easy. Li Qie calmly said, I have struggled before, screaming in pain during the darkest days, just wanting to live longer. But, in order to stay alive, all I will do is kill those who threaten me. I won't sacrifice the others in the world for my own sake. If the villainous heaven wishes for my death, I'll kill him, sooner or later, crushing him beneath my foot. However, I will never live a borrowed life in the darkness while killing others. I am Li Qie, I shall take down those who wish to end me. This was quite a bloody and resounding statement despite the nonchalant tone. It was a choice and a showing of determination. The emperors immediately thought about a particular path, the ultimate expedition. Though this was a fruitless path, one emperor after another chose to do so. Their sacrifice was commendable. Samsara didn't become embarrassed by this. He gently nodded, true, I am inferior to you in this regard, inferior to Saint too. My old friend rather dies before bowing his head. Sigh, lacking indeed. The strongest being are scourges to the world if they do not have a firm Tao heart. Li Qie added. You think that the world is worth saving? Samsara smiled, I once tried to illuminate the eras and save the living beings, just like Saint. But certain people are not worth it. After so many cycles, no epoch has been able to move on. Perhaps our power isn't the issue, it's that the world isn't worth saving. That's not up for you or the villainous to decide. No one is qualified to judge the living beings or their heart. Only themselves should be the arbitrators. Li Qie stated, I don't try as hard as Saint to redeem everyone, maybe I'm not as great of a person as him. But like you said, just because the world is not worth saving, that's not an excuse to let darkness engulf everything. I don't know what you have experienced. But after spending many eras myself, I will never yield to power and never walk with the darkness, for that is my Tao heart. I rather die than succumbing. Li Qie finished powerfully. Everyone makes their own choice. Samsara chuckled, they just need to be responsible for them. Thus, as the origin of darkness, I've never run away from this fact and let everyone come try and kill me. If someone actually manages to do so, it only shows that I'm not strong enough. Li Qie nodded, indeed, but today is the day when you shall depart. Your present self is finished and Saint had sacrificed himself. This spells the end for the Wildland epoch. Come, I have no grievances if your group is able to kill me. Dying in battle is much better than dying to sickness. Samsara laughed. Annihilation. Li Qie coldly uttered. With a loud explosion, the group activated their formation. The momentum came killing like a gigantic palm toward Samsara. This palm was the embodiment of monstrous resources and more than 100 heaven's wills. Even emperors were ants before this attack, regardless of their power level. Let's go. Samsara howled and darkness shrouded the sky. He used his most powerful attack in order to repel this incoming palm. He wouldn't just sit there awaiting death. After all, this master of an epoch was always ready to fight to the bloody end. This exchange annihilated everything. Space and time were forced back to their original state. Crack. Bones broke, Samsara became bloodied everywhere while blood gushed out of his mouth. His invincible attack wasn't enough. He had expended too much lifespan and vitality after using the chrono disc, so he was no match against the combined might of Li Qie's group. He vomited blood again before being able to speak. Nevertheless, a smile was still on his face, no longer as mighty as before, only around 50% left. I really couldn't handle that heaven-suppressing move. He looked like a hero just before the sad, inevitable demise, yet he was still as calm as ever. Chapter 1980, Crack. The bones of Samsara broke down as his body twisted and folded in two. This gigantic palm was too much to take. Just the power from more than 100 wills alone was frightening enough, let alone the perfect harmony from the grand momentum. If Samsara was still in his peak state, he would be able to fight for a bit unlike right now. As his flesh and bones were crushed, he and the ground around him were covered in blood. Someone as invincible as him was finally at the edge of a cliff. Time to end this. Li Qiye calmly said. Boom! The power of the gigantic palm soared again. Now, Samsara's spine broke entirely, same with his general frame. I do want it to end, alas, it never comes. The mutilated Samsara suddenly took out a sheet of skin. It draped around him and coiled tightly. Samsara didn't try to block this time and let the palm strike him. Strange enough, he was completely fine this time. The human skin protected him easily. What is that? The spectators were shocked. This unstoppable attack failed to do anything. It was as if this sheet of skin could stop everything, even the destruction of the world. Samsara didn't have a large stature in the first place, but he shrunk even more to put this skin suit on. It was an embarrassing look, like a dog that had lost its master. Remember that he was the lord of an epoch, the other dark overlords trembled before him. But now, he had to hide inside this tiny bag of skin. Meanwhile, the emperors were shocked because this unknown thing could stop an ultimate attack. So old now, no choice but to take this out and hide like a loser. Samsara could still laugh at himself. It was a bit sad to hear it from him, this invincible being feared by all, reduced to this state. Amazing, this skin is outside of the reincarnation cycle. Li Qiye was still calm after seeing this. Keen you are, fellow Taoist. Samsara smiled, my title is Samsara but I won't enter the cycle. It's quite ironic that I have to hide in it to live today. Li Qiye stared intensely at the item because it was truly astonishing. In each epoch, there used to be a story about it. This human skin has quite a past too. It might not be a paragon artifact, but it is on the same level as my chrono disc, just a tiny bit inferior. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the most powerful defense in the world. Perhaps, I have heard of a few legends about it. Li Qiye said. If you have heard of it, then you should know that you can't kill me. Samsara chuckled, I'm not a living being, so I have no future, and no reincarnation cycle, just like the skin. It has no karma either, so how will you be able to kill my past self? It was an interesting comment relating to a level that only emperors understood. It was truly impossible to kill him when the skin was disconnected from these natural phenomena. More importantly, he wasn't part of this time period and there was no way of reaching him. Thus, one wouldn't be able to cut the cycle and karma regardless of how powerful they were, since the ancestor didn't have any in the first place. At this moment, he was certainly unkillable, or infinitely close to it. There's no way to kill him. The emperors in the battle couldn't come up with a plan. Indeed. Samsara smiled, unfortunately, there is no future and hope, so it is still far off from being truly immortal. This was the reason why Samsara left this skin to his past self. His present self wouldn't have the same effectiveness with it. Easier said than done to reach that level. Li Qiye commented as someone who has experienced something similar. Fellow Taoist, you can suppress me, but killing me is not possible, even if you have a paragon artifact. Samsara claimed. There's an exception to everything, or no one will ever be surprised. Li Qiye chuckled. True. Samsara nodded, it is indeed surprising that you have reduced me to this state and defeated all my methods. I wonder if you can surprise me again. You will be right now. Having said that, Li Qiye released his 3 Dao with the 12 laws. These things were made from the 3 maelstrom and the item inside the treasure chest, capable of absorbing the heavens' wills. The emperors carefully observed and were startled. They knew that the laws were amazing but had no idea of what they were. Primordial will. On the other hand, Samsara was able to deduce their origin after a careful inspection. He was certainly caught off guard. That's right, in all of history, few could say its name. Li Qie said. Samsara was indeed the lord of an epoch, being able to recognize something that the emperors didn't. I've searched before but only saw them in passing, they weren't fated for me. Samsara calmed down and said emotionally, who would have thought that they would be my end today? If you believe in karma, then this is called, persist in evil and you will bring about your own destruction. Li Qie said. It doesn't matter whether I believe in it or not, and who knows if you do either. I've escaped for eras and epochs just to stay alive. Unfortunately, death is inescapable. Samsara smiled. Let me send you on the road then. Li Qie's eyes turned cold. I've lost, your methods are greater than mine. I'm sure you still have more up your sleeve too, so I have no complaints losing to you. There have been 2 formidable foes in my life, one is Saint, and the other is you, fellow Taoist. No, the 2 of us aren't tough enemies. At our level, the only real enemies are ourselves. Li Qie looked at him and said. The ancestor pondered quietly before agreeing, right, no one but myself. Kank. The 12 laws quickly pinned on the skin and sealed it. Next, they started to glow and forcefully dragged the skin suit away. Samsara's demeanor was still natural in the face of this. He gently sighed with a tinge of disappointment and sadness. The Lord of Darkness still finally reached the end of the road after devouring so many eras. Come, everything you want is here. It is time for your plans to come into fruition, fellow Taoist. Samsara no longer tried to resist or retaliate. He arched his chest and straightened his back. Chapter 1981, Blood slowly dripped downward as his clothes became tattered. His body was ruined as well, with bones visible in many places and smashed flesh. Nevertheless, he maintained a proud and straight posture. The situation of this epic lord looked downtrodden but not him. He stood there, determined and even relaxed, mentally prepared for this moment. The emperors had no comment. For the high-level ones, they could see a bit of them while looking at him. He was an apex existence, something they were aiming for. Thus, his end was more of a warning to them. It didn't matter whether he was a good or bad person, a defender of light or walker of darkness. From a cultivation perspective, his achievements were worthy of respect. Moreover, morality was not as black and white for them. People simply had a different perspective on the world. Thus, the death of this invincible being painted a melancholic feel. They weren't exactly sympathetic to his doom, but they saw many things in this event, including a potential end in the future. Perhaps it won't be as grand and shocking like Samsara's death, but it'll come. Time to end this. Li Qie said. He had killed too many people already, one more was just fine. Yes. Samsara smiled, I've been hiding and accumulating strength all along in order to defeat the high heaven. But the truth was to escape death. But now, when death is actually here, there is no fear in me. Samsara was aware that his defeat was assured. He knew that Li Qie still had other methods up his sleeve. Retaliation was futile. Any last words? Li Qie asked. What do I have to say? Those worthy of my attention are long gone, those I love and those who love me. Even my old friend and enemy, Saint, is no longer around. The world has nothing for me to look at now. Samsara was very calm in the face of death. His attitude was worthy of being a supreme overlord. He continued, well, I guess my last words will be hoping for your victory at the final battle. This path has lasted for too long, the cycles of epochs, so many wise sages and heroes have bent their back. Unfortunate, I won't be able to see it. The day when I return triumphantly will come. Li Qie stoically said. It wasn't only for Samsara to hear but also the rest of the emperors. I see. Samsara looked up towards the wildland epoch one last time back in the river of time. His darkness once loomed over it, the inhabitants there detested him. He had turned it into an ocean of blood and devoured countless beings. He was the devil, the bringer of nightmares. But ultimately, it was still his epoch where he lived, so he still had to look at it again. Perhaps this was the only thing worth another glance from him. Goodbye. Samsara closed his eyes and said, fellow Taoist, do it. What you want are in my lair. Time to finish this. Li Qie uttered calmly. Poof. Samsara's blood erupted like a storm. It was then dragged out by Li Qie and refined into laws intertwining together to form a key. In the beginning, when Li Qie was refining that pond of blood, he had prepared something in there. Samsara thought he had crushed it but it was still secretly there. This was a way for Li Qie to obtain Samsara's origin blood, the only way for him to open the guy's lair. Boom! Samsara fell backward to the ground. His body was burning after his origin blood got refined. There were wisps of smoke left behind, not belonging to light or darkness. He used to be a living person, so after death, he turned into smoke. It was a way to return to the roots, a place without light and darkness. The battle has finally ended. The wildland would become history, no longer shrouded in darkness. The entire region became quiet, the wailings have disappeared. The emperors involved in the battle heaved a sigh of relief. This was definitely their toughest fight since one wrong move and they would have turned to ashes. The spectating emperors were speechless as well. The slaughtering of a dark overlord had shocked them, especially his power. If one day, when the darkness finally came, they would be mere ants if they didn't work together. If it wasn't for the Dark Crow planning the whole thing with the help of someone like Saint and 20 emperors, there was no chance of victory. Emperors like them were nothing before Samsara, not even enough to be appetizers. Boom! Back on the river of time, all the holy light in the wildland epoch started to fly. It had destroyed the darkness entirely and fused with the epoch a while ago. However, it peeled off from the epoch and left. Rumble. Loud explosions echoed on the river of time. The light was gathering together to form a Tao heart. A holy heart once again appeared above the sky of the wildland epoch. It exuded holy strings reaching everyone. Time was no longer a limiting factor, so everyone could sense this string reaching their heart. It was warm and harmonizing, worthy of people yearning for it. The heart began to beat at a slow pace. Each beat was moving across the river of time and everyone could hear it. Their heart also jumped in the same rhythm. A strand of holiness was born inside and illuminated their own heart. It seemed to be eternal despite its flickering nature. They wouldn't be lost in the shadow since this light would show the way. They didn't exactly know what was going on, but henceforth, holiness was within them. In their most desperate moment, this light would spark some hope into them. Just a little bit of hope, enough for them to move forward. The 13 continents were affected as well. The other emperors couldn't actually see all the details happening in Pure, but after sensing this heartbeat, they could clearly feel the power of light. Chapter 1982, The 12 continents were far away from Pure. The low-level emperors couldn't peer through the distance to observe. Even the high-level emperors could only see a muddled scene. Nevertheless, the magnitude of the war shook the continents. All emperors could certainly feel it, so they could come up with rough speculations. The heart beating on the river of time was as clear as day. They could feel the ripples emanating from the holy power of an entire epoch. Thump. 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 A resonation to the beat appeared in the heart of the existences on the river of time. Boom. Suddenly, the heart suddenly exploded and the light became more dazzling. It illuminated the river like the rise of dawn reaching every corner. There was no place for the darkness to hide. Outside of raising hope, it was also scaring the dark existences. No. An overlord scowled and ran deeper into the shadows, not daring to show his face. The powerful emperors traced back the river of time back to the wildland epoch. They saw the explosion of holiness, its snow-white light lit up everything in its path. Saint was a great man worthy of respect. He didn't only fight to bring the light to his epoch, at the very last second, he even became a spark to strengthen the light in everyone. The emperors were shaken. One Grand Emperor commented, lighting up Saint, such an aggressive move. Hopefully, this will be able to warn the future generations. More dark overlords dug deeper into the shadow since they didn't wish to see the light. It took a long time before the light dispersed. The explosion resembled fireworks in the night sky, dazzling yet ephemeral. The time of river continued to flow quietly afterward. In the end, even the wildland epoch calmed down. The light didn't overwhelm the darkness and the latter didn't devour the former. The epoch was neither light or dark now. This made the emperors felt even more respect toward Saint. He was the final winner in the epoch, yet he didn't try to control this temporal period and simply lit himself up to illuminate the river. He didn't try to fuse with his epoch and try to make it his own. He returned everything to the wildland. Though it didn't actually exist any longer, he didn't take the time entity that was left. It belonged to the epoch and its countless existences, not him or samsara. Their light and darkness shouldn't occupy this temporal period. It was a benevolent and magnanimous showing. To sacrifice without regrets, how many could actually do this? Saint surely deserved his title. Our saint is gone, but he'll live on in the heart of all. Li Qiye bowed deeply with sincerity and respect after seeing the complete disappearance of the light. His group of emperors also solemnly bowed towards the river of time to show respect for Saint. The death of samsara has brought serenity back to the wildland. No one could hear the wails of lamentation any longer and the land was freed from darkness. Though it was still desolate, perhaps life would come to this place one day. The light was also gone after Saint's death, but it continued to exist in the heart. Samsara was certainly right that the darkness was eternal. It loomed everywhere in the world, but so did the light. The respectful bow continued for a while before Li Qiye told the emperors while looking at the altar ahead, "We have slain the darkness, it is time for us to harvest." The emperors revealed a happy smile. It had nothing to do with greed since this was the just reward after the dangerous battle. After all, no one would have agreed to come and risk their lives for nothing. This was the way of life, not too many could actually become saints. Though they weren't aware of what was actually inside Samsara's treasury, his power level surely meant that it would be amazing inside. They had seen countless rare treasures, yet they were still looking forward to seeing this treasury. The spectating emperors were swallowing their saliva. Perhaps a few of them were regretting not flattering Li Qiye in the beginning and joining him in this battle so they could partake in this feast. Of course, greed aside, the best they could do was to watch. There was no thought of trying to seize it. There were 20 emperors working together, a start of a working relationship between the races. Not to mention, Li Qiye was presiding over everything. If anyone dared to interfere, they and their clan would be wiped out. Okay, let us go and see. Samsara's accumulation of an epoch should be enough for all of us. Li Qiye chuckled while standing on top of the altar. The emperors smiled back. There was no need to put on an act right now instead of just being excited. Plus, they deserved it after the battle earlier. Buzz. Li Qiye used Samsara's blood as a key to open the altar. Below was Samsara's lair. It couldn't be opened by any external force. After all, Samsara was completely capable of creating an impregnable home. Even the most powerful emperor couldn't take it down. Thus, his blood was required for entry to the treasury below. Creak. Li Qiye and the group made it through many gates below the altar. Some gates consisted of numerous divine rings, others were made out of cogs. There was also an abyss passageway with deadly drowning water. These gates and tribulations could lock out and even kill powerful beings. Nevertheless, the group finally made it through to the lair. It was more accurate to call this place a world, one that belonged to Samsara alone. Using the word treasury to describe it was an insult to its size. No one in this world could have something similar. The emperors took a deep breath to compose themselves at its sight. They could work for a lifetime and wouldn't be able to accumulate so many treasures and resources. In fact, all 20 here combined weren't as rich as Samsara. Back when Li Qiye destroyed Soaring Immortal, the treasury there was quite impressive since it had 5 emperors. Alas, after taking a look at this one, the treasury from Soaring Immortal was quite pitiful in comparison. Just any corner here could put it to shame. The lord of an epoch in possession of all of its artifacts and natural resources. This is how it should be. War Monarch Heaven Emperor said with a tinge of emotion. Chapter 1983, This treasury was a world full of treasures. All the best items in the Wildland epoch had been stored here. When the group walked in, there was a mountain of endless height towering before them. On the surface flowed golden runes. This entire thing looked like a complete piece of divine metal, the king of them all. I once had a tiny piece, same type as this one. Sunset Glow Devil Emperor said softly, "This is Dracaran immortal metal, and I only found a tiny piece after searching everywhere. This whole thing is inlaid with the same runes, it might be the source, one and only in the world." In fact, this was only the appetizer. When they climbed to the top of this mountain for a better look, countless treasures emerged in their sight. Not far from there stood a massive tree growing on a continent floating in the sky. Surely Samsara didn't only uproot the tree but the entire surrounding area and took it here. The barks were jade-like and instead of green leaves, it had treasures growing from it, jades, gold, talismans. The wind in combination with it resulted in a godly song, making others want to dance. The mythical jade tree. To think I have the luck to see it today. Heaven Search Immortal Monarch sentimentally said. A bit farther away was a massive lake that could be considered an ocean. However, it had sand flowing slowly instead of water, quite a beautiful and dazzling scene of gold. Everyone wanted to grab a handful. Gold Zan of the Hidden Sea. When I walked through the 13 continents back then, I only obtained 1 basket of these grains from the depth of the mysterious sea. Jilin Immortal Monarch smiled wryly. Of course, only something this amazing was fitting of someone at Samsara's level, the lord of an epoch. This wasn't out of everyone's expectation. The most shocking thing was not the sea or the tree but rather that Samsara had sealed a sun in this treasury. Metallic ringings resounded in this spot with a sun locked up by 9 gigantic laws. It wasn't spewing out refined sun fire but rather rays of golden flame, each capable of burning up a world. In the depth of this sun was an extremely holy light as if the most sacred creature in the world was there. Regardless of whether such a creature was there or not, the sun was still sealed. It struggled all in naught. This was one of Samsara's greatest technique, capable of sealing an entire world. The emperors were naturally amazed and glanced at each other at this ultimate feat. Only someone like Samsara could do so. Incredible, where the hell did he find a sun like this? Not too many could obtain it. Immortal Emperor Bujan said emotionally after a careful look. That's why he's known as the Lord of an Epoch. Li Qiye chuckled in response. The group stopped after a full round. They got a general idea of this treasury. It was just as wondrous as they had expected. Alright, fellas, this will be a nice harvest in our lives, a great feast. I am someone who does not mistreat those who work for me, whether they be from the 3 races or the 100 races. As long as they have stood by my side, well, no need to blabber on about this. Action speaks louder than words. Li Qiye said. The emperors didn't add anything either. The ones from the three races were all allowed inside as well. Plus, it was well known that the Dark Crow treated his followers handsomely. Everyone will have a peace today, however, I do have one request. The battle wasn't easy and Immortal Emperor Buzhan worked quite hard, risking and damaging his heaven's will. Thus, any panacea in this treasury, he'll have the first pick. I'm sure no one will object to this. No objection, Brother Buzhan had indeed worked hard. War Monarch Heaven Emperor represented his clan and said. None here. Heaven Search Immortal Monarch hurriedly added. No one objected because the Immortal Emperor deserved it. At the most dangerous moment, he risked his heaven's will to help. If they were to lose, his will would have been destroyed completely. Brother Buzhan's method has broadened our horizon, resulting in an admirable meritorious contribution. Even a character like Immortal Emperor Qin Long sang high praise for Buzhan. Senior Qin Long, you are too kind. It was only due to my spear and a little research on my part. The emperors happily smiled and accepted Li Qiye's reasonable request. Sacred teacher, we don't dare to be unduly humble. After following your order, we have maintained peace in the 13 continents. Thus, with regards to merits, you are at the highest, so you should be the first to pick your favorite treasure. Sunset Glow Devil Emperor sparked the next conversation. Sacred teacher, please go first. The other emperors voiced their agreement. Very well, let's begin then. Li Qiye didn't refuse and began the process. The amazing feast has begun, enough for all emperors to have their fill and return triumphantly. No one regretted participating in this battle because their rewards were simply too amazing. Even the members of the three races were happy to partake in this alliance. It finally ended with everyone satisfied. It is time for me to leave now. Li Qiye told the emperors, isn't time for you all to open the continental blockades? The Grand Emperors glanced at each other, the Immortal Emperors were smiling without commenting, while the Immortal Monarchs were less hesitant but still with reservation. Back then, World Emperor and everyone made an agreement to block the passages between the continents in order to avoid a calamity in times of chaos. If the blockade were to open completely, then this era will be starting its golden age. However, Sacred Teacher, if you wish to go through the portal alone, you only need 3 imperial lineages and 6 emperors to open one single gate. Jilin Immortal Monarch finally spoke. If you wish to leave, our War Monarch clan has no objection either. We will help you open the passageway. War Monarch revealed his stance. My Heaven Search sect agrees as well. Heaven Search Immortal Monarch joined in. Needless to say about our Jilin clan, we will listen to all your orders, Sacred Teacher. Jilin Monarch added. The decision to open a portal from Pure was unanimous this time. Even the Grand Emperors agreed to let Li Qiye go to another continent. Did Geezer World Emperor seal everything to prevent a calamity, the darkness, or me? Li Qiye made a joke about the blockade. The emperors here didn't want to comment on this. It was no secret that these two were mortal enemies. Furthermore, Li Qiye had kidnapped World Emperor's daughter back then, so the emperor swore to take his head at all cost. After making the decision to open a passageway, the emperors said goodbye to Li Qiye. War Monarch was the first to leave with his juniors. He cupped his fist towards Li Qiye and said, Sacred Teacher, I hope this is a new beginning for our era, working together before the darkness and letting go of past prejudices. It will require the effort from all the emperors. Li Qiye said. Heaven Search was next. The prosperity of the 100 races relies on you, Sacred Teacher. I hope you will stay longer. I'm merely a passerby, the 100 races will need to rely on themselves. Li Qiye solemnly said. Chapter 1984, After the Heaven Search faction left, the 2 monarchs from Jilin left as well. Our clan is completely on your side, Sacred Teacher. Just summon us whenever you need. Jilin Immortal Monarch told Li Qiye while cupping his fist before leaving. Li Qiye nodded quietly. This clan has helped him multiple times in the past, especially Night Monarch. Alas, the scene was still the same, but she was no longer there. Qi Gong will be going then, sacred teacher. I'll offer my service again in the future. Li Qiye said goodbye to the two monarchs from Divine Dragon Mountain as well. Sunset Glow Fairy looked seriously at Li Qiye and said, if you have time later, sacred teacher, please come to my grotto. I'll be waiting. Li Qiye nodded and said softly, thank you for your help, fairy. I'll definitely visit you in the future to gaze at the moon and discuss the Tao. The fairy nodded back and cupped her fist before leaving. We'll be going as well, sacred teacher. The winding future will still need you to preside over everything. In the end, Immortal Emperor Can Long from Dragon Citadel left with his juniors. I'm sure my presence won't make a difference as long as the emperors work together. Li Qiye replied with a smile. You are the only one who can unite them, sacred teacher. Can Long said. Perhaps. Li Qiye also added, I have destroyed Soaring Immortal. I know. Immortal Emperor Can Long paused for a moment before speaking slowly, Azura neglected Soaring Immortal and Ren Xian debuting. It was decided from the start. Ren Xian himself knew that this day would come, albeit unwillingly. After Immortal Emperor Ren Xian arrived at the 10th world, people at Can Long's level immediately realized Soaring Immortal's fate. Bu Zhan will be leaving too. Finally, this emperor also said goodbye. Well done in this battle. Your responsibility will be heavy in the future too. Li Qiye smiled in response. You're being too polite, sacred teacher. You have helped me many times back in the 9 worlds and I have yet to repay you. The emperor smiled back, and as for the responsibility, this is our duty. I'm not the only one who has paid the price on this road. The wise sages before us have paid much more. Immortal Emperor Bu Zhan also cupped his fist and left in a cool manner. He came alone and left alone, walking all by himself on this lonely world. No one could trace his whereabouts. Many immortal emperors established their own lineages in the 10th world, such as Immortal Emperor Qinzhong. However, Bu Zhan preferred to be alone. He didn't even contact other immortal emperors and remained mysterious. In the end, only Immortal Emperor Mingdu was left. He walked along with Li Qiye and eventually asked, Teacher, is Necropolis doing well? Yes. You know full well that even if the world turns into ashes, that place might come out just fine. Li Qiye chuckled. True. The emperor nodded and gazed into the distance. I occasionally dream about Necropolis and ferrying people there. He came from Necropolis, a being that shouldn't have been able to leave. However, Li Qiye asked the Master of Ancestral Flow to let him go so that he could become an emperor. This meant that he was different from everyone else, not belonging to any other race, neither human nor a ghost. However, back in Sacred Nether, the ghosts included him as an emperor of their race. Sentient beings will dream. Li Qiye said, a few things will always linger in the heart, impossible to be severed completely. Yes. The emperor sighed, the Tao of the fairy is to do so everywhere, but my heart still drifts away. The 10th world, ultimately, is different from the 9 worlds. There are too many memorable places in the 9 worlds. Li Qiye agreed, just take your time since there is only going forward on this path. Walk the yin-yang in fairy life and death, this is also a type of cycle. But there are so many beings, how can I ferry them all? The emperor sighed. Everyone made different choices. Li Qiye said, for example, Saint, how can he save all the beings? In the end, all the paths are endless, same for mine as well. The emperor nodded, every time I worry, you would come to point me the way, teacher. Back when Li Qiye beseeched for Mingdu's sake, he promised to never teach the emperor any merit law or technique. Nevertheless, he taught him other things unrelated to cultivation and showed him a path forward. Your Tao heart allows you to do this, perhaps one day, I'll need you to ferry me over as well. Li Qiye also stared at the horizon after making a joke. There's nothing in this world that you can't overcome, teacher. Plus, you are meticulous with great vision, I won't be needing to ferry you. The emperor shook his head lightly. Nothing is guaranteed. Li Qiye said, anything is possible in the future, I'm confident about the final battle, but the Grand Tao is full of struggles, otherwise, the people before us wouldn't have failed. I'm only thinking about the worst, that day might actually come. The emperor became quiet and eventually said, if that day comes, I'll certainly cross you over, teacher. Li Qiye replied sentimentally, I know, and I do find solace in knowing that as long as our world is around, all of you will continue to work hard. Are you worrying about the final battle, teacher? Mingdu asked while looking at him. He withdrew his gaze and said, perhaps. I can handle losing and death, but the lack of knowledge about the end puzzles me since no one has been able to come back out before. Teacher, you once said that as long as the heaven and earth are the judges, anything is possible. The emperor said. Yes, the heart is the greatest force, but the world might not be able to handle it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be cycles of epochs and races being destroyed. The scene changes into all shapes and forms, but in the end, the heart still rules over everything. Li Qiye said. So you still can't let go, teacher. Mingdu understood Li Qiye's viewpoint. Li Qiye said, though I have planted a seed and worked hard for the future, I don't know what it will blossom into. The emperor quietly listened. Beings at their level had their own perspective. Nothing in this world can escape the whim of the heart. The eternal light and everlasting darkness, they exist for a reason and didn't come out of nowhere but stem from the hearts. Li Qiye continued, like Saint and Samsara, Saint didn't become the light for no reason, and same with Samsara as the origin of darkness, all affected by karma and the heart of people. To look at the darkness from the light and light from the darkness, perhaps this stems from instinct or a fear of death, but it is still up to the whim of the people. There is a lot on your mind. Mingdu said. Li Qiye softly answered, I have confidence in myself and in the future, but not in the heart of people. The seed I've planted won't necessarily determine the result. I'm much more optimistic. Teacher, you have toiled for many eras, surely your flower will be to your wish. Mingdu said seriously. Nothing is certain until the final battle, which flower will blossom. Unfortunately, I can be determined and unyielding, but I have no control over the heart of others. Li Qiye gently shook his head. Mingdu agreed, you're right. Despite the inevitable death, nothing is as permanent as the heart of the people. That's why we can't save everyone, Saint can't make everyone good, and Samsara can't turn everyone to darkness. That's something we can never reach regardless of our power. The only thing within our ability is to show a path to this world, one with a sliver of hope, that's all. Li Qiye profoundly said. Chapter 1985, Immortal Emperor Mingdu finally left, leaving Li Qiye alone in this empty world. He finally left as well, but not before leaving a wistful remark, goodbye, Samsara. You are right, the darkness will never be extinguished by anybody, but don't forget, the light is also eternal. Goodbye to you too, Saint. May your wish become true. With this, he turned and left the altar. All eyes were on him, full of reverence. Not a single loud breath could be heard. After seeing the departure of one emperor after another, all the spectators outside the wildland were trembling. Though the regular experts weren't strong enough to witness the battle, they were aware that emperors from all the races were involved. In this world, who had enough reputation to invite 20 emperors? Though the cultivators didn't know who Li Qiye was, the event today was indicative of his influence. This was a supreme overlord, one respected by the emperors. This was more than enough. No one dared to pry or talk about Li Qiye's real identity. All in all, a few high gods and old ancestors have heard of a few legends or listened to their emperors. This allowed them to have a good guess about his identity. Of course, they wouldn't talk about it because this was a taboo subject. Only people at a certain level were allowed to touch on this matter. They didn't question his terrifying abilities either. Needless to talk about a past event like Emperor Hunt, just what had happened today was more than enough. How many in this world would dare to challenge a dark overlord? But this secretive being had actually flattened one of them. The world should tremble before his might. Because of this, these people didn't wish to incite a sect-destroying disaster from running their mouth. It could even bring trouble to their entire race, so the powerful high gods remained cautious. Samsara wild ancestor and saint have disappeared along the river of time, so the curtains of the wildland closed with them. Saint failed to save the epoch while Samsara failed to overcome the darkness. When Li Qiye returned to Eternal, everyone was kneeling in silence, including the guests and workers. Some were even shuddering, especially the experts that have commented on Li Qiye before. They were drenched with sweat and scared out of their mind. If Li Qiye wanted their lives, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Just one word from him and people would be more than happy to aid him. Rise. Li Qiye waved his sleeve and returned to his peak. Jilin Princess and the others were standing inside, but they couldn't speak at all, even the princess who had spent so much time with him. Plenty of words, but they all eluded her. The future will require all of you, keep on cultivating. Li Qiye patted her soft hair and said, you have boundless potential, but you need to be the one elevating yourself. I'll carve your words into my mind, young noble. The princess said, realizing that Li Qiye wanted to leave. Ultimately, they were not from the same world. His world was too vast and she could only look up at him, at least for now. The Jilin clan has produced a great talent. Li Qiye nodded approvingly and smiled. Will I see you again? The princess still asked despite knowing the answer due to the gap between their abilities. If it is meant to be. Li Qiye chuckled, the path is long, just follow your heart and see how far you can go. The future is full of possibilities, so you may be able to obtain your goal. I see. The princess nodded with a newfound determination in her heart. As for Shi Hunlin, he simply bowed deeply. Meeting someone like Li Qiye was a supreme honor and fortune. Even the carefree Wu Qi felt his knees being weak due to his previous conversations with the guy that he deemed to be rude. He even called him brother, but his ancestors, the emperors from Dragon Citadel, still took the role of juniors. It was a great disrespect, so if his ancestors were to find out, a strict punishment was awaiting him. That's why his scalp was tingling while imagining the potential future and rough lessons. Hey! As Li Qiye was about to leave, the quiet Wu Fengying shouted. Once again, my name is Li Qiye, not He. Li Qiye turned back and said. Are you really leaving just like this? Her eyes fixated on him as she took some time before asking. This was scaring the soul out of Wu Qi. If their ancestors were to find out, some terrible punishment would await. That's why he tugged on her sleeve, reminding his sister to not mess around or it won't end so simply. But Fengying ignored this gesture and continued glaring her eyes as wide as possible. How else am I going to leave? Li Qiye joked at the angry girl. Suddenly, Fengying mustered some courage out of nowhere and grabbed the back of his head before forcing a kiss on him. Of course, her kiss was stilted and tense despite the aggressive nature of the endeavor. The rest of the group was astounded by this sudden development and couldn't calm down at all. She finally let go of him and became quite embarrassed. She took a step backward, blushed and not knowing where to place her hands. The boldness earlier was gone and she was facing the aftermath. I'm the victim here, so why are you the embarrassed one? Li Qiye shook his head and said. She lowered her head like a little girl, no longer as bold and fierce like before, a striking contrast. The group was speechless and thought that Fengying was the boldest woman they have ever met. Goodbye, little girl. In the end, Li Qiye gently kissed the princess' head. He then disappeared into the horizon with a smile on his face. The princess and Wu Fengying continued to stare towards his departing direction until he was completely out of sight. After a long time, they regained their wits. The princess told Fengying with a tinge of disappointment, "Let's go back." I won't be coming out for a long time." Fengying nodded, but on the contrary, her mind was feeling quite satisfied. "Sis, what was it like?" The playful Wu Qi grabbed his sister's sleeve and blinked. The blushed woman erupted and pulled up her sleeves. "Smelly brat, you're itching for a beating." No, of course not." The youth was terrified and forced an awkward smile. Hunlin watched the youth and reflected on his own life. "I'm leaving as well. Time for me to enjoy my old age, no need to risk my life any longer." Chapter 1986, Pure was forced into a state of tranquility after the shocking battle. Many great powers and imperial lineages decided to go into shutdown mode. Powerful ancestors warned their disciples to not go outside and cause trouble. This was a special moment because these powers chose to cut themselves off from the outside world. Jin Ji's ascension was supposed to be an exciting matter in Pure, but no one was talking about it any longer. The battle at Wildland was unavailable to cultivators outside of Pure. Nevertheless, they could still feel the fluctuation from the world-destroying energy. The weaker ones were unaware but still suppressed by the power. After the battle, the former didn't want to talk about it while the weak only heard that it was a taboo subject. This was the reason for the silence in Pure. The juniors were curious but the seniors were careful and continuously warned them against a possible disaster from being too nosy. There was still something good that comes from this. Because of the general isolation, the young ones trained much harder. In just a few years, more talents came out of Pure than before. Li Qiye left Pure after the battle. War Monarch Heaven Emperor and Immortal Monarch Jilin's groups worked together to open a passageway to Arrogance for him, allowing a smooth trip. There was a reason for choosing Arrogance. It was a haven and had the greatest population of the 100 races in all 13 continents. They have been here for the longest. Thus, the 3 races seemed weaker in comparison in this land. The reason for its prosperity was due to the old sages, but of course, the biggest contributor was Immortal Emperor Jiaoheng. He reigned over his aura and changed the name of the continent from White to Arrogance. Moreover, he went as far as announcing a complete separation of the 100 races from their overlords and made this place a haven. Because of this, the children of Arrogance all remembered and sang praises of his title for generations. Li Qiye didn't meet up with the group from the 9 worlds right away. His destination was an ordinary place full of mountains and towering trees. Deers and eagles were a common sight. Waterfalls scattered all over the place. Small villages were around due to the sparse population. He stood on top of a peak to look at the villages shrouded in smoke billowing from the stoves. The peak he was standing on was completely straight and perilous. A mortal had no way of reaching its pinnacle. On top were numerous graves with only names on the tablets, nothing else. There must have been more than 100, all were unadorned and simple. No one has been here taking care of this place, but weeds and foliage didn't take over, only a few blades of grasses growing through the stony crevices here and there. He poured good wine on them before leaning back to look at the distance. Watching the sunset while growing older, surrounded by children and grandchildren while dying of old age, that's not too bad. Mortals would praise such a life filled with fortune and longevity, surely a life worth living. Li Qiye chuckled while drinking and looking at the smoke emanating from the villages. No one knew that these graves belonged to existences that have once threatened the 13 continents. Many of them were experts at the divine level, for they were the fiercest of generals. They rode on the battlefield while their fame alone was enough to rob their enemies of courage. The wind gently blew while he sat there quietly, that's people for you. As a mortal ant, one would yearn to be a cultivator, wanting to fly across the sky and earth, through the mountains and rivers, live among the clouds, eat nothing but dew and mist. After becoming a true expert and experiencing enough, seeing too much and understanding the mysteries, they would see that being a mortal is actually quite nice. Ignorance is bliss, or so they say. Living for only decades from birth till death, no need to experience hardships. Having parents and children, to live and die is more than enough. He gently sighed. He took another sip and said softly, I do envy you guys, able to let go, going back to your home and hang up your armors, leaving the cultivation world and years of domination. Unfortunately, I can't do it even if the opportunity were to come one day. Regardless of the future, I can only tread forward without rest. Who can I blame for making me this way? He stayed here for several more days to watch the sun goes up and down, the clouds gather and disperse, as if this scene didn't bore him at all. Goodbye, old friends, rest well. He finally stood up and grabbed a handful of soil before releasing them to the wind. He looked at these graves one last time before leaving. Not far from this peak was a fair-sized village with only several dozen families. They relied on hunting to get through the day. When the sun went up, they toiled, when the sun came down, it was time to rest. It had this name because all of the villagers had the last name, Yao. They actually didn't know where they came from, only that their ancestors have been staying here all along. Yao didn't seem different from other villages, still focused on hunting and farming for subsistence. A gurgling stream ran by the entrance of the village. When the sun rose from the hills, its rays fell on the stream, resulting in bright reflection. Li Qiye was leaning on an old locust tree by the stream to look at Yao in the morning. Repetition could be heard already from both boys and girls. They were coming from a field nearby. Normally, it was used to sunbathe certain commodities, but now, these children were sitting cross-legged there to meditate. A king holds his head high, always calm and collected regardless of the situation. A pleasant voice was coming from an older lass. She enunciated each word clearly in order to teach these young villagers Tao laws. A king holds his head high, always calm and collected regardless of the situation, the sitting children slowly repeated after her. The lass was around 16 years of age. She wasn't overly pretty but had an appearance that warms the heart and delights the eye. Her oval-shaped face was white and soft with a pair of lovely and spirited eyes. She had no makeup as she looked up in the sky. Her dress was also simple but it didn't diminish her beauty. Her hair casually draped on her back, natural and youthful. The repetition continued as she chanted mantras and the children repeated after her. It made the village much more interesting and alive. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile as if he was brought back to the past. In the olden days, there have been people just like her spreading the Tao in this village while the children's voice echoed to the sky. As the sun rose higher, the lass finally finished this section. She stood up and said, "We'll stop here today, go home now." Yay! Time to eat. A few kids jumped up excitedly and ran back to their house like the wind. Big sis Ting, when are you going to teach us real skills, so we can fly just like you? One kid asked with a wishful flash in his cute, round eyes. Chapter 1987. The lass slightly bent down while looking at the kid's wishful stare. Wait until you're done learning these mantras before learning how to fly. It's just like learning how to run, you must walk first. Oh, I see. The kid nodded as if he understood before shouting and running back home. After all the children went home, the lass finally stood up and stared at Li Qiye by the village entrance. Her expression was one of prudence as she walked closer towards him. In fact, an outsider like him had caught her attention in the very beginning. He simply smiled and crossed through the stream to meet up with her with a nonchalant attitude. "May I ask where you are from and your destination, Tao brother?" She cupped her fist and asked in a natural and polite manner. In 100 miles radius of Yao was devoid of any other village. This was her home and she rarely saw outsiders due to the remoteness of the area. She was someone who had seen big shots before and immediately knew that Li Qiye was a cultivator. She was rightfully careful because Yao was only a small village in the mortal world, but a cultivator has just arrived. Just a passerby crossing through this place. Li Qiye was also carefree. "My name is Yao Ting, what about you, Dao brother?" she asked. "Li Qiye," he answered while walking into the village. Yao Ting also hurriedly accompanied him. It was more accurate to say that she was keeping an eye on him. It was one thing if he was a mortal, but this was a cultivator. Nevertheless, Yao being a tiny village with nothing worthwhile did calm her down a bit. There was nothing here for outsiders to covet. "Who taught you your emperor's art?" he casually asked. "A teacher from the Celestial Academy," she answered while keeping it vague. Of course, she wasn't surprised that he knew about it because many cultivators have heard of it before. This was one of the 3 great arts that were widely spread. Even mortals knew about it. However, any cultivator in arrogance would shudder after hearing the name of the academy and be filled with reverence. Celestial was quite famous in arrogance and the rest of the world. She was very attentive watching his expression and saw 0 changes. This scared her due to the implication within. The instruction is too general, not reaching the fundamental essences of the art. Li Qiye commented. Her heart sank after hearing this while her breathing slowed down. If an outsider were to hear this, they would definitely think that he didn't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. Celestial was the most powerful academy in the world. One would be hard-pressed to find another similar place. Immortal Emperor Fei created it and laid down enough foundation to make it special. Even Deep South Divine Emperor, a being with 12 wills, came to celebrate its founding. No one dared to cause trouble on that day. This was indicative of its strong foundation for ages to come. Later on, many emperors and high gods came as guests. For cultivators, especially the one with a humble beginning, being admitted to the academy was a supreme glory. As for the teachers there, not one of them was weak. But now, Li Qiye dared to critique the teachings of one. People would think that he was crazy and arrogant from being disrespectful. Yao Ting didn't become angry and pondered the possibilities instead. Their stroll attracted the attention of many villagers since he was an outsider after all. Nevertheless, Yao Ting's presence made them at ease. She was their pride. Even though they didn't fully understand the height of the academy, they knew that being accepted was an honorable accomplishment. Because of her success, the royal lord of this country gave this territory to their village, allowing them to prosper even more. Near the entrance was a small and old shrine surrounded by weeds. The wooden doors were tightly shut and creaking because of the wind. Nevertheless, it performed its duty and guarded the shrine. Li Qiye stood silently in front and stared at the shrine. Yao Ting was quite surprised because as she grew up, the shrine has been here the whole time. There was nothing unique and special about it. Thus, his action piqued her curiosity. She has never seen anyone opening this shrine before. What's special about this shrine? She checked his intention. I don't know, just looking, that's all. Li Qiye chuckled and answered right away. She didn't believe him at all. An outsider appearing out of nowhere and staring at an inconspicuous shrine. Ever since I was young, no one has opened the shrine before. We villagers don't know what's inside. She continued her test. Not knowing is a good thing, a type of happiness. He said. She didn't get anything out of him, unable to figure out the next course of action. How did you enter the academy? He finally withdrew his gaze and asked with an insipid tone. She didn't hide anything. When I was young, teacher came by and saw that I had a strong Tao affinity, suitable for cultivation, so teacher took me back to learn at the academy. A while passed before he answered, the world is an unavoidable and unchanging cycle, people will come and go, return and leave. She had no idea what he was talking about. He didn't say anything else and only gave another glance at the shrine before leaving. She followed him and eventually asked, "Dao brother, would you like to visit my humble abode for a bit?" She still wished to understand his intention in coming here. "No need, we'll meet again if it's meant to be." Li Qiye smiled and refused her invitation before continuing forward. Her goal was supervising him in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, and he certainly knew this. After a long walk, he told her, "Can't see me off forever. Don't worry, I don't bear any ill will towards your village." She continued to watch from a high vantage point and finally heaved a sigh of relief after he was gone completely. In the next several days, she remained cautious and watched the entire village. Nothing happened, so she assumed that he had left. This meeting made her very curious about the tiny shrine, unlike before. There must have been a reason for his arrival, so she wanted to find out what was inside. She went to ask everyone in the village, but even the oldest grandpa knew nothing about it, only that the shrine has been there ever since they were born. Chapter 1988, There existed a fair-sized city built and paved with stones. Who knows how many years it has been since its foundation, but the walls were in a state of disrepair. Arrows filled the gaps along with holes from successive attacks. People came and went, the city witnessed one era after another. The pebbles were polished by the feet of pedestrians. Some streets were even shiny from this effect. Its architectural style consisted of streams and bridges weaving through the old buildings. This was a peaceful area for its citizens. Everyone here practically knew each other due to the small number. If you were to ask about the most famous thing in the city, the people here would inadvertently shout out, "The old tofu maker." If you were to ask about the happiest thing in the city, they would also shout, "Lining up to buy some tofu puddings." Perhaps one wouldn't remember the name of this little place or its scenic spots, but they would definitely remember the tofu there. It would be an unforgettable experience, if you could buy it. The citizens here couldn't really say what the old man was like, not even the oldest among them. There was only one impression, his tofu pudding. His existence and tofu went hand in hand. As for his last name, his background, and the type of man he was, this remained a mystery to everyone. The old tofu maker, I see. Li Qiye also smiled lightly after entering the city. Creak. One could hear the sounds of a shoulder pole carrying something coming from an alley. The people in the vicinity became excited right away. "He's here!" Someone shouted and was answered with erupting waves of laughter of children and young ladies. Footsteps resounded and a long line was formed right away on this street. An old man shouldering 2 casks were coming. His face was covered with wrinkles, an indelible effect of time. He wore a hemp robe with a cloth over his shoulder in order to ease the pain from carrying the pole. Despite the 2 casks full of tofu pudding, his steps were still quite strong, giving off of old but vigorous. He walked up to the line and dropped down the heavy casks. With a wooden ladle, he lifted the thin cloth covering the casks and said, "Opening shop now, come line up." All of his actions were smooth, unwasted, and precise. He scooped a ladleful into the bowl of the girl standing in front. She happily placed a bronze coin into a pouch hanging on his waist and left with her bowl full of tofu. "Grandpa, get me one also, I lined up for nothing yesterday." So many people salivated at the sight of the white tofu, especially after smelling that permeating fragrance of the soybean. Because of this, some stretched out their neck while staring at the 2 casks, afraid that it would run out before their turn. Alas, the bottom of the casks was quickly seen since the old man finally finished selling his daily portions. He patted the pouch on his waist and heard the coins clanking and smiled, "All gone now, come early tomorrow." He began to pack up. "Sigh, Grandpa, just 2 casks a day. We don't like it at all, you're just toying with us. The neighborhood would like to ask you to make 4 each day." A neighbor complained. The old man ignored the complaint and tied the casks on the pole again before slowly carrying them away, slightly swinging back and forth. Li Qiye also strolled leisurely after the old man. The neighbors who failed could only make some querulous remarks before dispersing. The old man has been selling tofu here for several dozen years regardless of the weather. Moreover, the amount was always 2 casks. They could do nothing but to come even earlier the next day. The old man's place was only a street away from his selling place. It was a tiny courtyard surrounded by a wall. This yard was quite old, even the steps to the entrance have caved down a bit. After returning, he placed the casks down and stretched before taking out a big bucket of soybean. He grabbed a handful and began selecting them under the sunlight. The taste of the tofu pudding was very dependent on the soybeans. Thus, the old man only used the biggest beans. He threw away the dried and bad ones before peeling his selection. He was very meticulous. A bean with the slightest sign of being damaged by insects would be taken out. This complete concentration seemed as if he had forgotten about the rest of the world, only the beans were on his mind. Li Qiye came in and leaned back on a tree to watch without disturbing the old man. Once the sun was falling to the west, the old man finally finished with his bucket. He stretched his waist and slightly narrowed his eyes. "Young man, you have some business?" Li Qiye chuckled in response, "I'm only here to visit you, and also see this place." "What's there to see? There's only an old man like me here." He shook his head and said. Li Qiye sentimentally stated, "There is a path to everything as long as one has enough perseverance. When one is determined enough, whether it be selling tofu pudding, straw mats, or roasted chicken, these are all different Tao. After reaching the end of the path, you aren't seeing any obscured mysteries, only a persevering Tao heart. Not many realize this." The old man was surprised before becoming serious. He cupped his fist and said, "Fellow Taoist, where are you from?" "Only a passerby from a distant land." Li Qiye smiled and blew a breath of air at the peeled strips of bean skin on the ground. Poof! The strips danced in the air before forming a crow. It circled above the old man's head before falling down. Next, only the same strips were left. After seeing this, the old man slightly trembled before bowing deeply towards Li Qiye. "Oh, so it is you, sacred teacher. Excuse me for the lack of reception. No need to be so polite." Li Qiye smiled, "Though we aren't on the same side, we still share the same origin. You are quite unique in the 13 continents. You're too kind, sacred teacher. Please come in." The old man smiled and invited Li Qiye inside. Li Qiye glanced at the room and saw its simplicity. There was nothing but a table. Not a single speck of dust either. "If I have to name a goal in coming here, then it would be to have a bowl of tofu pudding, your refined art in this generation." Li Qiye wasn't shy with his request. "You came at the right time, sacred teacher, I do have a bowl," the old man said with a smile. Just a moment later, he placed a hot bowl of pudding in front of Li Qiye. The guy showed no reservation and began to dig in a slow manner with his spoon. He enjoyed this as if it was an immortal liquid. It didn't take long before he emptied the bowl. He wiped his mouth, satisfied, and said, "A common dish of the mortal world, when made by you, have become a delicacy. As long as the heart is there, even the ordinary will become magical." Chapter 1989, The old man remained cool and collected without any sign of complacency or humbleness after hearing the praise. "You have traveled through the world, one continent to another, golden, pure, arrogance. Vast they might be, you'll finish walking through them all the same. In each place, you change your craft, only one in each generation. This is quite a puzzling thing to others, making sesame cakes, straw mats, or tofu pudding. All of these different jobs you were able to reach the apex with." Li Qiye revealed. "Sacred teacher, please don't laugh. I'm simply trying to make it through the long years. The old man smiled. Li Qie smiled back, only killing time is not enough to polish a Tao heart. Only by truly living out life would one be able to reach the top of different things, each a grand Tao in and of itself. Only through experience would one be able to appreciate the colorful world. The old man said, I can't be as magnificent as you, determined to sweep through the myriad ages. I am but a pebble in this epoch inside the river of time, just moving with the flow and tasting the unique scenes of the world. There's nothing bad about that. Li Qie chuckled, though emperors are destined to be great and reach the apex, having a different perspective is nice too. However, it is because the majority of them don't have a choice, scared of the heavenly execution, not daring to step out to the world. You don't have to worry about this so you can enjoy in the prosperity, so this is indeed a wondrous path for an emperor. I blame it on my lacking talents, unable to dominate like my peers. The old man humbly responded. Li Qie chuckled and thought that this tiny room was another world, at least in the eyes of the old man. Sacred teacher, may I ask for the purpose of your visit? The old man respectfully asked with cupped fist. If there was a Tao heart in this world worthy enough for me to light up again in our epoch, it would certainly be yours, not counting my own. Thus, that is my purpose, do you believe me? Li Qie couldn't help but smile. Anyone else who could understand the implication would be frightened, but the old man gently shook his head, my feeble self can't get into your sight. Lighting me up will have a limited effect too, it won't reach your desired result. Li Qie replied, I'm just joking. Since I'm already at arrogance and you're here too, I wanted to come take a look at the miracle of the world. It is certainly worth my time. The old man shook his head again, you're too kind, sacred teacher. I'm only blessed by the heaven, this little Tao is not worth mentioning. To which Li Qie retorted, the old villainous heaven has never given a damn about anyone, and even if it wanted to, it wouldn't be possible. You're the only one who can do this, you have reached a balance with the heaven and earth, allowing you to live. Part of this is because the other emperors favored me as well. The old man said, they have taught me a lot. Deep South Divine Emperor, World Emperor, Crimson Emperor, and a few others have taught me about the profundity of the Grand Tao. You're being too humbled now. Li Qie disagreed, they didn't teach you anything, only wanting to see the mysteries of the heaven and earth on you, the harmonious balance. Unfortunately, they couldn't replicate it. They have certainly tried, maybe some will be successful later on. The old man said. Li Qie shook his head, too difficult. The emperors from the 13 continents and the 9 worlds all want to take the next step to reach the apex, same with me. To reach our current level, we have all fought against the heaven and earth, ourselves too. No one can truly be freed from ambition and thoughts. Some emperors could reach a Zen state, letting go of all thoughts, but that is taking a step back in order to jump even farther. Except for you. He continued while looking at the old man, once reaching this balanced state on the Grand Tao, even if you're not immortal, you're certainly not far from it. Not taking from the heaven and earth and not punishing yourself, this is balance. For a mortal, if he could reach this mindset, he could live for 100 years. As for an emperor like you, this grants you longevity and free passage in the world without the looming threat of the execution. So many of your peers desire this, but no one can do it, outside for you and Muzhua. However, he took it one step further and reached a state of repugnancy. Even the villainous heaven doesn't want him, so he can't die even if he wanted to. Fellow Taoist Muzhua's Grand Tao is commendable. The old man said, I had the fortune of meeting him before. In terms of Grand Tao, his is too profound, not something we can do either. Li Qie smiled and shook his head, he has gone quite far on his Tao, a place no one has reached before. However, he is waiting for death while you are living, a fundamental difference. Plus, you are also peerless on your path, all the other emperors have failed in trying to copy you. This boils down to my contentedness and lack of ambition. The old man said, the top emperors are too ambitious, enough to shoulder 12 heavens' wills and the power of the ages. That's not something I can do either. To gain is to lose. Li Qie gently sighed. 12 heavens' wills can indeed allow one to reach the apex, but to gain for oneself is to take away from the world. That's why the heavenly execution is there, not allowing them to live forever. Perhaps this is how it should be. I am quite lucky to be like this right now. The old man said. No such thing. Li Qie disagreed again. Step by step to reach the will, your struggle was far more than anyone else. The arduous path towards the Tao is unknown to those who have yet to experience it. The world only sees the glory of the emperors, not their pain and effort. The old man said, the world also doesn't know about your great acts, sacred teacher, yet you still protect this world quietly in the shadows. Li Qie shook his head, not for much longer, it is the responsibility of emperors to protect it now. The old man wasn't surprised to hear this. He nonchalantly asked, what do you ask of me, sacred teacher? As long as it is possible, I will try my best. Though we are not from the same race, your doings and achievements demand our help. It's nothing. Li Qie said earlier, well, my comment earlier wasn't a joke entirely. Of course, I'm not going to light you, not right now. But when that day comes in the future, you can warn the world. I understand, you're still worrying. The old man said. Worry is a strong word, it is just that I should do what I can, that's all. Li Qie said, I'm sure that day is inevitable, who do you think will persevere or falter? The old man pondered before carefully replying, I am too weak. The perspectives of the emperors are far beyond my grasp. The old man was prudent with his words because he wasn't sure either. His answers would have an impact on their reputation and life. I don't blame you. This was within Li Qie's expectation, everyone can falter, but I'm confident that one person's Tao heart won't, yours. I appreciate your kind words. The old man hurriedly said. Li Qie continued while shaking his head, kind words. No, I am pushing you towards your death. You know this. The old man eventually asked, if there is meaning in my death, I certainly won't be afraid. I know you will not be afraid, unlike the other emperors. That's why I'm here to see you. Li Qie nodded. The problem is my weak cultivation. I won't be able to stop the waves in the future. Only 12 will emperors can. The old man said. No one can be so sure, power alone doesn't mean they can bring prosperity to the world. Really, if these top beings will not hurt others when that day comes, it will already be quite amazing of them. As for whether to pay the price for the sake of others, that's too hard to say and predict. Li Qie said flatly. I'm sure some will step up and protect, such as World Emperor. The old man asserted. Geezer Qian. I'm not trying to put down my lifelong rival, but I'm afraid that it will be out of his control too. Li Qie chuckled. Chapter 1990, The old man had no response to Li Qie's pessimism. Keep in mind that World Emperor had 12 wills and even a true immortal armament. No one actually knew how powerful he was, but if one had to pick the strongest emperor in the 13 continents, he would certainly be in the conversation. If someone of his level would become helpless in the future, just how terrifying was the darkness. He eventually said, though I come from the divine race, bias aside, it is hard to find someone else in the 3 races that can compare to World Emperor. That's why, I'm confident that regardless of the assaulting darkness, World Emperor will hold on to his principles and work for the sake of the continents. He remained confident and spoke what was on his mind despite knowing that Li Qie didn't get along with World Emperor. I hope so. Li Qie nodded without refuting. Sacred teacher, what is your path? Do you wish to raise your banner to gather the emperors for the ultimate expedition? After the empresses went back then, there was a lack of result. The 13 continents calmed down again and no one else brought the expedition up, not even World Emperor or Crimson Emperor. It'll come, but not right now. Li Qie said while shaking his head, it is a peerless and toughest war for anyone, I can't carelessly start it without enough preparation. There had only been 6 expeditions in this epoch. So many brilliant emperors and sages have started on this path, only to never be heard of again. Right. The old man nodded. After immortal Emperor Qizhen started the call, all of the emperors started training before embarking. That's only training. Li Qie said, in fact, the preparation time for an expedition exceeds your imagination. Qizhen already had this idea ever since Min Ren's 5th one, not just on a whim. She still needed time back then for more preparation, so Min Ren started his before her. The old man was aware of the difficulties despite not participating in one. Each emperor needed to pay a heavy price. It was a long war with no time for breaks along the way. No one knew who started the first expedition, only that Origin Heaven Emperor initiated the second. The second expedition coincided with the start of the Emperor's era. It wasn't as prosperous right now, so he didn't get as many members joining in. As for the third expedition by Immortal Emperor Fei and Deep South Divine Emperor, the 3 races were enjoying their golden age. This one was on a massive scale compared to the previous. Then Immortal Emperor Gu Chun called for the 4th, this was indicative of the rise of the 100 races, establishing their position in the world. As for the 5th one, it was now the golden age of the 100 races. Many emperors from both sides joined in, the racial barrier seemed to be gone. The 6th one was a message to the world, that women weren't inferior to men. A long period separated each expedition, up to a dozen eras. In short, each expedition was very nerve-wracking, a busy time for the emperor wanting to start it from the first thought till the rising of the banner. The old man continued, I'm sure you have prepared for a long time now, sacred teacher. If you can win, the darkness won't even be considered a threat to our epoch. What are you actually worried about? The difficult final battle or the well-being of our epoch, or something else? I'm not caring too much about the light or darkness, it's just that this is my world. Li Qie said, I'm certain that in a few eras, the destruction will come. Many emperors can sense this and are preparing to face this problem. Before the destruction will be the darkness. I won't be here anymore, so I can only leave behind a little reminder, a warning even. The actual protecting won't be done by me. The old man stopped inquiring. If Li Qie were to leave one day, he certainly had his reasons. There must have been something even more important that he wanted to do. As for the location, he didn't ask because it was beyond his level. I'll do my best if I can be useful regardless of the effectiveness and without any hesitation. Sacred teacher, I know what I must do even if you didn't come to ask me. The old man solemnly nodded. I know. The old man's attitude was within his expectation. The old man sighed and said, this is the responsibility of emperors. The ascension is not only to grow stronger but to also be able to shoulder the responsibility that comes with greater power. Otherwise, those who have died along the way of our ascension would have all been in vain, friends or foes alike. They allowed the emperors to have experiences through blood, their bones paved the way towards the throne laden with burdens. Without this responsibility, becoming an emperor would be quite meaningless. The old man was being very serious. Many must die along the way during a competition for the throne, not only the enemies but also friends and lovers. Thus, to avoid the responsibility was to let all of them down. For example, why did World Emperor always oppose the Dark Crow? He felt that he had a duty towards the heaven race. Not everyone can maintain their original wish, not even emperors. Li Qie asserted. The old man didn't answer since he didn't wish to comment on his peers. Sacred teacher, how do you think the darkness will assault us? The old man said. Li Qie smiled coldly in response, in our epoch, a few people have visited Samsara wild ancestor before for questions. Because there are vigilant watchmen, they haven't harvested the eras like Samsara, so they thought about going a step further, a complete harvest. But as for the method, I do not know. But one thing is for certain, the world won't just turn into a wildland and it won't be simple as Samsara's life harvest. The old man became quiet because Wuxia has always been watching the people in this world. His speculation was certainly accurate, so if they were to fail against the darkness, their epic would become history. The entire world was only a fat piece of meat in the eyes of those lurking in the shadow. The winter was coming, and the brown bears needed to eat a prey big enough to make it through. This was the way of Samsara, harvesting the eras just to accumulate enough resources to survive the terrible ages and the destruction. Alas, this also trapped him inside his own epoch. But for a few existences, just living was enough, even if it meant being inside a prison. They would pay any price without hesitation, including using the rest of the world as nutrition. It was indeed hard for the emperors to remain staunch against the darkness. Chapter 1991. While Wuxia and the old man were chatting about the world, the power of the heaven and earth gathered outside with the appearance of the heaven's wills. The cultivators in arrogance were lost in a furor. Rumble. With a resplendent and blinding light, the power of the wills crazily gathered and could suppress everything. This power has alarmed numerous cultivators. All eyes were on this area. Boom. Imperial hymns resonated with laws flying across the world and taking charge of the grand momentum. The aura of an immortal monarch engulfed everywhere and wouldn't disperse. This resembled the breaking of the chaos in the primordial time. A new immortal monarch has been born. Even those who couldn't see it knew what was going on. Ren Sheng is now an immortal monarch with 4 wills. This shocking news swept everywhere in arrogance like a storm. People were quite elated, especially the humans. Ren Sheng is the pride of our race. Some considered it a great honor, especially the young ones who were a big fan of him. Our race does need someone like him to preside over the situation. Even the older human experts were happy and had high hopes in him. 4 wills at once, such rare and great talents. What a damn shame. A human ancestor said sentimentally while clenching his fists, if he wasn't ambushed by the Heaveners, he could have been a 12-will immortal monarch. He's still our pride even if he's not one. His outcome is due to his ambush on Jingu, that's why the Heaveners got their revenge. His sacrifice is for the sake of the human race. Another expert adored Ren Sheng. Not everyone in arrogance was surprised by this news since Ren Sheng was a top candidate among the human race to become a monarch. Inside the small city, the old man and Wuxia were alerted as well. They opened their eyes and peered through space to see the ascension area of Ren Sheng. They witnessed the entire process. After finishing, Wuxia only smiled since he has seen these ascensions too many times. No experts from the Heaveners interfering this time. Looks like an agreement has been reached. The old man said. Without any interruption, the process went smoothly. Of course, there were emperors protecting him this time around, but perhaps the peaceful occurrence had other reasons. I don't think a 12-will emperor will come out in this generation. The old man said with a tinge of emotion. There were too few of them in history already. Now, the top 2 talents in Jingu and Ren Sheng have lost their chance as well. Perhaps this generation wouldn't be able to produce one. Everything is possible, a new one might just come out. Wuxia calmly smiled. Sacred teacher, who then? The old man became surprised because he knew that a character like Wuxia wouldn't make a baseless statement. This meant that there was someone in the 13 continents that Wuxia was bullish about. Remember, a youth viewed highly by Wuxia was certainly exceptional. It's too early to say. When that day comes, I'll naturally announce it. He chuckled again. The old man nodded again without prying. Senior, may Qian have an audience? Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice interrupted them. It was profound yet comfortable. The old man sighed after hearing this. So many people are still watching you even if you hide in the mortal world. These top emperors are still interested. Li Qiye smiled. The old man smiled wryly back. He has seen too many emperors, including the top ones. Come in, he said. A moment later, a sweet fragrance blew by. It was a young girl whose presence lit up the room and gave it an orchid fragrance. She was a looker indeed. With a white dress, she looked as if she had just gotten out of a painting. It was an ethereal and illusory appearance like an immortal. Just a single gesture was supreme. A real goddess couldn't top her. Her eyes were spirited and animated like the limpid autumn waters. A transcending aura surrounded her as if she was not part of the worldly rhythm. Just a frown or smile was enchanting, but no one dared to have any impure thoughts. Just looking from afar was more than enough. She was quite surprised to see Li Qiye sitting with the old man, since it meant that they were on the same level. Nevertheless, she quickly bowed and respectfully said, "I'm here under the request of my senior." With that, she took out a letter. It was majestic and full of divinity, clearly belonging to someone incredible. She also bowed at Li Qiye in a respectful manner despite not knowing his identity. This was definitely someone amazing too, to be on the same level as the old man. The old man accepted the letter and didn't open it just yet. He knew who it was from already. "I'm done here, time to leave." Li Qiye chuckled and stood up. The old man quickly stood up to see him away. Li Qiye gently pushed him down and said, "No need for that, we'll meet again." After leaving the courtyard, Li Qiye continued to walk around in this little city because the old man had reasons for picking this place as his dwelling. The old man wasn't a top emperor and his amount of heaven's will was quite pitiful. Nevertheless, he was considered one of the most amazing emperors. Even someone like World Emperor still called him a sage. He was a miracle in the 13 continents, reaching a balance with the heaven and earth. This allowed him to walk in this world unhindered by the heavenly execution. He could even live for an eternity. This was the reason why so many top emperors visited him and asked him for pieces of advice. Ultimately, all of them wanted to avoid the execution, but he was the only one capable of reaching the balance. He didn't take anything from nature. This wasn't the case for the others. He walked in the mortal world and would change location and job in each era. For this particular one, he was a tofu maker. Such a normal job was pushed to the limit by the old man. It was a grand doubt to him. He needed to keep trying to reach the very end of this path. Chapter 1992. Li Qiye was quite amused after his stroll in the city. The old tofu maker was quite impressive in his deed, not disadvantaging himself while not taking from nature at the same time. Other emperors couldn't replicate his accomplishment. Of course, the theory was simple, but carrying it out was a different story. Li Qiye didn't try to copy his state because he had a different pursuit. As he was about to leave the city, someone caught up to him. "Senior." A pleasant voice rang again. The woman who came to visit the old man rose to the sky where he was floating. Li Qiye was naturally still taking his time. If he truly wanted to cross the plains, there was no way for the woman to catch up. "My name is Yu Qianxian, it is my pleasure to meet you, senior. Please excuse my ignorance, will you tell me how to properly address you?" The woman bowed respectfully and asked. She came to visit the old tofu maker at the beseech of her senior. After seeing Li Qiye, she was aware that he was an incredible being, perhaps an amazing emperor. Alas, she racked her brain and couldn't pinpoint him to an existing emperor. Nevertheless, she didn't dare to be disrespectful because he seemed to be on the same level as the old man. Li Qiye looked at her and chuckled, "I'm only an idle passerby, not an emperor." Qianxian was smart enough not to pry. An existence of this level naturally had his reason for walking in the mortal world. "I have only made my Dao debut recently as a teacher in Celestial Academy, so please excuse me for any offense due to my shallow experience," she said. Li Qie smiled, quite rare, a seed from the archaic repository coming to the academy to be a teacher. That's quite something since the repository passed down their secrets to you, so why are you at the academy? This casual comment made her shudder. Just a single glance was enough for him to see through her identity as if she was completely naked, unable to hide anything from his gaze. Dear Senior, I'm inexperienced so I wish to learn more. The academy was kind enough to let me teach there. To tell you the truth, I'm afraid that I won't be a good teacher to the students there. She said sincerely. Li Qie was amused, though the academy is unfathomable, your repository isn't inferior at all. Your presence at the academy is quite interesting, indeed. A simple remark revealing everything. She felt a cold chill and found this ordinary-looking man to be terrifying. She no longer dared to talk. Forget it, I'm just spewing things, no need to mind me. I have deep ties with your ancestors. Is your sect doing fine? Li Qie stopped making it hard for her. Thank you for asking, Senior. Our sect is well. She hurriedly said. If Min Ren was around, the repository could look down on the 13 continents and the Qian clan in Celestial Court wouldn't be the top powers right now. Li Qie sighed wistfully. The fact that Li Qie said, Min Ren, shocked the soul out of her. Her sect was the strongest imperial lineage in arrogance outside of special ones like the Academy. Few sects around these parts would dare to challenge them. Created by Immortal Emperor Min Ren, it had a total of 7 emperors. Immortal Emperor Tun Ri and Immortal Emperor Qian Yu joined later on top of another 5 emperors produced later. This was quite a rare achievement. The most exceptional thing was naturally their pillar, Immortal Emperor Min Ren. He resembled a majestic and unreachable peak, forever indomitable. An emperor once said that wherever Immortal Emperor Min Ren stood, that place was immovable. He was a monster during Emperor Hunt, stopping the members of the 3 races. He was certainly strong enough to take on World Emperor too. During that prosperous era, the ancient repository was the Pearl Pagoda of the human race. As long as it remained standing, it could show the way for the humans and gave them hope. This was Yu Qianchuan's sect. Her status within was mysterious as well, but ultimately, just the fact that she was a member was enough to show her prestige. In theory, it was enough for her to stay there, but for some reasons, she decided to teach at the Celestial Academy. This was indeed worth musing over. She was still in a daze as Li Qie stated nonchalantly, however, the academy is indeed a good place, a cradle for the 100 races. Min Ren has also spent some time there, so being a teacher in that place does not besmirch your status. Right you are, Senior. The academy is boundless, just to understand and learn a little bit there will be a lifetime of benefits. She quickly answered. The words weren't completely exaggerated since it was indeed the truth. Many emperors from the 100 races have spent time at the academy. No need to call me Senior all the time. He looked at her and said, look at how young I am. You are making me seem old by using that address repeatedly, call me young noble instead. That's more fitting of someone as handsome and elegant such as myself. She was speechless and didn't know what to do. After reaching a certain power level, age didn't matter from an external appearance perspective. There was no doubt that this existence has lived for a long time. She assumed that he should be stately and act in a fitting manner. Thus, his words and gestures were completely opposite to her expectation, they should come from someone of his level. Young noble. She listened, and after speaking, she found it to be much more intimate. May I ask where you are going? She grew bolder because he was much more easygoing and approachable than expected. In her mind, there must be an earth-shattering purpose for his appearance in the mortal world. Just a casual stroll. Oh right, didn't you say earlier, the academy is boundless, so as someone who is behind the time, I also want to take a trip there to learn for a bit, read a couple more books and use more ink. I'm sure it'll be good for me. Of course, this wasn't his real purpose in coming to the academy. She had no response to this and only smiled wryly. If someone like Li Chia wanted to learn more at the academy, then juniors like them should just hang themselves. When you enter the academy, young noble, everyone else will learn from you. She ended up speaking. Who would dare to teach someone like Li Chia? Even the strongest and most knowledgeable teacher there would only be a student before him, a being of the emperor level. Teaching, huh? He was slightly emotional while recalling the distant past. He had indeed done something like this before at the academy. It's not a bad idea. He smiled and said, eating and sleeping for free at the academy there, that doesn't look good. Very well, I will teach for 2 days, I'm sure that will be fun. Go tell the old geezers about it. She was completely stunned this time since she thought he was only playing around, not actually coming to the academy. Will that be okay? She spoke with uncertainty. Go, tell the geezers that I want to stay in a study room and teach whenever. Oh, also tell them not to disturb me. He gently waved his hand. She bowed deeply, not daring to show any slight. I will immediately go back and tell the seniors. This matter was surely not so simple, but she didn't dare to pry and immediately followed his order. Chapter 1993, Li Chia smiled after she left. Teaching at the academy was only a sudden whim to him, though he did want to visit the academy. He found this whole thing to be quite entertaining because the academy was worthy of remembrance. It was once a paradise, though it has changed a bit. He took his time walking through Arrogance to meet old friends and allies first. This was also a place full of unforgettable memories to him. He adored the entire 9 worlds, but Arrogance was a special place in the 10th. This was once the main camp of the 100 races, and his as well. They once mobilized their armies from this place, the start of Emperor Hunt. Thus, there were too many memories here. Alas, Arrogance remained, but his lovers and friends were gone. Some started on the ultimate expeditions while others were gone with the wind. Of course, some preferred a reclusive life, never to show up again. He inadvertently became disappointed since he couldn't say goodbye to some of them, not seeing them one last time. From now on, they were forever separated, people such as Qianli and Qizhen. There was no returning for them. He continued on in this manner, resting and seeing old friends, before heading for the academy. Celestial, this name threatened Arrogance and all the continents. Virtually every cultivators in the world have heard of this place before. One had to bring up someone when talking about the academy, Immortal Emperor Fei. Back in his era, not to mention the racial injustice, immortal emperors had a hard time ascending to the 10th world. They were praised to the 3 races. He came after Immortal Emperor Jiao Feng, but strangely enough, he received quite a reception after arriving. He was an honored guest to many emperors from the 3 races. The guy was the heaven's favorite, born with exceptional talents. Even in a place full of prodigies and masters, he still overshadowed many of the other grand emperors. This was the reason why he earned the respect of the 3 races. Back then, Deep South Divine Emperor, a tyrant in the 13 continents, was very protective of him. The emperor even went as far as marrying his daughter, the prettiest of the 3 races, to Fei. Keep in mind that Deep South was the 4th to have 12 wills. His status was comparable to Flame and Origin. Thus, this propelled Immortal Emperor Fei's status even more. Back then, this place was still named White, not Arrogance. The 100 races didn't have a good time here, but the emperor still established the Celestial Academy. This was the only sect in the 13 continents where the 100 races were allowed to cultivate. Before its inception, the 100 races also had other lineages. However, they weren't officially recognized by the 3 races and suffered the occasional pressure. This was not the case for Celestial. His wife offered the emperor a lot of support and planning. At the same time, Deep South also added his assistance. All of this made the emperors recognize the Celestial Academy as a sect. It became the first one that could publicly recruit students from the 100 races. From then on, the 100 races began to prosper and more citizens were born in white. Thus, this place could be viewed as a cradle for this group. Fei wasn't as domineering as Jiao Heng and didn't antagonize and sweep through the 3 races, then change the name of the continent to arrogance. He was also not as patient as immortal Emperor Wan Gu, hiding and biding his time for years before entering an agreement with the races for Pure's independence. Nevertheless, his achievements to his race were certainly not inferior to these 2 emperors. The academy started by him became a great foundation. It produced one expert after another. These experts would come out and fight for their people. Thus, in arrogance, people certainly remembered Jiao Heng, but they didn't forget about Fei either. The most lamentable thing was that later on, Fei and Deep South started the 3rd expedition. From then on, they disappeared from the world. It was the start of a new semester, so the academy became rowdy with excitement. The vacationing students or those who went back home were quickly returning. The academy was massive with several entrances. All were lively and filled with people. Screech! A young man on a crane landed outside an entrance. "You're back, Baihe. Your fellow students are waiting for you to take them on a journey." A group of senior students was responsible for welcoming people back. One of them came up to Baihe with a smile. "I found a group of spirit eagles this time on my trip to Cloud Mountain. Here, everyone can have one." Baihe smiled back. This surely pleased his peers, evident by their cheers. Roar! The earth quaked outside of the gate. A gigantic beast ran over, towering at 100 meters. It had a huge horn with great agility despite its enormous frame. Another charismatic young man rode the beast. He had a hint of arrogance in his aura. "Senior Qi Shi is back." Another student responsible for registering newcomers laughed happily. "Friends, I found a lot of crimson jades back in my clan's mine, I brought some for everyone." The beast slowed down before reaching the entrance in order to be respectful. The rider jumped down and told everyone. "How generous of you, senior." The eyes of the students from his class lit up after hearing this. The academy accepted students from everywhere as long as they possessed the right qualifications. Thus, the student body was very diverse. Some students were ordinary mortals once, some were from smaller sections. Of course, there was no lack of students from the great powers and imperial lineages. Even imperial successors came here to learn. Their sex merit laws were certainly amazing, too many to learn in one lifetime, even. Nevertheless, they were still lacking certain things compared to the academy. This place had too many emperors participating once, such as Fei, Fei Yang, Qi Zhen, Tun Ri, Min Ren, Hao Hai. These famous immortal emperors have all been here and taught their Tao before. As for the immortal monarchs, 6 Tao, Ye, Jilin. These top members of the 100 races have also visited the academy and taught here before. Of course, legend has it that even Deep South from the divine race had famously taught here too. In the 13 continents, the academy might not have the most merit laws and treasures, but it definitely had the highest numbers of different methods for cultivation. It wasn't the strongest clan or sect in the world, but it certainly produced the most talents and masters. Its alumni were usually exceptional. After becoming god or emperor, some would come back and stay to teach at the academy for a short while. Some of them even chose to leave behind their merit laws and secret arts. Due to the new waves of talents in every generation, the academy stood strong. This enticed imperial successors to come and learn. It was a good way for them to broaden their horizon. Therefore, in each new semester, these imperial successors would come. This was quite a common occurrence, so the students here got used to it by now. 1. Note, this senior here is from a student perspective, not an older person or master. It is similar to senpai or kohai stuff in Japanese. Chapter 1994, The Quiet Academy became lively again due to the new semester with students coming back. Some imperial successors were coming as well. Their arrivals caused quite a stir. After all, they were quite generous and gave many good stuff to their classmates. This was another reason for being here, making friends and establishing connections for their future. Buzz. A pathway abruptly emerged in the sky with a youth walking on top. He had an archaic yet free style, relaxed yet imposing, something akin to an immovable peak lying in nature. Gugwa is back. Someone shouted emotionally. South Emperor huh? Truly badass, I heard he had an adventure at an ominous ground. A powerful student was convinced. I think he's about to graduate. A teacher says that he only need 1 year to do so. I don't think anyone else in the world can match his talents. A female student was infatuated. South Emperor Gugwa, perhaps the most famous character at the academy right now, even exceeding an alumni named Ren Sheng. Few knew of his background. Some believed he was from the mysterious Bamboo Mountain, a sect with 6 emperors, while others said otherwise. All in all, back in the last semester, he directly entered the mortal school to be the only student there. The academy was divided into 5 sections: Mortal School, Emperor Mansion, Sacred Institution, 100 Halls, and Study Room. Mortal School was the top class in the academy. There were generations when no one was qualified to enroll. Just one in each generation was amazing enough. For example, Ren Sheng. He was quite an amazing fella with incredible talents and a unique bloodline. All of this was not enough for him to enroll in mortal school. Rumor has it that this classroom only trained potential top emperors and ancient gods, so naturally, the requirements were stringent. Whoever graduated from it would certainly have a wonderful future. One example was 6 Dao Monarch. Though the academy has never admitted this, everyone implicitly considered it as the truth. If one could enter mortal school, their future accomplishments would be incredible even if they couldn't become an ancient god or a top emperor. After graduating, joining these realms was only the beginning. Thus, his admittance to mortal school after joining the academy caused quite a stir. Even the retired schoolmaster personally came out to become Gugwa's teacher. Of course, this incited some jealousy as well. Even Ren Sheng didn't receive this treatment and only learned at Emperor Mansion. Because of this, some speculated that Gugwa's achievements would be much greater than Ren Sheng. After taking all of this into consideration, people accepted his self-proclaimed title as South Emperor. In fact, this was a domineering and borderline unreasonable move. People wouldn't pick a title before becoming an emperor, but Gugwa still did it. Just how confident was he? Therefore, certain fans of Ren Sheng were antagonistic and jealous of Gugwa. They were eager to see him make a fool out of himself. It would be hilarious if he couldn't become an emperor or fail to match Ren Sheng later on. By all means, Gugwa was still very famous and adored. After all, his strength was unquestionable. No students could actually take him on, only the teachers were qualified to do so. After arriving, Gugwa didn't stop at the gate. He entered the academy and disappeared into the rolling hills inside. Senior Gugwa will certainly become a 12-will immortal monarch. A beautiful female student watched him the whole time and said, as if drunk with infatuation. Not necessarily because he's born in the wrong generation. We already have 3 emperors, the pressure is too much if he wants 12 wills. A jealous male student responded. These little conversations were everywhere about Gugwa until the next arrival at a different gate. A supreme beauty came about. She was inordinately blessed in external appearance and would attract all eyes. However, the most interesting thing was not her physical appearance but rather her transcending temperament. She was untouched by flaws, just like an immortal. Each of her gestures was enchanting and stirring, certainly not belonging to the mortal world. Sister Suyao. The greeters cheered with excitement, especially the members of Emperor Mansion. The male students ran over to greet her. Sister, your arrival brings colors to our Emperor Mansion, we've been waiting for you. One male student declared. His feelings were as clear as day, but he wasn't the only one. All the other youths were completely intoxicated. She was another famous character in the last semester. What earned her fame was not just her beauty. She wasn't all looks and no brains. It was certainly her frightening talents, allowing her to be accepted into Emperor Mansion instantly. Keep in mind that many imperial successors would need to pass multiple examinations before joining this classroom. Once again, people thought that her talents were higher than Ren Sheng. She had a calm demeanor like the water in a well and only answered with a slight nod before entering the academy. The students have grown used to her attitude. In the beginning, she had countless suitors, some were imperial successors from famous sections. There was no lack of geniuses in Emperor Mansion. Alas, no one could win her favor. She was friendly without any trace of arrogance, but there was an invisible distance or barrier. No one could actually step in her world. I wonder who can capture Sister Suyao's heart. A young female student said with anticipation while looking at Suyao's back. Meanwhile, the males were in a stupor looking at her. No one has been lucky enough to successfully court her just yet. Click, 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 at another entrance was a stopped carriage. It was simple with an even simpler looking old man as the driver. Nevertheless, eyes lit up when the woman inside stepped down. In terms of appearance, she wasn't as supremely beautiful as Suyao. However, her noble and serene aura made up for that. Her elegance was relaxing and people couldn't help stealing a second glance. Sister Miao-chan. The greeters and students smiled. They ran down to greet her. Sister Miao-chan, did you do well at the mysterious ravine during the break? A student from Emperor Mansion started a conversation. Thank you, senior. I did quite well. She slightly nodded, showing off her noble and graceful charm. I told my friends that given your wisdom, you would surely have a big harvest. The senior laughed and said. There were many friends circling around her. She joined last semester and had to pay a fee to enter 100 halls. In the beginning, she didn't display amazing cultivation talents or tried to make friends. However, her insightful vision and expert planning made her well known around the academy. In fact, her friends in 100 halls voted her as the flower of their classroom. In general, she was welcomed at the academy. In spite of this, she maintained a low profile. Alas, this wasn't enough to hide her intelligence. Thus, whenever her peers had any questions, they would come to ask for her opinion and help. Chapter 1995. When Li Chia made it to the outskirt of the academy, the registration for new students was about to end, so the entrances were less frequented. He was slightly moved while staring at the place from the distance. People came and went, geniuses replaced by young faces after each generation. Regardless of these changes, the academy remained standing. If it were to fall one day, the 100 races would face an existential crisis. It wasn't to say that the academy was the root of the 100 races. However, losing it would result in a loss of morale and the sanctuary. It was different from other sections. The latter could be narrow-minded and selfish, but the academy was all-accepting. Thus, cultivation aside, the alumni from here were more knowledgeable after training and living with others. It was to open the shackles of the mind, so that these youths could see how vast the world was and build relationships with others. Thus, arrogance could afford to not have lineages like archaic repository and mysterious bamboo, but it needed the academy. Without these sects, other imperial lineages could rise up and take their places. There was no way of rebuilding the academy. Why? There would never be another immortal Emperor Fei or Deep South Divine Emperor. To a certain extent, it wasn't just Fei who spent tremendous effort on its creation. The academy was also Deep South's masterpiece. The majestic sceneries here stirred Li Chia. Too many talents have been here, including immortal emperors from the 9 worlds. He himself had taught here. Alas, he didn't leave his name behind like immortal Emperor Fei Yang and immortal Emperor Hao Hai, only acting as the secretive crow like always. Thus, though he had taught some invincible characters, there was nothing written about him here. As time passed, people eventually left regardless of how powerful they were, unlike this eternal academy. Images began to play in his head even before reaching the entrance. Certain youths came in, full of vigor. Eventually, they came out as masters. Today, he has returned, but all of these people were no longer around. Some students were still rushing back to the academy. The majority of this group were ordinary students because those from powerful sects could run back whenever. They had more access to resources and Tao portals. As for the other group, they were either training or going back to visit family. Most had to either travel on the ground or fly. Perhaps some had access to Tao portals with limited range. This was the reason why time was more pressing for these students to return, especially if something unexpected happened during their journey. These rushing students didn't give Li Qiye a second glance. After all, he was too ordinary in appearance. There was no time for them to care about a stranger. Eventually, he withdrew his gaze and started walking towards the academy. Tao brother Li. Suddenly, a cute voice came from a girl running over. It was Yao Ting. She was slightly out of breath with a pink complexion, heaving up and down. Li Qiye stopped and smiled at her. We meet again, Tao brother. She was pleasantly surprised to see him since she didn't expect another meeting after the village. It's a small world, fate is all you need to meet again. Li Qiye chuckled and said. Though she was vigilant back at the village, she felt an indescribable sense of closeness to him. It was impossible to describe, but ultimately, she felt as if he was a family member. She thought that he was a student from the academy and said, "So you are a senior at the academy." "I'm from the 100 Halls, may I ask for your class?" In terms of talents, Yao Ting was certainly top-notched. However, this was the gathering place of the talents in the 100 races. She didn't quite stand out here as much. People shouldn't dream about joining mortal school. As for Emperor Mansion, it was exceedingly hard to join as well. The ones currently enrolled were all top geniuses in the world, such as Ren Sheng in the last generation or Mei Suyao in the current. Sacred Institution also recruited many students, but their requirement was tough as well. Thus, the majority of them were from the great powers, primarily the successors and descendants. 100 Halls was the most diverse one with people from all over the place. Some students were purposely hiding their background here too. It was the easiest to enter. There were two methods, passing the examination or paying enough chaos stones. The top classrooms couldn't be paid to get in, but 100 Halls was different. Even if one was as dumb as a pile of manure, they could still join to learn. Thus, not all alumni from this class became exceptional. Some were certainly useless idiots. This group got in due to their parents and families paying in order to gain some prestige of the academy. Of course, this wasn't to say that the place was useless. On the contrary, it has produced many heroes and high gods for the 100 races. Yao Ting naturally didn't pay to get in. She was chosen by a teacher there and brought to the academy. After passing the examination, she became an official student. It could be said that a girl from a remote village like her being able to join the academy had changed her fate. After finding out that she was a student, the king of her country personally came out to greet her in a grand ceremony. Li Qiye looked at her and said with a smile, "Your talents are just normal, but your foundation is great. You have done a great job cultivating the emperor's art. Your achievement today can land you in Sacred Institution." At the academy, the initial selection wasn't permanent. With enough improvements and achievements, one could enter the upper classrooms. "Thank you, Tao brother Li." She wasn't arrogant of her achievements and said softly, "I still need more training. Teacher says I can try the examination after this semester." Once again, a village girl going from 100 Halls into Sacred Institution was extremely difficult. She would bring great pride and honor to her ancestors. If she were to actually do it, the king of her country would ask her to take on the grand tutor position. Certain things are inevitable. Li Qie commented with a tinge of emotion. Her ancestors wanted their descendants to live as ordinary mortals, away from cultivation. Alas, she still chose to walk on the same path as them, despite not knowing of their glorious past. What do you mean? She didn't quite understand the random comment. It's nothing. The path is long, just take your time and appreciate it. I guess this is fate at work. Li Qie answered with a smile. Chapter 1996, the two of them started walking towards the academy. Yao Ting suddenly remembered her question earlier, Dao brother, which class are you going to? Study room. Li Qie nonchalantly responded. Study room? She was surprised to hear this unexpected answer. The academy indeed had 5 sections with study room as the 5th. However, people only really talked about Mortal School, Emperor Mansion, Sacred Institution, and 100 Halls. Though Mortal Hall rarely recruited students, it was still a hot topic. On the contrary, no one talked about study room because even if they were chosen, they wouldn't want to participate in this particular class. It was indeed a part of the academy and had teachers teaching the Tao and merit laws. Nevertheless, the students here usually traveled the world and learned about history. For cultivators, the main goal in joining the academy was to learn the Tao in order to shoulder the heavens will one day. Thus, sightseeing and history weren't on their agenda. They wanted to learn how to fly and become stronger, not to become bookworms. This resulted in a low participation rate for this classroom, albeit not as low as Mortal School. For example, there were only a few students there this semester. Yao Ting glanced at Li Qie again. She wasn't involved with study room but she was aware of the names of the students there. Li Qie was not one of them. Well, she didn't quite know how to ask. He decided to tease her after seeing her appearance. I only got here just now. Oh, but this semester doesn't take in new students. She slightly frowned, worrying about him. If you want to join study room, I'm afraid it won't be possible. You will have to wait till the next semester. Li Qie leisurely said, I'm here already, might as well go take a look. Nothing is certain in this world, perhaps I'll be lucky and get accepted this time anyway. Maybe. She pondered for a bit and agreed due to her positive impression of him. Dao brother, study room is closest to the southern gate, so you should that way. Coincidentally enough, the seniors from 100 Halls are in charge over there and I know them. Let me take you. Having said that, she led the way for him. He only wanted to tease her but didn't expect her to be so enthusiastic. He smiled faintly and saw the shadow of an old acquaintance in her. It would be more accurate to call the academy a country due to its massive size. The land here spanned for more than 1,000,000 miles. Even though the two of them were flying at a fast speed, it still took nearly half a day to reach the southern entrance. A conversation sparked again when Yao Ting thought about something that has been haunting her. Dao brother, may I ask you something? Go for it. He said flatly. She picked out her words carefully. You weren't just passing through when you came to Yao last time, right? Of course, excuse me if I am wrong. You're right, I was taking a look there. He had no intention of hiding. She pondered a bit before asking, because of the shrine in our village? In fact, she was quite certain of this already. He gently nodded, indeed, I haven't seen it in a long time and it was on the way. What's inside? She blurted out without hesitation this time. She was truly curious about the shrine but asking the elders in the village, no one had a clue about its origin and how it was built. The oldest grandpa said that it has been there before his parents' generation. Perhaps it was already there when the village came about. Everyone in the village has grown used to the existence of this inconspicuous shrine, including Yao Ting during her childhood. This was no longer the case. She tried many different methods and exerted all strength only to fail in opening the ordinary wooden door. She didn't dare to claim to be a peerless master, but she was still a talent at the academy. In terms of physical strength, she could move a mountain, but this wasn't enough. Her failure told her that the shrine wasn't as simple as it seems. There must be a secret hidden inside. Thus, she thought about Li Qie, but he had already left. How was she going to find him in the ocean of people? Thus, she was naturally excited to see him again and couldn't resist asking about it. He looked at her and she stared back with eyes full of hope and anticipation. He gently sighed inside since she had seen this pair of eyes before with the same emotions flashing within. Of course, please excuse my lack of propriety if you do not wish to speak, Dao brother. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. His silence made her think that he didn't wish to disclose the secret, so she quickly added. He answered, "It's not that I don't want to divulge the information, but this requires fate. Without it, even if you gain the knowledge, you won't be able to do anything. It will only be a nail in your mind, impossible to be taken out, an inner demon in your Dao heart." She was not expecting this response. If you truly want to know, then use your heart to feel and listen. Then you will know how to open it. Li Qie pointed at his heart and said. My heart. She became astonished once more. Li Qie nodded and said softly, but remember, whenever you open a new door, another one closes. There is no right and wrong here, only your own choice that will decide your path. Closing another door. She ruminated and murmured about the profound statement. He gently sighed out loud this time. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have told her, since this was the decision of her ancestors to remove them from fighting and killing. But now, this was no longer the case. The Golden Age was nearing the end, so the future was full of perils. He decided to give her a choice in order to be the master of her own destiny. This was a possible way out for the village as well. They needed to rely on themselves now. The two reached the southern gate before they knew it due to the engaging conversation. There were only 5 or so students there responsible for greeting the returning students. The place was desolate because the closest section was study room, which had few students. The students here became charged after seeing these two. Of course, their flashing eyes were on all Yao Ting. After all, she was still quite pretty, though not on the same level as Mei Suyao. Sister Ting, you're back so soon. Your village is so far away, so I thought it would be another few days. The oldest and most handsome among them stepped forward. Surely the guy had a crush on Yao Ting, evident by his enthusiasm. The village was fine, so I came back earlier. She was a friendly girl, so she spoke without a hint of arrogance. I actually wanted to come and pick you up from your village, but teacher arranged for me to be at the reception. It's really too bad. The youth spoke again. Thank you, senior. She nodded and introduced, this is Dao Brotherly. He's coming to study room and we traveled together. And this is an exceptional talent from 100 Halls, Senior Yen Chencheng. Chencheng and the other youths here finally noticed Li Qie. A bit ago, they were fixated on Yao Ting, and someone as normal as Li Qie wouldn't earn a second glance from them. He was a bit unhappy to hear that Yao Ting was traveling another man, since he had a crush on her. This was a natural reaction. But he was worrying for no reason. She felt a closeness to Li Qie, hence the introduction. You are a student of study room? Chencheng's tone was completely different towards Li Qie, especially after seeing his appearance. After all, he was a genius in 100 Halls, while someone like Li Qie posed no threat to him. The guy was clearly not worthy to be his opponent. Chapter 1997, No. Li Qie flatly answered the inquisitive youth. If you're not a student there, then why are you going? Celestial is not a place for the idle. Chencheng was antagonistic from the start, so his attitude showed it. Yao Ting was the opposite, so she spoke up for Li Qie. Brother Li is a new student, wanting to learn in study room. Senior Yen, could he wait here for a bit while I go talk to the teacher, to see if the academy will be okay with it? She assumed that Li Qiye wanted to become a student here. Plus, study room had few students, so the requirement should be fine. If she were to talk to a teacher, maybe he could actually join the academy. Sister, this isn't an enrolling semester, the academy won't take in anyone. Qinsheng became even more annoyed after seeing her enthusiasm and hurriedly replied, if you bring random people here, it won't be good if something were to happen. In my opinion, he should just return from whence he came. Having said that, he posed as if ready to stop anyone from coming in. Li Qiye ignored the aggressive reception and asked, is Miss Yu Qianxian here? The youth's expression changed after hearing this name. They all glared at Li Qiye. Who was Qianxian? This was the goddess in the male student's dream. Her being from archaic repository indicated her nobility. Her supreme beauty was enough to steal the souls from spectators. Her unfathomable cultivation was enough to convince anyone of her worth. Virtually, everyone knew her at the academy and even more adored her. Dao brotherly, you know her? Yao Ting was surprised because this name was too sonorous at the academy. In her eyes, Qianxian was an unreachable goddess, someone she could only look up at. Just once before, so I want to see her now. Li Qiye chuckled. She was startled because of his nonchalant tone and gently tugged on his sleeve. Dao brotherly, Qianxian is a teacher at our academy, not a student. Furthermore, her status is very high here, not just anyone can see her. She thought that Li Qiye misunderstood and didn't know of Qianxuan's position. Ah, so it's a fan of teacher Qianxian. A student nearby sneered, no wonder he traveled so far here to join study room, it's to see her. This made the other students explode in laughter. A frog wanting to eat a swan. Qianxing snorted, take a look at yourself again, someone like you wants to see the teacher. Scram already. Senior Yan, please don't say that. Yao Ting quickly defended, Dao brotherly only wants to join study room without any other intent. No other intent? He grew increasingly frustrated as Yao Ting continued to defend Li Qiye. Sister Ting, you are inexperienced and can't read people very well just yet. Some like to hide their wicked thoughts while doing evil deeds. You need to stay far away from people like that in order to avoid being hurt. Yao Ting viewed Li Qiye as a friend, so she didn't take this comment very well at all. Her expression became stern, same with her voice, you don't need to worry about me, Dao brotherly isn't that type of person. Yao Ting normally smiled when speaking to others and was friendly with everyone. Because of this, Qianxing thought he had a good chance of courting her. But now, she was getting angry at him because of a random guy appearing out of nowhere. He became furious at Li Qiye. The academy doesn't admit random people, not just any dog or cat can enter. His expression became cold as well, be smart and scram now. And if I don't? In the beginning, Li Qiye didn't really care for the youth's attitude, but now, his eyes flashed with a cold glint after being provoked multiple times. No. A murderous intent appeared in Qianxing's eyes, if you want to cause trouble, you will become the academy's enemy. Regardless of right and wrong, he decided to frame Li Qiye first. Even if the teachers were to scold him later, he could say that Li Qiye caused trouble first and that he was only upholding the integrity of the academy. Senior Yan, you are out of line. Yao Ting stood by Li Qiye's side and could watch no longer. Dao brotherly only wants to join study room, how is that causing trouble? No need to accuse him of such a thing. Qianxing didn't expect such an aggressive response from Yao Ting. This made his complexion turn red. Sister, don't be fooled by this scoundrel and his flowery words. The embarrassed youth immediately fought back, if he really wants to join our academy, why didn't he do so at the beginning of enrollment? Who knows if he has some hidden agendas? He's only using your kindness to enter the academy. He's right, sister, don't be fooled by this outsider. Senior only wants what's best for you. A few other students sided with Qianxing. This was because Qianxing also came from a great power on top of being a genius. People wanted to be his friends due to his strong backing. Lying scum, daring to sneak into our academy. I will not let you go so easily. Get ready to be a cripple. Chensheng wanted to strike first, so he rolled up his sleeves, looking as if ready for blood. How impudent. Pleasant this voice might be, it also had an unquestionable power to it. A girl landed down from the sky just like a fairy. Orchids started to bloom just like the return of spring. Teacher Qianxian. Someone shouted at seeing this. Qianxuan's presence made hearts palpitate, but no one dared to have impure thoughts. Her sudden arrival stunned the crowd. They didn't expect for her to appear here since she was normally quite elusive. Teacher, this person wants to cause trouble. Qianxing seized the initiative. Shut your mouth. Her eyes became stern and sharp like a sword, instilling fear into others. She loudly continued her scolding, a frog under the well, ignorant and rude. Disrespectful to your superior. Be ready for a punishment or worse, expulsion. It wasn't easy for Qianxian right now. Of course, the academy wanted someone of Li Qia's level to visit, so it agreed to his request right away. Because he didn't want to be disturbed, the academy didn't carry out an official ceremony for his arrival. Instead, the reception's responsibility was on Qianxian. She has been keeping an eye out but didn't expect for something like this to happen. Her scolding naturally stunned the crowd, especially Yao Ting, whose jaws nearly dropped to the ground. She stared at Li Qia, speechless. In the beginning, she thought Li Qia came to study, but now, it looked like he was actually a teacher. Young noble Li is a newly appointed teacher at the academy. Hurry up and apologize. Qianxian sternly scolded. Chensheng took a while before calming down. His expression darkened from being yelled at, but he didn't dare to oppose Qianxian. Teacher, I was only keeping an eye out. He was sneaking. She simply glared at him. Her prestige frightened the youth and he stopped talking. All his peers felt their knees giving in. He no longer dared to try anything else and unwillingly apologized with a bow. My apology, teacher. There was no sincerity, only fear towards Qianxian. He wanted to get this done as fast as possible. Pop! A resounding slap came from Li Qia. He didn't even have the chance to dodge and was blown flying while spewing blood and several teeth. 1. I feel like using Miss Qianxian would be better here for a true localization instead of Teacher Qianxian. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.